In this opening chapter, a tale of relentless ambition and hidden betrayal unfolds. Confined within the dim stillness of his own chambers, the Swordmaster finds himself unable to move beyond the four walls that imprison him. The oppressive silence presses against his thoughts like a weight he cannot yet lift. Still bearing the weight of that confinement, his gaze shifts toward the legacy of the Proteus lineage, where the Count/S eldest son, Gisland, bears the bitter label of uselessness. The accusation clings to the young noble tighter than any chain, casting a shadow over his once proud name. A cold realization settles, echoing the Swordmaster/S own sense of stagnation. With that bitter truth lingering in the air, the atmosphere turns warm and unsettling, revealing a trap that was forged with meticulous care. The heat emanating from its mechanisms hints at a purpose far deeper than mere hostility. Every detail suggests danger closing in around both the Swordmaster and the disgraced heir. Before he could steady himself against the looming peril, Gisland/S voice pierces the tension, questioning whether the situation is a trap and if anyone foresaw his plans. The inquiry hangs heavy, a desperate plea for certainty in an evening thick with suspicion. The room seems to pulse with the echo of his uncertainty. Yet beneath that frantic questioning, a deeper dread emerges, as the realization sinks that the danger is not merely a single snare. The implication spreads, hinting at layers of scheming beyond the visible contraption. A cold foreboding settles, binding the two men in a shared sense of imminent peril. With that dread lingering, Gisland/S mind sharpens, recalling that he knows exactly how many foes lie in wait. The precise count fuels a grim certainty that the enemy/S numbers are no accident. This knowledge sharpens his resolve, even as it tightens the knot of anxiety around his thoughts. Still clutching the weight of those numbers, he reveals an even darker truth: the identities of the spies and the allies who dispatched reinforcements are laid bare before him. The betrayal cuts deeper, exposing a network of deceit that has operated in the shadows. The revelation sparks an ember of fury that burns beneath his outward composure. With that fury still smoldering, Gisland turns his scorn toward the Swordmaster, demanding how a worthless piece of flesh could even dare to challenge him. The accusation drips with contempt, a blade of words aimed at his very being. The Swordmaster feels the sting, yet a silent defiance begins to stir within. Before the insult could drown his spirit, a grim strategy surfaces, to repeat invasions, each time seeking a victory that might finally turn the tide of war. The notion of endless assaults hangs like a relentless drumbeat, promising both hope and exhaustion. Yet the suggestion also kindles a fragile spark of purpose. Still clinging to that fragile spark, Gisland declares that he holds every plan needed to enact the relentless campaign. The claim radiates confidence, as if the future were already mapped out in his mind. For the Swordmaster, the words are both a challenge and a promise of direction. With the promise of plans echoing in his ears, the memory of a year past rushes forward, recalling when the kingdom of Lithuania edged dangerously close to the Proteus estate. The proximity of that moment still haunts the landscape, a reminder of how close ruin once seemed. The recollection steadies his resolve, binding past and present. Before the memory could settle, an unnamed figure breaks the silence, asking what has just transpired in the wake of those looming threats. The question hangs like a heavy breath, demanding clarity amidst confusion. The Swordmaster feels the weight of needing to explain the spiraling events. Still hearing that inquiry, he answers that he was present there not long ago, his presence a faint echo of earlier battles. The admission links his current plight to the lingering shadows of past engagements. A subtle tension rises as he acknowledges his lingering involvement. With that confession lingering, another voice asks where they are heading, only to be reminded that the destination is the Proteus estate itself. The destination carries the weight of both history and impending doom. The journey ahead feels inevitable, as if fate has drawn a line between them. Before the words could settle, a terse command cuts through, demanding that the statement be repeated aloud. The insistence reverberates, forcing the group to confront the stark reality of their path. The demand underscores the seriousness of the march toward the estate. Yet beneath that command, curiosity surfaces as he probes about the fallen state of the Proteus estate. The question probes the ruins, seeking to understand the magnitude of loss that now defines the horizon. The inquiry adds a layer of mourning to the looming confrontation. With that mournful curiosity lingering, he wonders if a terrible nightmare has seized the night, warning that if the Count learns of their words, the household will be branded as fallen. The implication of disgrace hangs heavy, a threat that reaches beyond swords to honor itself. The warning fuels a growing dread within the group. Before the dread could consume him, he steels himself, insisting that this is no dream but a stark reality. The affirmation cuts through the haze of fear, grounding his resolve. A new determination flickers, refusing to let illusion dictate their fate. Still clutching that determination, he observes that everything remains exactly as it was, unchanged by the passing of time. The constancy of the surroundings feels both comfort and curse, hinting at stagnation. The unchanged reality presses upon him like a reminder of unfulfilled promises. With that reminder echoing, he turns his thoughts to those he holds dear, noting that they too still linger within these walls. The presence of loved ones provides a fragile anchor amidst the chaos. Their continued existence becomes a bittersweet testament to what is at stake. Before his mind could settle on that fragile anchor, he admits he can no longer find joy in even the simplest song. The loss of pleasure underscores the heavy toll the conflict has taken on his spirit. The silence that follows feels louder than any battle cry. Yet beneath that silence, he feels it is far too early for any relief, as dawn has yet to break on their struggle. The premature timing adds a layer of urgency to their actions. The early hour whispers of a day still full of unresolved trials. With that urgency still pressing, he recalls that their original purpose was to raid the orcs that threatened the realm. The memory of that mission sharpens their focus, reminding them of a cause beyond personal grievances. The recollection rekindles a faint ember of purpose. Before the ember could fully glow, he admits he cannot forget that decisive day, the one etched into his mind like a scar. The indecipherable imprint of that battle weighs heavily upon his conscience. The memory obliges him to carry its lessons forward. Still haunted by that scar, he reflects on his past life as a member of the raid squad, chasing fame and glory amid the chaos. The ambition that once drove him now feels hollow against the backdrop of loss. The report he once prized now reads like a cautionary tale. With that bitter reflection lingering, he once thought leadership would be easy for someone with his inexperience, believing command required little more than confidence. The naive expectation crumbled beneath the weight of reality. The realization cuts deep, exposing his own shortcomings. Before his doubts could dissolve, the harsh truth surfaces, almost all of them perished, victims of stubborn pride that refused to yield. The tragic loss underscores the lethal cost of arrogance. The memory of their deaths presses upon the present like an unforgiving weight. With that tragedy still echoing, he questions whether his comrades will ever trust him, fearing they still view him as a worthless bastard. The lingering stigma threatens to isolate him further. The doubt gnaws at his resolve, threatening to erode any hope of redemption. Still grappling with that stigma, he urges calm, advising the group to rally under the command of the seasoned raid leader Skoven. The call to order seeks to replace panic with purpose. The suggestion offers a fragile lifeline amidst rising chaos. With order beginning to take shape, he implores the use of mana, lamenting that he wishes he could have returned to the past earlier to prevent the suffering. The yearning for a second chance fuels a quiet desperation. The appeal to magical power adds a new dimension to their struggle. Finally, amidst the lingering doubts, a question cuts through the air, asking if the young master now bears the mantle of commander. The inquiry marks a turning point, placing responsibility squarely on his shoulders. The weight of command settles upon him, ready to shape the fate that lies ahead. A young boy steps forward, pleading for the right to command, his eyes alight with a fierce ambition. The weight of his request hangs in the air, a silent challenge to the hierarchy surrounding him. Still bearing the echo of that plea, an unnamed figure narrows his gaze, questioning whether this is merely a game, and insisting he cannot relinquish the authority bestowed by the Lord. His words cut through the murmurs like a blade, reminding everyone of the binding oath that holds them. Before the tension could settle, another voice steps in, promising to take care of the matter because the other is still too inexperienced to lead troops. The reassurance feels fragile, a tenuous thread woven over the boy/s raw desire for command. Yet beneath that fragile assurance, the truth emerges that they have no choice but to follow the imposed path. The inevitability settles like a cold mist over the gathering. With that realization lingering, a hesitant whisper asks what you think, seeking validation amidst the looming decisions. The question hangs, a quiet plea for counsel in the midst of unfolding duty. Still seeking insight, the same voice probes deeper, inquiring what struck his weak spot. The query pierces the silence, exposing a vulnerable thread beneath the hardened exterior. Before the memory could settle, Skovan is confronted with a direct question about the most important thing in battle. The challenge forces him to weigh strategy against instinct, his mind a battlefield of its own. With Skovan/S contemplation still echoing, the surrounding council declares there is no hope of victory when their troops lack momentum. The statement amplifies the urgency, as if the very wind refuses to aid their cause. Meanwhile, an observer notes that he is employing the smallest dodge attacks, targeting his opponent/S weak spots with meticulous precision. This analysis adds a layer of admiration to the tension already building. Yet beneath the tactical observation, a deeper thought surfaces, perhaps something even greater awaits them. The notion hints at a looming escalation beyond simple maneuvers. Before the possibilities could fully unfold, a warning points out that the direction they consider leads to the edge of a cliff. The precarious image sharpens the stakes, reminding everyone how thin the margin for error has become. With the cliff looming, the council suggests following the first sun, a path that might steer them away from the precipice. The recommendation carries a faint hope, a thread of guidance amid the chaos. Still processing that suggestion, Skovan is urged to realize the speaker/S true plans for a commander. The demand forces him to confront hidden motives that swirl beneath the surface. Before his doubts could settle, they confess they would prefer to slice all of them themselves, but their own forces cannot handle it. The admission reveals a begrudging humility, a crack in their armor of confidence. Yet beneath that confession, they assert that even this limited contribution will be enough for you to manage. The reassurance feels both a promise and a burden, echoing the earlier pleas for command. With that assurance lingering, they state they managed to kill all of those enemies, a testament to their lethal resolve. The claim adds a grim triumph to the mounting tension. Before the triumph could settle, a sudden command rings out, telling someone to grab their hand. The gesture bridges the distance between survivor and savior, a fleeting connection amidst the turmoil. Still clutching that shared grip, they proclaim let/S go together, urging forward movement as one. The invitation carries an undercurrent of solidarity, a promise to face whatever lies ahead side by side. Meanwhile, a weary voice admits they are alive and were saved, a fragile gratitude blooming beneath the scars. The confession underscores the narrow line between death and survival that they/VE just crossed. With that gratitude still fresh, they describe how their entire body aches from pushing themselves to the limit, yet being alive makes the pain more bearable. The admission threads endurance with relief, painting a vivid picture of survival/S cost. Before the exhaustion could settle, they recount how they were worried and allowed the soldiers to handle the orcs. The delegation of fear to the ranks adds a layer of reluctant trust in their comrades. Still hearing that concern, they ask what you are doing, assure there is nothing wrong, and express gladness at seeing you. The simple exchange softens the hardened atmosphere, a brief respite of camaraderie. Meanwhile, they reflect on their personal tutor, Belinda, the only one who stayed by their side despite their antics. The memory shines like a lone lantern in the darkness of their past misdeeds. Before the recollection could fade, they reveal that after the family fell into ruins, she vanished, leaving a void they can no longer fill. The loss deepens the ache already palpable in their voice. Yet beneath that sorrow, they confess they never imagined seeing her like this now, and wonder why you appear happy when you meet each other daily. The question drifts, probing the fragile hope that persists amid ruin. With that lingering curiosity, they warn of an upcoming catastrophe and ask what you are saying, the tension sharpening like a drawn bow. The foreboding sense tightens the narrative, hinting at imminent danger. Meanwhile, they pose a stark query, asking if you are aware that you stand in greater peril. The question slices through complacency, urging vigilance. Before the warning could settle, they wonder if you have forgotten the threat, noting they have been waiting for the day to go to the festival with you. The memory of anticipation flickers against the looming dread. Still clutching that longing, they mention a festival that always takes place around this time of year, a tradition that seems both comforting and distant. The reminder adds a bittersweet rhythm to the mounting suspense. Meanwhile, they reflect on how, in their past life, traumatic experiences stole any chance to enjoy festivals. The admission paints a stark contrast between yearning and loss. Before the melancholy could drown hope, they ask how long until the festival, noting there is about a week left. The countdown injects a pulse of anticipation into the tense atmosphere. Yet beneath the ticking days, they mention a memory that continues to haunt them, a lingering shadow refusing to fade. The haunting thought drapes the forthcoming celebrations with an unseen weight. Still burdened by that memory, they ask someone to accompany them, seeking solace in shared presence. The request underlines the human need for connection amid lingering dread. Before the invitation could dissolve, they note that 1 week later, the promised time will arrive, bringing both hope and uncertainty. The final remark ties the lingering threads of anticipation, danger, and longing into a single, looming moment. Belinda/S gaze lingered on his distracted eyes, probing whether the game he clung to could mend the fractures within his soul. She wondered aloud if the fleeting escape truly soothed the lingering unease that gnawed at him. Before he could form a reply, the world tilted unexpectedly as the group collapsed, each member slipping into unconsciousness. The sudden darkness that enveloped them felt like a cruel punctuation to Belinda/S question, leaving the air heavy with uncertainty. With that unsettling quiet still clinging to the fallen comrades, the servants approached, entrusting him with the oversight of the festival supplies. Their request weighed heavily, a reminder that even in turmoil, the celebration must press onward. Meanwhile, murmurs rose among the staff as they puzzled over the acute shortage of workers in Peridium, forcing even the young lady to shoulder labor. Their whispered concerns added a layer of desperation to the already strained preparations. Amidst the bustling concerns, an elderly figure emerged, pointing toward an abandoned training field hidden within the castle walls and pleading to be led there. His whispered plea hinted at a purpose buried beneath the ruins, a chance to reclaim forgotten strength. Upon arriving at the desolate grounds, he surveyed the cracked stones and overgrown grass, instantly recognizing the terrain as an ideal crucible for mercenary training. The raw expanse resonated with his restless ambition, promising the rigor he sought. Yet, as the vision of training solidified, he confessed a deeper yearning to live a long life unshackled by the terror of death. The thought of mortality lingered like a cold wind, making the prospect of endless days all the more precious. With that confession echoing in the wind, he recounted the protagonist/S own brush with death and subsequent resurrection, a reminder of fragile fate. The revelation cast a somber glow over their plans, binding past trauma to present resolve. From personal rebirth to wider treachery, the conversation turned to the grim truth that a neighboring lord orchestrated Elena/S demise. This betrayal stitched a fresh wound into the tapestry of their grievances. The weight of that betrayal stretched beyond a single life, dragging the entire realm of Peridium into the throes of war. The drums of conflict began to echo across the once peaceful valleys. In the wake of the war/S onset, he reflected that this very clash marked the beginning of their collective downfall. The once steady foundations now trembled under the strain of relentless strife. Amid the ruin of fortunes, the need for a stronger physique became starkly evident, a personal armor against the encroaching chaos. He resolved to sculpt his body as a weapon as much as his blade. Yet physical strength alone would not suffice, for the invisible currents of mana, a supernatural force capable of shattering human limits, were whispered among the elders. Mastery of this energy promised a leap beyond ordinary endurance. While discussions of power swirled, an unnamed observer remarked on his unexpected arrival, noting that as a native of Peridium he ought at least to partake in the festivals. The comment tugged at a lingering sense of duty amid his restless pursuits. That observation lingered, as others noted his odd behavior and relentless week-long training, questioning why indifference once seemed his default. Their puzzled glances underscored a growing chasm between his past apathy and current fervor. In response to their doubts, he confessed that his father/S constant meddling grated on him, and he longed to claim the Lord/S mantle for himself. The yearning crackled like a spark, hinting at ambition forged in frustration. Amid his confession, another voice echoed a contented acceptance of the present state, expressing satisfaction with how things unfolded. This quiet endorsement contrasted sharply with his restless aspirations. As contentment settled, he announced that his preparations were finally complete, the gears of his plans clicking into place. The culmination felt like a short breath before the storm he intended to unleash. Yet, even with plans ready, a wave of ennui brushed over him, the repetitive cycle of yearly festivals growing tedious. The familiar ritual, once cherished, now threatened to dull his sharpened edge. Seeking fresh horizons, he proposed exploring other regions once the festival/s echo faded, beckoning a break from monotony. The invitation carried the promise of new challenges beyond familiar walls. His suggestion sparked curiosity, as a close friend mentioned burgeoning events elsewhere and inquired about his interest. The shared excitement seeded a subtle shift toward adventure. With possibilities stirring, he declared that the upcoming escapade must be thrilling, demanding both enjoyment and purpose. The final resolve hung in the air, a silent vow to seize the forthcoming fun. The knights, long-standing guardians of Elena, commanded the deepest trust within the bitter feud. Their reputation was forged through generations of unwavering protection, ever since she was a child. Still carrying the weight of that trusted protection, a shadow of betrayal loomed as a murder struck while they watched over Elena in a past life. The loss whispered that even the most faithful shields could be pierced. Meanwhile, the setting unfolded as an apparently simple deserted street, littered with obstructive debris. The emptiness concealed a careful design, each obstacle a silent warning. Amid the silent avenues, an unnamed figure raised a question about the source of another/s strength. The inquiry cut through the gloom, seeking the hidden wellspring that powered the unseen opponent. Before the answer could settle, a nearby observer noted the other/s bizarre behavior, a strange shift that unsettled the air. The observation added a layer of suspicion to the already tense atmosphere. Yet, from the same corner, another voice hurried to calm the rising fear, insisting no harm was intended. The reassurance trembled, barely masking the underlying dread. Still bearing the lingering unease, Frank stepped forward, his expectation clear: a flawless execution was demanded. His gaze pierced the scene, measuring every movement against an uncompromising standard. Meanwhile, the promised young lady was finally presented, her arrival signaling a possible end to the uneasy agreement. The suggestion to close the deal hung heavily, as if sealing a pact with invisible ink. Before the contract could be sealed, an unnamed voice protested, declaring that bringing the eldest son of Peridium had never been requested. The denial sparked a ripple of tension, questioning the motives behind the summons. Still echoing that objection, another remark warned that the son, having followed them foolishly, was destined for a graveyard. The grim prediction loomed like a shadow over the gathering. Amid the growing dread, accusations flared as a figure pointed at Jamal, demanding whether he could escape retribution for selling them out. The charge cut through the murmur like a blade, demanding accountability. Yet, a different voice interjected, noting that countless others were also abandoning Peridium, not just this handful. The statement broadened the scope, hinting at a wider exodus. Still underscoring loyalty, an observer highlighted that at least they had never betrayed anyone. The claim served as a fragile shield against the surrounding accusations. Before the tension could dissipate, a questioning tone emerged, doubting whether the man was truly the eldest son, pointing to his lack of combat experience and the loss of 2 knights. The scrutiny sharpened the focus on his untested lineage. Meanwhile, the nature of the assaults was revealed: they were powered by mana, a force that stitched the battlefield with invisible threads. The revelation added a mystical edge to the already dire clash. Still reeling from the mana-infused onslaught, a voice demanded clarity, asking what was happening at that very moment. The plea for understanding cut through the chaos, seeking a grasp on the unfolding nightmare. Before answers could be offered, gratitude was unexpectedly voiced, thanking the eldest son for bearing the burden of their work. The thanks felt like a thin veneer over the deeper machinations at play. Yet, another remark followed, noting that the person proved far different from any rumors and that they had intended to handle the 2 matters themselves. The comment cast a new light on the hidden agendas. Still probing the mystery, a figure asked whether the individual had concealed true abilities all along. The question lingered, hinting at untapped power waiting to surface. Amid the speculation, a detached challenge emerged, asking what relevance that held for anyone. The rhetorical sting underscored the cold pragmatism of the gathering. Meanwhile, an observation was made that beside him there existed nothing but a solitary reserve of mana. The scarcity emphasized the precarious balance of power surrounding him. Still weighing the odds, an inquiry rose about whose request had set these events in motion and whether the dead man needed to know. The question probed the chain of command that had led to bloodshed. Before the discussion could deepen, a voice dismissed the importance, stating it would not matter. The indifference added a chilling finality to the discourse. Yet, a brutal decision was declared: either behead him or capture him alive only to shatter his body, driving him to madness. The cruelty of the choice hung like a blade over his fate. Still echoing that savage intent, it was proclaimed that he must writhe in agony for the shape to emerge beautifully. The macabre vision painted a grotesque portrait of suffering. Meanwhile, in the heat of the clash, he managed to block a flawless sneak attack, turning the tide for a heartbeat. The narrow success whispered of skill beneath the frantic turmoil. Still processing the close call, a voice declared that those lacking mana had just been beheaded. The brutal statement reinforced the merciless stakes of the battlefield. Amid the carnage, curiosity turned to injury as they asked how he survived a neck wound that should have ended him. The query underscored the uncanny resilience he displayed. Finally, a lingering question rose about the source of his enigmatic swordsmanship at such a tender age. The inquiry left a lingering doubt about the hidden training that propelled him forward. He surveys his own unaltered frame, a faint surprise flickering as he realizes he never pursued any enhancements for his body. The realization gnaws at him, reminding him of the countless battles fought with merely mortal limits. Still carrying that bewilderment, his gaze turns to the enigmatic opponent, whose swordplay bears an unfamiliar flair. He cannot fathom the source of such strange technique, and the mystery deepens his resolve. With that lingering doubt, he warns the others that their plan will crumble under the scant mana they possess. The weight of insufficient power presses upon the group, casting a shadow over any hope of success. Before he could steady his thoughts, the grim truth surfaces: a genuine culprit lies behind Elena/S death. The revelation shatters his expectations, pulling him deeper into a web of concealed culpability. Yet beneath that calm, he explains that his scarred hands are the trophies of countless blocks, and that mana, no matter how drawn, offers only fleeting advantage. The limitation of magic settles like a cold reminder of mortality. With that understanding lingering, he notes the mana surge now spikes with explosive intensity. The sudden amplification feels both exhilarating and perilous, hinting at a volatile future. Still grappling with the volatile mana, he suggests they return to the unfinished discussion from earlier. The proposal hangs in the air, a silent plea for closure before the storm erupts. Meanwhile, the battle descends with unsettling ease, slipping through their defenses as if on a gentle slope. The effortless decline unnerves him, amplifying the sense that they are losing ground. He accepts the inevitability, acknowledging that at the very least, death will find him. The acceptance bears the weight of a man who has long walked the edge of oblivion. Before surrendering to fate, he proposes a bargain, a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. The offer hangs precariously, promising a twist in the relentless tide. Yet his frustration surfaces, branding the adversaries as useless until they answer his pressing question, prompting him to sheath his sword. The act of sheathing rings like a silent challenge, a momentary pause before the next clash. Still seething, he asserts that someone of their stature must possess the means to mend themselves. The confidence in their hidden capabilities fuels a reluctant anticipation. With a resigned breath, he repeats his grim resolve: he will die. The declaration reverberates, echoing the futility that has woven through his thoughts. Yet an accusation pierces the gloom as he names Count Esmenoii as the architect behind the chaos. The naming sharpens the focus, turning suspicion toward a known power. Before the accusation settles, he reflects that in his previous life, such underhanded deeds were the domain of families allied with the ducal house. The recollection draws a stark line between past loyalties and present betrayals. Building on that memory, he denounces the Duke himself, asserting he manipulates events from the shadows and seeks Elena/S death. The claim deepens the conspiracy, casting the Duke as a puppeteer of lethal intent. Meanwhile, he turns his scorn toward a boastful foe, questioning why they claim countless kills yet tremble when their own end approaches. The challenge hangs heavy, exposing cracks in the opponent/S bravado. Still pressing the point, he adds that even if they succeed in ending his life, nothing within the world will truly shift. The nihilistic truth settles, underscoring the futility of a single death. He then pronounces the inevitable downfall of Perium, sealing it as a foregone conclusion. The pronouncement drapes over the battlefield like a looming dusk. Yet a memory surfaces, lamenting that detonating 3 cores once plagued him during his reign as mercenary king. The lament echoes the heavy cost of past decisions. With that memory bearing weight, he declares unwavering resolve, he will not fall. His steadfastness flickers like a lone lantern against encroaching darkness. Still haunted by past horrors, he recalls that in his former existence, another corpse lay beside Elena at this very spot, as earlier spoken. The grim discovery adds another layer to the mystery that surrounds the blood-soaked ground. Building on that revelation, he deduces that the fallen knight and his companion were silenced together, their deaths fabricated to label them as the perpetrators. The realization of a staged framing tightens the knot of conspiracy. Finally, he urges the erasure of this damning evidence, hoping to cleanse the narrative of its false accusations. The desperate plea to scrub away the truth underscores the urgency of his last gamble. The recent turmoil could be traced back to a single name, Ghislain, whose decision set the wheels of chaos in motion. His influence lingered like a dark cloud over the kingdom, pressing upon every soldier and merchant alike. Still carrying the weight of that revelation, whispers spread through the camp, branding Ghislain as a useless bastard of the north. The accusation cut deeper than any blade, staining his reputation with contempt. Before he could steady himself amidst the scorn, an unnamed voice challenged the narrative, questioning whether Ghislain was being used as a convenient excuse. The speaker insisted that the man before them differed fundamentally from the rumors and fragmented information that clung to his name. With that realization lingering, the stories of his prowess resurfaced, painting Ghislain as the epitome of strength through his unrivaled, strength-based swordsmanship. Legends of his iron grip and unbreakable blows echoed across the battlefield, reminding all of the power he once wielded. Yet beneath that calm, fate intervened as Ghislain/S cousin was compelled to arrange a meeting between the two parties. The forced encounter stitched together threads of duty and resentment, drawing the reluctant participants into a shared space. Meanwhile, an inquisitive onlooker turned to old man Fergusi, demanding to know how he had accomplished the feat moments earlier while his mind remained honed on his training. The question hung in the air, highlighting the uncanny mastery that set the veteran apart from his peers. Before the answer could settle, a scholar described the mana thread as delicate as a single string, shimmering with latent power. Its fragile nature underscored the precision required to manipulate the unseen currents that bound the world. With that image of a fragile thread in mind, he reflected on his years of mana training, realizing he had never witnessed such a manifestation before. The unfamiliar sight sparked a mixture of awe and unease, reminding him how little he truly understood of his own potential. Yet his curiosity surged, prompting him to experiment with the newly felt mana, envisioning an unconventional application. The prospect of reshaping his techniques ignited a spark of determination within his core. Meanwhile, an unnamed figure approached, asking whether he desired anything, then confessed merely stopping by to convey a brief message. The casual interruption added a fleeting moment of human connection amid the swirling tension. Before the conversation drifted further, gratitude was offered to the unseen protector who had shielded the young lady from harm. The acknowledgement lingered, highlighting the silent guardians that fought in the shadows. Still feeling the weight of that gratitude, another voice inquired whether the thanks were truly directed at them. The subtle questioning revealed lingering doubts about recognition and purpose. Meanwhile, the lively festival fell into an uneasy silence as a guard knight/S attempt to traffic the young lady forced the celebrations to pause. The sudden disruption cast a dark pall over the revelry, exposing the fragility of safety in a crowd. In the midst of that unrest, whispers spread that his claim of being saved by the unnamed savior was a lie. Skepticism rippled through the onlookers, turning trust into a fragile argument. Yet accusations grew louder, as voices denounced Jamal and Philip for attempting to claim him as their own, labeling the pair as bastards and perverts. The harsh rebuke painted their motives with vile clarity, stirring the crowd/S outrage. Amid the condemnation, a quiet relief emerged. Elena had survived. Her continued breath became a beacon of hope amidst the surrounding darkness. With Elena/S survival inspiring resolve, an unnamed hero stepped forward, claiming they had halted the looming war. The proclamation carried the weight of an impossible feat, offering a glimmer of reprieve to the weary masses. Despite that news, the gathering expressed unwavering certainty that they would not surrender. Their collective resolve hardened like steel, promising perseverance. Yet reality bit back, reminding them that they could not halt the threat alone forever. The acknowledgement of their limits sowed a quiet urgency into their hearts. Consequently, the council resolved that expanding a military force was essential. The prospect of raising an army sparked both hope and the dread of inevitable bloodshed. Alongside that strategy, whispers spread that deeper political involvement was required to achieve their militaristic ambitions. Navigating the tangled corridors of power now seemed as crucial as any battlefield. In lighter moments, an observer questioned why dessert was being served before the main course, citing the surrounding turmoil. The seemingly trivial complaint highlighted the absurdity of normalcy amidst crisis. Meanwhile, traders reminded the council that the county thrived on merchants whose livelihoods depended on the festival/S profits. The economic pulse of the region pulsed strongly beneath the surface of conflict. Amid discussions of commerce, a puzzled voice asked Old Man Fergus about the whereabouts of the soldiers, noting the apparent absence of troops. His reply underscored a troubling scarcity that threatened both defense and order. With that shortage evident, it became clear that most soldiers had been dispatched to the Forest of Monsters post for reconstruction after an orc raid. The redeployment left the townsfolk vulnerable, their protectors scattered across perilous woods. Beyond the borders, Perdium endured an endless war, its lands ravaged by northern barbarians and the relentless assaults from the fortress-guarded Forest of Monsters. The perpetual conflict had etched weariness into every stone and soul of the realm. Yet the threat remained ever-present, as reports warned that the Forest of Monsters could emerge at any moment from beyond the frontier. Its looming possibility kept vigilance sharp, like a sword drawn against unseen darkness. In response, the council urged Belinda to discuss fiscal management, proposing the use of funds to soothe the anxious merchants. The suggested appeasement aimed to stabilize the market while the war drums sounded. Meanwhile, criticism rose as a voice questioned the generous allowance, accusing the spender of wasting money like water. The rebuke highlighted the tension between extravagance and scarcity. Amid the fiscal debate, another lament echoed that no soldiers remained, prompting the ask of what resources they possessed. The stark admission laid bare the stark reality of their diminished defenses. Pressed by urgency, a hurried inquiry demanded clarification of the unknown, noting the rapid pace of events. The impatience reflected the growing desperation that threaded through the council. In the midst of haste, young Master Kane weighed his options, contemplating a path that seemed destined for him. His internal deliberation mirrored the broader struggle for identity within the chaos. Finally, a silent acknowledgement drifted through the room as an unnamed figure murmured, "There you are." The brief recognition marked a subtle turning point, hinting that the search for purpose was nearing resolution. An image surfaces from the depths of his mind, a familiar face etched with both kindness and betrayal. The recollection clings to him, a silent reminder of the past he cannot escape. Still haunted by that visage, his thoughts turned to Kane Loges, a name spoken in reverent whispers throughout the household. The weight of his reputation settles like dust on the protagonist/S shoulders, hinting at the tangled loyalties that bind them. Yet amid the clamor of titles, one figure stands out, his sole companion, the only friend who ever saw beyond the armor. That bond, forged in shared hardship, now flickers like a dying ember within his chest. Ricardo/S questioning cuts through the lingering nostalgia, demanding a clear account of the unfolding crisis. The protagonist feels the pressure to articulate the tangled threads of danger that surround them. Word of a disturbance at the tavern reached their ears, prompting an immediate response from the vigilant guard. The night air grew tense as they set out to investigate the source of the unrest. Inside the dim hall, they found Kane beside a stern knight, the latter probing into rumors surrounding the young Master Ghislain. Commander Scoven stepped forward, laying out the intricate details that bound the intrigue together. References to the legacy before the heir of Loge's surface, casting a historical weight over the present conflict. The lineage's shadow looms, suggesting deeper motives behind the current tensions. The sequence of discoveries aligns, confirming that this was indeed how the situation unfolded. The realization settles like a cold stone in the protagonist/S mind. Advisors caution that any confession must be weighed with caution, urging him to consider the cost of honesty. The weight of possible repercussions hangs heavy over his decision. Someone alleges that, despite his lack of training, he felled an orc with his bare hands and confronted treachery, then administered a harsh lesson to awaken his senses. The claim stings, painting his past deeds as both brutal and unrefined. He recalls him as the type who perpetually placed himself above, treating the protagonist merely as a subordinate. That dynamic fuels an undercurrent of resentment that fuels his current resolve. While Cain never suffered scorn, the protagonist has long been plagued by an inferiority complex that gnaws at his confidence. The disparity sharpens his awareness of his own perceived inadequacies. The heir exudes confidence, his praised qualities painting him as the natural successor. Such attributes stand in stark contrast to the protagonist/S lingering self-doubt. Consequently, criticism follows his every step, eroding any semblance of peace. Each rebuke reinforces the gap between expectation and his own sense of worth. A flashback to events that transpired long ago in Loges County surfaces, hinting at long-standing grievances. Those distant echoes still reverberate, shaping current motives. The conspirators propose luring Ghislaine into a staged duel, masking it as a tragic accident while the protagonist dons the guise of an escort knight to oversee the ruse. This covert orchestration promises to eliminate suspicion while advancing their hidden agenda. An inquiry arises whether they should outright eliminate him, citing a cryptic reference to SS's justification. The prospect of such finality hangs menacingly over the plotting. The reply acknowledges the scenario, confirming that the proposed action would proceed under those circumstances. The decision feels like a cold calculation. Questions linger about his present activity, demanding clarity on his role in the unfolding scheme. The pressure to justify his movements adds to the mounting tension. Those observing him chastise his stillness, urging him to deliver the prepared object they have been awaiting. The command slices through any lingering hesitation. They remark that the festivals have been abruptly halted, yet point out their long-standing synchrony in handling such matters. This shared history reinforces their confidence in managing the chaos. Their tone shifts, questioning whether their assessment might be mistaken, addressing him as a companion. The doubt introduces a fleeting crack in the unified front. They probe whether he refers to the previously mentioned plan, seeking confirmation of his focus. The inquiry tightens the web of expectations around him. They remind him that because of his decisions, substantial funds were squandered, asking if he has forgotten the costly waste. The rebuke underscores the tangible fallout of his earlier choices. The revelation that the object, or perhaps the truth, had been here all along settles into his awareness. Its lingering presence now feels inevitable. They urge him to retrieve the items immediately, noting his anticipation as they stand ready, confirming swift delivery. The waiting figure becomes a silent testament to his resolve. They question the purpose of his request, declaring they have funded all obligations out of their own coffers and now demand repayment of 1,000 gold plus interest. The demand casts a shadow of indebtedness over the negotiation. They argue that the 1,000 should be reduced to 100, framing it as payment for gratitude toward friendship, calling it a /friendship fee / the bitter economics of loyalty sting sharply. They admit to having served as a doormat for an extended period, bearing the weight of his expectations without protest. The revelation lays bare the imbalance of their relationship. They direct a query at the young master, demanding clarification of his statements. The pressure to articulate his stance intensifies amidst the surrounding scrutiny. They claim his boldness stems from the leniency they /V afforded him, suggesting he has grown complacent. The critique fuels a stir of defensiveness within him. They argue that his influence has only grown as he recruited a knight, labeling him a leech draining the land /S vitality. The venomous metaphor cuts deep, challenging his sense of purpose. They report that throughout the North, he is branded a scoundrel, derided for uttering hollow words despite his claim to the heir /S throne. The widespread denigration threatens to shatter his authority. They order him to compose himself, demanding he gather his fractured resolve. The terse directive underscores the urgency of the looming crisis. They dismiss his complaints as whining, asserting they observed his swift block of the incoming strike. The accusation serves to remind him of his own confidence amid the disdain. They inquire about the nature of the recent action, punctuating with a mocking / aha / the exchange highlights a lingering tension between acknowledgement and mockery. They note his desire to engage in a game, probing his opinion of their theatrical display. The question layers the ongoing intrigue with an undercurrent of critique. They commend the execution as excellent, recognizing that he has meticulously set the scene to implicate Ghislaine. The commendation fuels a twisted sense of achievement. They declare this juncture as a rare chance, insisting they must imprint an unforgettable mark upon it. The urgency to capitalize on the opportunity sharpens their resolve. They query whether he hasn't / considered the consequences, probing his inner contemplation. The question hangs, urging him to confront the plan / S gravity. They respond with a terse acceptance, acknowledging his terms. The brief consent signals a tentative alignment. They issue a direct order to gather every merchant protesting before the castle walls, demanding their presence. The mobilization threatens to swell the tension surrounding the citadel. They assure that the merchants will be compelled, shaping them to serve their purpose. The declaration seals the looming confrontation. The bustling festival grounds fell silent as an unseen order abruptly halted all celebrations. The sudden cancellation sent a ripple of bewilderment through the crowd. Still reeling from that abrupt halt, the vibrant atmosphere that had burned to a fever pitch instantly cooled into a somber dusk. Stranded tourists lingered, their footsteps echoing regret, unable to withdraw from a day that now felt stolen. Amid the lingering chill, their spirits seemed trapped in a state of incomplete combustion, half-ignited hopes flickering without flame. The crowd's energy faltered, suspended between anticipation and disappointment. With the festive spark extinguished, they found their coins and minutes rendered useless, each moment a reminder of wasted potential. If any event were to arise to suit their frustration, it would have to rise from this very void. From the shadows, a lone warrior / S resolve cut through the lingering melancholy, declaring that his blade would not cease even if surrender was offered. His unwavering stance forged a new tension as the onlookers sensed an inevitable clash. The murmurs grew louder as enough participants gathered, prompting the call to commence the long-awaited contest. The arena's edge hummed with anticipation, each heartbeat echoing the crowd's collective breath. Yet the organizer / S eyes narrowed, noting that the bet could not unfold under such chaotic conditions. A restless unease settled, hinting that the terms must shift before the spectacle could proceed. Judgment fell quickly, the outcome seemed glaringly foregone, the young challenger no match for young Master Kane / S prowess. The crowd's murmur swelled with a blend of pity and certainty. Even the bustling marketplace turned its back, prompting a swift revision of the wager score. The stakes were reshaped, steering the focus away from a simple victory towards something more demanding. The new challenge demanded endurance alone. How long could the underdog withstand young Master Kane's relentless onslaught? The proposal hung heavy, a test of stamina against mastery. Whispers coalesced around a single name, the bet now anchored on Duke Ghislaine's fate. The shift injected a fresh spark of intrigue into the gathering. The conspirators nodded, convinced this adjustment would satisfy the restless audience. Their confidence whispered that the revised terms were sufficient to ignite the desired spectacle. The elder, aware of his own years, felt a strange reversal as he contemplated making the first move. The paradox of age versus initiative weighed upon his shoulders. Without hesitation, he challenged the oncoming force, inviting confrontation with a silent, steel-clad summons. The air tightened as the gauntlet was thrown. Yet a voice cut through, questioning whether the elder should still claim authority at this late hour. The rebuke lingered, a reminder that time had already begun to erode seniority. All eyes turned to a singular figure, the embodiment of the challenge's core. The crowd's collective focus honed like a blade on this unexpected contender. An urgent resolve surged among the onlookers, they must intervene before the balance tipped irrevocably. The call to halt resonated, a desperate attempt to restrain the spiraling conflict. The adversaries, overwhelmed by a torrent of overwhelming power, resorted to pure evasion, each movement a frantic escape. Their desperate maneuvers painted a portrait of futility against the relentless force. It was well known that Kane's victories were forged through such overwhelming dominance, a pattern etched into his legend. The crowd recognized the familiar rhythm, their breaths sinking with the inevitable outcome. Even amid the looming defeat, a subtle acknowledgement rose: the challenger's skill had undeniably blossomed since their first encounter. That recognition softened the harsh edge of the impending blow. Reflecting on the duel, an inner voice confessed a desire to have offered an easier path, sparing the opponent from harsher trials. The admission lingered, a fleeting glimpse of mercy within the clash. The challenger had once believed invincibility lay in intimidation, assuming fear would cripple any foe. Yet that illusion crumbled as the true depth of strength emerged. In that moment, his eyes snapped open, piercing through the fog of complacency. The sudden clarity marked a turning point, a silent promise of resolve. The deliberate opening of his gaze was no accident, it was a calculated act to signal intent. This purposeful gesture shifted the battlefield's atmosphere. Observing the widening chasm of skill, the spectators grew restless, craving more than a predictable defeat. The lack of entertainment threatened to dull the event's allure. Stripping away weapons, he chose to fight barehanded, laying his prowess bare for all to see. This raw display amplified the stakes, turning the duel into a primal contest. Seizing the moment, he resolved to turn the confrontation into a harsh lesson, intent on molding his opponent through pain. The resolve hardened, promising an education forged in combat. Seeing the disparity between the combatants, the speaker quickly judges the opponent as outmatched and destined to fight at a severe disadvantage. The upcoming barehanded duel already feels like an uneven battlefield. With that assessment lingering, the speaker proposes raising the stakes, suggesting an additional 2,000 gold, double the original wager, in confidence of victory. The audacious bet hangs in the tense air, underscoring the speaker/'s unshakable certainty. Still carrying the weight of the heightened wager, the speaker declares a grim resolve. They are going to slay, a promise that sharpens the edge of the confrontation. Before the tension could settle, the speaker/'s laughter cuts through the impending violence, a cold mirth at the barehanded challenge. The sound rings like a blade, mocking any notion of fairness. Yet beneath that mirth, the speaker extends a cold invitation, daring the rival to abandon weapons entirely. The proposition strips the duel to its rawest form, exposing raw flesh and will. With that stark invitation echoing, the speaker insists that a decisive blow is needed to awaken sense. The need to knock some sense into the opponent becomes an unspoken threat, urging violence as counsel. Meanwhile, the other combatant, now forced to meet the speaker/'s gaze, finally finds the courage to look straight into the eyes. The moment shatters the long-standing avoidance that had haunted every encounter. Still recalling the earlier reverence, the speaker notes how the opponent once bowed voluntarily whenever they appeared. That ingrained submission now crumbles under the weight of the present challenge. With that memory fading, the speaker acknowledges the grim necessity of ending the opponent/'s life to safeguard Loj's future. The decision to kill feels less a choice than a cold calculation born of survival. Yet the stakes are deeper than personal rivalry. The speaker recounts how Count Loj's had once propped up Priam on the brink of ruin, a favor owed to the speaker's father. That legacy of debt weaves a tangled web of loyalty and obligation into the impending battle. Before the weight of that history settles, the speaker observes that his own son harbors a different vision. The son/'s divergent idea flickers like a hidden ember, promising a shift in the prescribed path. Still turning the clock back, the speaker recalls events from a few years ago, hinting at the roots of the current discord. Those past moments linger like shadows that now shape the present tension. With that recollection lingering, the speaker questions why, despite friendship with Count Priam and mounting hardships, they continue to pour resources into the failing Lano, comparing it to throwing water into a cracked bucket. The metaphor underscores the futility that gnaws at their resolve. Yet before despair can claim them, the speaker urges the father figure not to depart. The plea carries an urgency that reflects both personal attachment and strategic necessity. Meanwhile, the speaker clarifies that the only reason for their persistence is friendship. That simple truth cuts through the layers of political intrigue, grounding the motivation in human connection. Still clinging to that explanation, the speaker insists there is no other motive driving their actions. The assertion rings like a measured oath, leaving little room for doubt. Before the conviction can fully settle, the speaker claims to have educated the listener, framing past instruction as a justification. The reminder of mentorship adds a weighty sense of owed loyalty. With that lesson echoing, the speaker declares finality, branding the opponent a weak little brat and proclaiming that they are done. The harsh verdict severs any lingering camaraderie, marking a point of no return. Yet beneath the contempt, the speaker acknowledges the inevitable truth that actions must be taken. The statement that they have to do what they have to do underscores a grim acceptance of duty. Meanwhile, a man steps forward, offering to foot the cost of all the meat and drinks for the assembled crowd. His generous gesture briefly lifts the oppressive atmosphere, providing a fleeting respite. Still feeling the weight of the duel's outcome, the speaker explains that the price for losing will be borne without affecting the wager. The clarification separates the punitive feast from the monetary gamble, sharpening the stakes. Before the details can blur, the speaker reminds everyone that the original bet was set at 1,000 gold. That reminder anchors the conversation in its original terms, highlighting how much has escalated. The next day unfolds within Chislin's room, a quieter setting after the night's turbulence. The shift in location offers a moment of introspection before the next moves are plotted. Still absorbing the new surroundings, the speaker notes that the amassed funds could hire a modest mercenary corps. The wealth takes time to grow and they must accelerate preparations. The urgency to ready forces adds a ticking clock to their strategic planning. Meanwhile, curiosity pierces the tension as the speaker asks, "What is it?" The question hangs in the air, demanding clarification of the opponent's motives. With that inquiry lingering, the speaker presses further, demanding to know where the opponent intends to spend the money, offering none in return. The challenge underscores the speaker's unwillingness to be manipulated by fancy expenditures. Still navigating the financial dispute, the speaker observes that Lady Amelia's birthday approaches, hinting that the extravagant display was motivated by a present. The connection to the upcoming celebration adds a personal layer to the otherwise mercenary calculations. Finally, the speaker reveals a personal revelation, stating they have a fiancé. That confession weaves intimacy into the tapestry of conflict, hinting at stakes that reach beyond the battlefield. Still reeling from the unspoken accusation that his thoughts were laid bare, the young lord felt the heat of embarrassment rise as the crowd turned their gaze toward Amelia of Rayfold County. The implicit challenge to stop feigning ignorance hung heavy in the air, a silent demand that he confront the truth he tried to hide. The tension knotted his resolve like a tightly wound rope. Meanwhile, Belinda_S voice cut through the charged silence, questioning the timeline of the father_S return with a tentative hope that a week might be enough. Her curiosity tugged at the lingering unease, drawing attention to the fragile patience of those awaiting news. The prospect of a short waiting period seemed both a comfort and a new weight on the gathering. Still carrying the weight of Belinda_S inquiry, the assembly noted that only a single week had passed since their arrival in Rayfold County, yet Amelia_S birthday remained uncelebrated. The omission sparked murmurs of bewilderment, as if the calendar itself refused to acknowledge her special day. This subtle rebuke added a layer of urgency to their gathered concerns. Before he could steady himself amid the growing whispers, a stern voice declared that if anyone were to tread barefoot upon his domain, it should be his own feet. The proclamation resonated like a vow of humility, suggesting a willingness to bear the harshest of conditions for his people. The implication of self-sacrifice settled over the crowd, echoing the earlier tensions. With that resolve lingering, the promise of immediate food and shelter was offered to all present, a tangible balm against the chill of uncertainty. The assurance arrived like a sudden sunrise, brightening the dim prospects that had gathered. It reinforced the earlier pledge of personal hardship with communal benefit. Meanwhile, thoughts drifted to the verdant garden of Amelia in Rayfold County, a place whispered about for its quiet resilience. The image of cultivated blooms stood in stark contrast to the harsh declarations of barefoot endurance. Yet the garden_S subtle strength seemed to echo the newly promised provisions. Still reflecting on the garden_S symbolism, a voice praised the day_S achievements, declaring a great job had been done. The commendation floated above the lingering anxieties, a brief respite of acknowledgement. It served as a momentary bridge between effort and expectation. Yet the praise was grounded in the long-standing obedience that the Lord commanded from the people of his territory. This unwavering loyalty had been cultivated through years of careful stewardship. The memory of such devotion reinforced the earlier sense of duty. Still feeling the weight of that loyalty, it was noted that the common folk would forever follow the one who kept them warm and well-fed. Their steadfastness was described as a promise to anyone who could ensure their basic needs, a bond forged in mutual survival. This expectation lingered like a comforting fire amid the cold uncertainties. With those assurances echoing, whispers rose that he had already won the hearts of his subjects, a triumph that would favor him in the upcoming succession contest. The notion of a future advantage added a glimmer of ambition to the collective resolve. It intertwined personal ambition with the communal goodwill previously established. Meanwhile, inquiries about the recent duel with the finest sword of the North resurfaced, suggesting that a victorious outcome could draw the eyes of the masses. The possibility of fame lingered like a distant beacon, stirring both hope and caution among the listeners. The mention of such a clash reminded everyone of the ever-present stakes of martial prowess. Yet the council reminded him that the hour to reveal his true power had not yet arrived, urging patience. The restraint felt like a hidden blade, kept sheathed until the precise moment. Before the tension could mount further, a calm assertion declared that the blade in question now belonged to him. The transfer of the sword symbolized a shift in responsibility, binding his fate to that weapon. Still contemplating the weight of the blade, it was recalled that many of his forces, hardened by battles against barbarian tribes, disguised themselves as ordinary merchants to conceal their true purpose. Their dual identity served as a veil, allowing them to operate unseen while they built their hidden power. This strategic masquerade added depth to the earlier theme of concealed strength. Yet amidst the covert operations, a brief apology slipped through the ranks, a simple request for forgiveness. That moment of humility softened the stern atmosphere, reminding everyone of their shared humanity. Meanwhile, the lady in repose drew attention, prompting questions about who granted entry as young Lord Ghislaine Perdian made his arrival known. The presence of the young lord underscored the delicate balance between hospitality and authority in these halls. In that charged setting, he mentioned a matter concerning the merchant guild that required discussion. The topic hinted at deeper economic currents that could sway the balance of power. Still navigating the unexpected visit, they lamented the discourtesy of arriving unannounced and wondered if proper manners had been learned, while also noting the intention to offer a birthday gift in advance. The gesture, though thoughtful, highlighted the tension between etiquette and urgent intent. Meanwhile, they recalled purchasing an item from the Merchant Guild, admired its fragrance, and planned to acquire flowers there, asking for the name of the shop once more. The recollection of scent and blossoms added a fleeting scent of normalcy amid the looming negotiations. Amid the lingering aromas, they pressed for clarity, demanding to know what he was truly trying to convey. The probing question cut through the atmosphere like a blade, seeking the core of his purpose. With that interrogation still echoing, they inquired about the pressure that weighed upon him, an unspoken burden that seemed to press from all sides. The query exposed the invisible forces that strained his resolve, tying back to earlier accusations of mind reading. Still under that strain, he declared a need for money, a stark practical demand amidst the swirling intrigue. The request grounded the conversation in tangible necessity, pulling attention from abstract scheming to immediate survival. Meanwhile, doubts surfaced about the sudden visit/S motive, questioning whether a large sum was being asked of the fiancé under Count Perdian/S will, noting that their father held no part in the matter. The suspicion cast a shadow over the financial plea, suggesting hidden agendas intertwining with familial duty. Yet the conversation turned sharper as they asked whether marriage plans were being abandoned altogether. The implication of forsaking a union added emotional turbulence to the already fraught dialogue. Still grappling with the prospect of a broken engagement, a warning was issued that if he rose to lordship, rumors of covert power building in Rayfold could jeopardize the fierce succession struggle. The caution underscored the delicate political tightrope he walked, where each whispered rumor could shift the balance of inheritance. Amid the warning, they promised to retain their position a while longer, yet hinted that leaving the room empty-handed would not be allowed, insisting that such an outcome would never occur. The resolve to keep their hold reinforced the previous admonition, solidifying their determination to stay in the game. Still bearing that determination, a familiar voice greeted the young Lord Ghislaine, acknowledging the passage of time since they last met. The acknowledgement served as a reminder of lingering alliances and past connections that still resonated within the chambers. Meanwhile, they painted a portrait of Bernaf as a skilled individual whose potential matched that of the renowned Sword of the North. The comparison elevated Bernaf/S stature, weaving him into the narrative of martial excellence established earlier. Yet the shadow of mortality loomed as they warned that his death here could spark a war, questioning whether he was prepared to bear such consequence, recalling a ruffian slain by an escort knight and pondering the world/S reaction to his possible demise. The grim forecast intertwined fate with duty, echoing the earlier themes of sacrifice and the heavy cost of power. Finally, with all the stakes laid bare, they offered a final, solemn acceptance. If that was his will, the path would be followed. The concluding resolve sealed the chain of decisions, binding his destiny to the choices spoken throughout the gathering. An unnamed figure cloaks his intent behind a courteous bow, the smile a thin veil over steel. In the split second before anyone can react, the blade erupts from his hand, turning a simple greeting into a lethal surprise. The surrounding guards are thrown into disarray as the attack unfolds. Meanwhile, Raoul's harsh assessment rings out, labeling the attacker as rude and inconsiderate. His condemnation cuts through the clamor, underscoring the betrayal of the false politeness. The accusation adds a bitter edge to the already charged atmosphere. Yet beneath the accusation, a stern reminder circulates, urging those present to maintain politeness toward the offending party despite the chaos. The admonition feels like a thin thread trying to hold together a fraying tapestry. It forces a grudging composure on those caught in the turmoil. With that uneasy instruction lingering, the young lord recalls whispers that his adversary is all talk and no skill. The rumors paint the opponent as a boastful blade that has never earned respect on the field. The doubt fuels the lord's resolve to expose the hollow reputation. Still bearing the weight of those doubts, an escort knight steps forward, daring to order the protagonist around as if command were his birthright. The knight's sudden authority clashes with the protagonist's own stubborn independence. The confrontation sharpens the tension between duty and defiance. The knight's command is met with a cold concession that the protagonist may act as he wishes, a subtle permission that thins the knot of control. This half-grant of freedom feels more like a challenge than a blessing. The uneasy acceptance ripples through the tense standoff. Amid the shifting power dynamics, a bystander questions how a so-called lousy punk could possibly stand toe-to-toe with Bernard. The skepticism hangs in the air like a cold wind, daring the challenger to prove his worth. The query stokes the fires of curiosity and doubt alike. Sensing the escalating peril, a desperate voice urges the lady to leave the battlefield immediately. The plea cuts through the clamor, offering a brief glimpse of concern among the chaos. It underscores how quickly the situation has become untenable. The warning deepens, acknowledging that with the current mayhem no safety can be guaranteed. The stark admission strips away any illusion of protection, leaving only stark reality. It leaves the lady to weigh her options against an unforgiving tide. Still reeling from the sting of humiliation, Ghislaine demands to know who betrayed the merchant guild to the madman. His accusation slices through the tense silence, each word a sharp reminder of his wounded pride. Yet the rumors that swirl around him paint a contradictory tapestry, claiming he felled hordes of orcs, shielded his younger sister from assassins, and even defeated the heir of Loges. These legends clash with his own sense of disgrace, fueling a restless yearning for validation. The hall seems to hold its breath as his name straddles myth and shame. Contemplating those tales, he wonders whether luck or exaggeration birthed the stories, while a lingering doubt gnaws at his mind. The possibility that truth may hide within the whispers unsettles him, urging him to seek certainty. Amid that uncertainty, his gaze sharpens on the sentinels he positioned earlier, demanding to know their current actions. The question hangs like a taut string, binding his strategic mind to the unfolding tableau. Before he can chart their movements, he pauses, acknowledging the passing of time with a weary remark to the lady beside him. The acknowledgement drapes over the tense atmosphere, a brief sigh in the midst of mounting pressure. His attention then shifts to an unsettling image, a spider clinging to her lips, an unpleasant reminder of hidden threats. The lingering dread of that creature mirrors the covert dangers he suspects. Recalling the moment, he pins the memory to the engagement ceremony where he overheard Count Rayfold converse with an unnamed figure. That furtive exchange now flickers like a candle in his mind, suggesting the source of the spider/s symbolism. She, having been teased by her siblings for harboring creepy spiders, turned the mockery into a weapon, raising the arachnid herself to exact revenge. The act, born of humiliation, now burns as a personal indictment against those who dismissed her. Such a display of self-assertion, he muses, perfectly encapsulates her triumph over trauma, a fitting armor for a lady of her resolve. The acknowledgement settles over her like a quiet mantle of empowerment. With that affirmation lingering, he requests her cooperation, extending a hand that blends necessity with respect. The plea resonates in the charged air, binding their fates tighter. Yet he scoffs at the notion that a lowly mercenary would utter such words, questioning the propriety of being called a noble lady. The rebuke hangs heavy, challenging the very foundation of their alliance. In response, he declares his own noble status, a claim he insists a mere escort knight should echo. The proclamation reverberates, elevating the stakes of their confrontation. Addressing young Lord Ghislain directly, he draws the young noble into the center of this tangled dispute. The focus sharpens, drawing all eyes toward the looming conflict. His command rings out, a stern warning not to disgrace the honor they both claim. The warning steadies the room, a reminder of the legacy they risk tarnishing. Meanwhile, he notes that his opponent presses forward, relentless in his advance. The forward thrust heightens the tension, forcing every participant to brace for impact. At that critical juncture, he declares that right there unfolded her final attack, a desperate surge against overwhelming odds. The moment crystallizes as the climax of her struggle. She braced herself for the inevitable wound, using her shoulder to shove the oncoming force aside. The gritty resolve in that movement underscores her unwillingness to yield. Even as pain threatens to cloud her senses, she refuses to lower her guard until the very end. The vigilance becomes a silent vow echoing through the battlefield. Between her and a man who wields his blade purely for entertainment, she finds herself a reluctant barrier. The juxtaposition of deadly play and earnest defense amplifies the stakes. He unleashes a torrent of speed, range, and relentless strikes, dictating the rhythm of the clash while subduing any attempt at grappling, making their swords seem irrevocably locked. The overwhelming assault leaves no room for retaliation, turning the duel into a dance of domination. Yet his current mana proves insufficient to match the raw strength of his adversary. The shortfall gnaws at his confidence, highlighting a perilous imbalance. He notes that the surge of mana arrives precisely at this moment, a fleeting window of potential. The timing feels both fragile and crucial. It is a shame, he mutters, that he must bring his foe down here, in this confined arena. The resignation adds a bitter edge to his resolve. He points out a single oversight that the lady has missed, a detail hidden amid the chaos. The revelation threatens to shift the balance of power. And that oversight is the source of her opponent/s unyielding advantage. The uncovering of this flaw steadies his determination. Curiosity turns to inquiry as he asks how one could wield such explosive mana amid combat. The question hangs in the air, probing the very limits of magical prowess. He offers 10,000 gold, demanding that they vanish from his sight, the coin a blunt shield against further entanglement. The cold transaction underscores his impatience. He deems the whole affair a nuisance, suggesting it would be simpler to hand over the demanded sum when he asks politely. The suggestion drips with condescension. He remarks that labeling the dispute a lover/s quarrel would be an exaggeration, noting instead a minor difference in opinion between them. The downplayed tone masks a deeper strategic tension. Unfortunate news arrives for Amelia, a cold whisper that tightens the atmosphere. The tidbit hangs like a shadow over the negotiations. The fee, he declares, climbs to as much as 20,000 gold, a staggering price for the promised resolution. The sum looms large, a heavy burden on all involved. He bows his head in a weary apology to the lady, acknowledging the sheer strength of the fallen opponent, and declares that his own mana now eclipses even that of a seasoned knight. The weight of his confession settles like a stone in the cold air. Still carrying the echo of his apology, he catches sight of Ghislain, whose demeanor has hardened into something unrecognizable. The change gnaws at his thoughts, suggesting a deeper shift within the ranks. Before he could steady himself, an unnamed figure in the shadows asks whether anyone is willing to report the incident to the Delphine Duchy. The question hangs heavy, a quiet summons to a dangerous bureaucracy. Meanwhile, the looming reputation of Duke Delphine spreads like a chill, a reminder that his discovery would doom them all. The looming threat forces each breath to feel tighter. With that dread lingering, he muses that the keeper of the Merchant Guild /S secret might also be privy to the hidden agreement. Such a connection could prove both a blessing and a curse. Still observing his battered form, he notes the myriad light wounds peppering his body, and a heavier scar that aches across his shoulder. The injuries whisper of a battle fought beyond mere flesh. Because the surge of mana drained him, he acknowledges that his strength will remain diminished for the foreseeable future. He knows the price of power will linger long after the spell fades. Undeterred, he commands that a dozen elite mana wielders be dispatched to the location, a force capable of shouldering the coming trial. Their selection hinges on mastery, not mere numbers. They will begin urgent preparations, forging the necessary tools and resolve for the task ahead. Every moment now feels like a ticking clock. Amidst the hushed preparations, a nearby soldier turns to Amelia, inquiring about the young master /S condition. Her answer could sway the fragile morale that hangs over the camp. He reassures that the superficial cuts are minor, despite the recklessness that led to them. The calm explanation tries to mask the overzealousness that almost cost them dearly. The infusion of 20,000 gold from Amelia secures the needed reconstruction, while the cold calculation that eliminating her would have been advantageous is eclipsed by the inevitability of war. Money now flows like a lifeline, yet the moral weight remains. He realizes that Amelia will now bear the heavy burden of the Arctium Guild /S concealed secret. That knowledge threads her future with a darkness she never asked for. Thus, he declares that she will be put to purposeful use in the upcoming scheme. The promise of utility masks a sharper, more utilitarian edge. His actions align perfectly with the prior instructions, confirming they are proceeding exactly as directed. The seamless obedience feels both reassuring and unnerving. He also acknowledges the earlier decree that Fergus should undertake the task, reinforcing the chain of command. The affirmation tightens the web of expectations around him. The strategy circles back to the third core, a step he repeats each iteration of the plan. Its recurrence hints at a hidden pattern only the keenest eyes might decipher. Recognizing the urgency, they search for a swift method to boost their mana reserves. Every fleeting second now feels like a potential loss. He confronts Belinda, noting that the chaotic swirl of mana within her has become a tangled mess. The disorder threatens to spill over into the wider battlefield. Yet the entangled mana pathway has erupted open, a phenomenon beyond comprehension. Its incomprehensible nature shivers through the ranks like an unseen wind. He reminds them subtly that this revelation is merely the beginning of a far larger ordeal. The horizon beyond this point brims with unseen challenges. He questions the motive behind seizing such a vast sum from the lady, emphasizing his unconditional trust in the decision. The inquiry hangs like a silent accusation. He reflects that Amelia remains the sole affluent ally within their grasp. Her wealth now threads through every tactical whisper. He speculates that this betrayal of the engagement might provoke Amelia to reveal the truth to her father. The potential fallout looms as a dangerous ripple. He probes whether the memory of the prior request, made before they crossed the castle threshold, still lingers. The past promise feels heavier than the stone walls surrounding them. He wonders if Amelia, after all they have inflicted, would grant them a swift exit. The question drips with both hope and fear. He acknowledges their combat prowess, Fergus as a knight, and admits that while reliable, he is ill-suited for this particular arena. The admission cuts a narrow path between admiration and limitation. Consequently, they recognize the necessity of establishing a vanguard to lead the charge. The front line must be forged from the most steadfast souls. He declares his journey toward the rendezvous is already underway, each stride echoing resolve. The road ahead bears the weight of his impending meeting. The surroundings feel deserted, yet the signposts confirm the house stands exactly where it is marked. The emptiness amplifies the tension that clings to the air. An unknown passerby steps forward, demanding to know who stands before them. Their curiosity cuts through the lingering silence. He turns to the young master, questioning whether he is the one they seek, assessing his readiness for combat, and affirming that this very location is the proper stage. The verification feels like a final key turning in a locked door. Still carrying the weight of their fractured past, the regressed mercenaries cling to an original golden thread that binds their purpose. This faint line of gold serves as both a reminder of honor and a tether to the glory they once pursued. Before the mercenaries could steady themselves around that golden thread, the looming specter of an eternal punishment cast its unyielding shadow. It lingered like a curse, promising that any misstep would be repaid with relentless retribution. With that realization lingering, the weight of a personal tragedy pressed upon the scene. A young woman/s daughter lay stricken by an incurable illness. The desperation in her eyes mirrored the mercenaries'/own battle against an unending doom. Meanwhile, as the specter of punishment hovered, their desperate search for Gillian unfolded. By the time they traced his trail, he had already slipped beyond the bounds of their world, leaving only a void where an ally should have stood. Still carrying the weight of that loss, the investigators surveyed Sunja/s home. Every corner whispered of resources drained to fund his daughter/s feudal treatment, leaving only cold steel as the solitary remnants of his once full arsenal. Before he could steady himself amidst the barren walls, a voice cut through the emptiness, declaring that waste must be halted. Determined, they resolved to commence the treatment, hoping to convert the squandered remnants into a chance for salvation. With that determination lingering, a council emerged, urging the young master to return. The suggestion bore the weight of caution, hinting that retreat might be the wiser path before the tide turned. Yet beneath that calm, a firm assurance rose: they could heal her. The young one responded decisively, affirming that a cure was within reach if they dared to act. Meanwhile, the purpose behind the aid unfolded. It was intended for wandering mercenaries without a home. The promise of a sanctuary echoed through the desolate camps, offering a beacon for those who roamed without refuge. Before he could steady himself, the harsh truth emerged: knowledge is directly tied to survival. Each fragment of wisdom became a lifeline, the difference between a fleeting breath and an eternal end. With that truth lingering, the method sparked heated discussion across the ranks. Its simplicity made it a hot topic, as many whispered of its potential to shift the balance with minimal effort. Yet beneath that enthusiasm, a glaring obstacle surfaced: the ingredients demanded an exorbitant cost. Even the most eager mercenaries balked at the price, knowing that riches could be swiftly drained by such a pursuit. Before the doubts could settle, the alchemical ritual continued, adding the remaining ingredients and stirring them into a volatile brew. The mixture swirled with a promise of power, each motion a step closer to the coveted cure. With that concoction ready, the final command echoed: "Drink this." The liquid glimmered with a muted hue, a distilled hope that might finally pierce the veil of illness. Meanwhile, the medicine took hold, the once vivid red of sickness fading away. Its pallor receded, leaving behind a faint trace of vitality as the ailment ebbed. Yet beneath that calm, the outcome proved exactly as expected: no miracle, merely a measured shift. The change was modest, a steadying rather than a spectacular rebirth. With that modest result lingering, the priests invoked their divine power, enhancing vitality and fortifying regenerative abilities. Their blessing was not a fundamental cure, but a celestial bolster that tilted the battle against illness. Before the doubts could deepen, a resolute certainty rose: she will be cured. The proclamation carried the weight of hope, turning the fragile promise into an unwavering vow. With that vow echoing, they asked what he truly sought, noting his arduous journey to this place. Their gaze fell upon their own battered form, a body deemed useless, reminding him of the cost already paid. Yet beneath that exchange, they confessed their inability to help directly, insisting that what they truly needed was Gillian, the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. His name resonated as the missing key to the cure they all pursued. Before he could steady himself, it became clear that he was completely different from any ally they had known. His methods and aura set him apart, a singular force that could turn the tide. With that revelation lingering, they inquired whether any other souls had accompanied him or might seek him out. The question probed the network of allies and enemies that could converge upon his path. Yet beneath that calm, the response came, "It is just us." They pressed further, asking if any lingering grudges shadowed him, all while hinting at the uncertain future that lay ahead. Before he could steady himself, a terse acknowledgement sounded, "In that case." The brief affirmation signaled the next decisive move. With that decision made, the interrogator leaned forward, asking who had sent him. The query cut through the tension, seeking the hidden hand that guided his arrival. Meanwhile, they pressed him on how he preferred to handle the situation, already convinced they could discern the sender/s identity. Their confidence added a layer of intimidation to the already fraught exchange. Before the confrontation could turn violent, they confessed a reluctance to draw their blade on this particular day. The restraint hinted at a deeper strategy beyond mere force. With that restraint lingering, a calm voice urged, "Please, leave this to me." The offer carried the weight of experience, promising to steer the chaotic currents toward resolution. Yet beneath that calm, a stark truth emerged: there is no hesitation in killing, prompting them to question why the young one pursued this path. The inquiry cut deep, exposing the cruel logic that underpinned their world. Before the question could settle, they named young Master Ghislain Perdian, invoking his reputation. His name echoed as a benchmark of ambition and tragedy within the mercenary circles. With that mention, they secured a crucial card for the upcoming confrontation. The acquisition felt like a turning point, shifting the balance of power in their favor. Meanwhile, hope flickered as they expressed anticipation to work alongside Gillian. Their forward glance promised collaboration that could finally mend the rifts of the past. The morning mist clung to the battlefield as the remnants of the reconnaissance unit lay strewn, their lives snuffed out in a single, brutal strike. The weight of their loss settled like cold iron across the camp, a stark reminder that death now stalked the very shadows they once guarded. Still carrying the sorrow of the fallen squad, the commanders learned from Sir Bernaf/S reports that Gillian had slipped into their midst, a silent presence now bound to the shattered ranks. His arrival, shrouded in secrecy, hinted at motives that could either mend the breach or deepen the abyss. With Gillian now among them, the convoy grew heavy, the cramped interior becoming almost suffocating under the weight of excess gear. An unnamed figure/S overzealous loading forced them to procure an additional carriage, a desperate measure to keep the march from collapsing under its own load. Beyond the strain of extra equipment, the decision was made to secure a second carriage to ferry Rachel, the vigilant rearguard Fergus, and the steadfast Ricardo. Their presence promised both protection and a heavy heart, each passenger burdened with their own secrets. Even as the new carriage rattled down the road, he surveyed the amassed supplies and declared a purpose for each item, however fleeting. For the moment, every sword, rope, and barrel served a role in the fragile plan they clung to. Amid the logistical shuffle, the true urgency rose like a swell beneath the chatter, a single, unyielding thought anchoring their every move. Escape the rift became the North Star guiding their desperate march, eclipsing all other concerns. While the rift lingered on their horizon, the young master's sharp eyes fell upon the captive watcher, a clue that cut through the fog of their mission. He noted the insignia that whispered of Lady Amelia's hand, suggesting the watcher had been dispatched as a silent messenger. With the suspicion of Lady Amelia's involvement still lingering, the symbol on the watcher's cloak revealed an even darker affiliation. It bore the mark of the wildcat traffickers, a guild whose reach in Rayfold was feared and respected in equal measure. The weight of that knowledge settled heavily, the catalogue of the wildcat's sins painting a grim portrait of the opposition they now faced. Their empire thrived on smuggling, assassination, and the darkest trades of drugs and humans, its network stitched together by former mercenaries turned shadowy enforcers. Still reeling from the enormity of the wildcat's reach, the interrogation turned toward Belinda, whose knowledge seemed inexplicably vast given her limited time within the castle walls. She faced scrutiny, the interrogators probing how she could possess such insight while only a recent guest. The questioning grew relentless, each query a reminder of the adversary's unyielding nature. Their persistence pressed upon the group like a tightening vice, urging caution in every subsequent step. Yet amid the tightening pressure, a faint reassurance threads through the gloom. A calm voice whispered that it will be fine, a fragile promise meant to steady shaking hearts. Bolstered by that reassurance, the realization dawned that Gillian now stood among their number. His presence, once a rumor, had become a tangible asset in their dwindling arsenal. While the group steadied around Gillian's arrival, their eyes caught an unsettling sight on the path ahead. From the lowlands, the outline of an ambush emerged, half hidden among the snarling grass and crackling earth. With the ambush now revealed, dread sharpened into a cold certainty of danger. They anticipated the crushing weight of a trap set to flatten any hope of escape, the ground itself seeming poised to swallow them whole. The anticipation proved deadly as the concealed forces leapt from the shadows. The ambush unfolded exactly as they had feared, arrows and steel raining down upon them in a coordinated storm. In the maelstrom of battle, bewildered voices rose from the fray, claiming ignorance. Some shouted that they did not understand the accusations hurled at them, their words lost amid clangs and cries. Amid the smoke and blood, a chilling resolve emerged from the remnants of the attackers. They vowed to imprint their presence upon the survivors, promising that none would ever forget the scar they had carved. Gillian has pledged his entire life to forge the Ratatosk mercenaries into the finest fighting force the world has ever known. His resolve burns like a sacrificial flame, willing to forfeit everything for their supremacy. Still carrying the weight of that vow, he reflects on the fleeting strength of his opponent, noting that true power only shone when the man once captained the mercenaries years ago. The memory of that past command rings like a distant drumbeat, reminding Gillian of a time before current ambitions. Meanwhile, Gillian cannot help but contrast his relentless battlefield grind with the other /S desperate search for a cure for his daughter. He views those halted moments as wasted, while he forged his own steel through endless combat. With that stark comparison lingering, he probes the deeper motive behind the other /S fury. He wonders whether vengeance is the true engine driving the hardened heart before him. Yet beneath that questioning, Gillian admits his confusion, unable to fathom why revenge would not have already found its moment. He points out that countless opportunities for vengeance had already lined the path. Before he could steady his thoughts, he presses further, asking why the opponent did not seize the chance to end him earlier. He observes that the man seems to understand one truth yet remains blind to another. Still pursuing answers, Gillian recounts a silent visit to the former hideout, only to find no trace of the Ratatosk commander. The empty walls echo the absence of the once renowned leader. With that emptiness underscored, Gillian vows to honor the memory of his former comrade. He promises that respect will be shown, even as shadows of the past linger. Now, the conversation sharpens, and Gillian acknowledges that genuine dialogue has finally begun. The tension eases slightly as both sides find a moment of mutual understanding. Still holding onto that newfound accord, Gillian declares that he will keep the Ratatosk commander in his thoughts. The name of the commander becomes a lingering imprint on his memory. Meanwhile, he turns his gaze to the spoils of recent dealings, noting the profitable sales as a sign of progress. The financial windfall feels like validation for the arduous road they have walked. Yet, Gillian acknowledges the delays he has caused, conceding that they were unnecessary but ultimately tolerable. He remarks that, despite those setbacks, the other's exceptional abilities outshine any inconvenience. Before he could dwell on his own failings, Gillian recalls the stories he heard as a fledgling mercenary, tales of his own legend that shaped his destiny. Those whispered accounts laid the cornerstone for his rise toward mercenary supremacy. With that foundation in mind, he affirms that swift action proved decisive, granting them a steadfast ally. The speed of their decisions forged a bond that would not easily break. Still testing the waters of remembrance, Gillian asks if the opponent recalls his identity, receiving an affirmative nod. The recognition solidifies the link between their shared past. Now, he reveals his own role in that history, confirming that he once walked side by side as an old comrade. Their intertwined paths stretch back to battles long buried. Meanwhile, Gillian hints at future reconnaissance, acknowledging that scouting the enemy will be inevitable. The prospect of a silent watch over hostile grounds looms on the horizon. 2 days later, his thoughts drift to the borders of Peridium, marking the next stage of their campaign. The looming territory stands as a fresh frontier waiting to be claimed. With the march ahead, Gillian admits a rare comfort in having a place to return to. The notion of home flickers like a beacon amid the chaos. He reflects on his youthful departure, recalling the naive belief that any home could be reclaimed at will. That optimism now clashes with the hardened reality of his present. Turning his attention outward, Gillian asks the commander how the land feels beneath their feet. The question hangs in the air, inviting a silent appraisal of its state. Yet, his observation turns grim as he surveys the desolate villages, barren fields, and conscripted farmers, all strained by northern barbarians. The landscape bears the scars of neglect and war, a testament to relentless hardship. Undeterred, Gillian declares his intent to resolve these woes, drawing strength from the very challenges that plague the region. He frames the struggle as a crucible to forge his own power. With that resolve set, he warns that the road ahead will be arduous and prolonged. The battle he anticipates stretches far beyond a single clash. Finally, Gillian envisions a sweeping campaign to eradicate every thread linked to Duke Delphine, protecting the forgotten liberties of the land. He believes that such a decisive war will breathe new life into the ravaged soil, no matter the cost. Leaders convened in the dim council chamber, aware that the endless campaigns had stretched their ranks thin. With grim resolve they announced that a reduction of forces was now inevitable. Still carrying the weight of the decision to thin their ranks, the council turned their gaze toward the looming forest of beasts, deeming its restoration essential. Yet they warned that cutting back the nightly contingents could endanger the fragile reconstruction effort. The risk hung over them like a storm on the horizon. Amid these deliberations about risk, the names of Prodium/S stalwart knight Captain Randolph and the calculating treasurer Albert surfaced, their reputations echoing through the marble halls. Their presence underscored the gravity of the choices that lay ahead. After the spotlight fell on Randolph and Albert, the Prodium General Administrator, his brow furrowed, asked how long the kingdom had endured such turmoil, seeking a measure of the suffering's depth. That query sharpened the Council/S focus on the timing of their next move. In response, the chamber resonated with a formal welcome to the young lord, whose return after several decades was marked by cautious optimism. The echo of his distant footsteps reminded everyone of the years lost to conflict. Even as the welcome echoed, whispers circulated that the lord had been absent from the castle for about Rayfolds, a span measured in the kingdom/S peculiar calendar. The revelation lingered, casting his prolonged disappearance into sharper relief. The council hoped his return had brought no new strife, noting that during his absence he had bested Cain in a duel and earned a modest fortune. Those achievements flickered like a brief beacon amid the gloom of recent unrest. Curiosity turned to his finances as they inquired whether the prize had been wagered at tables, only to learn he claimed it was prudent investment rather than idle gambling. The distinction offered a thin veneer of respectability to his newly acquired wealth. Still bearing the echo of that explanation, they observed that the young lord had nonetheless stirred trouble while he was away, a fact that could not be ignored. The murmurs of unrest edged closer to the heart of the council. The accusations sharpened as they asked if he had executed Jamal and Philip in a desperate attempt to barter Elena's freedom. The question hung heavy, suggesting a darkness that could eclipse his earlier triumphs. Defending his honor, the council declared that the executions were not his doing, insisting the tale had been exaggerated and that the young lord merely delivered the final blow. This clarification attempted to salvage his reputation amid growing skepticism. Knight Captain Randolph, his voice grim, recounted that his own knights fell at his hand despite being labeled traitors, a revelation that undoubtedly displeased the young lord. The confession added another layer of tension to the already strained loyalties. Amid the tangled grievances, a single truth emerged: Elena remained alive, regardless of the murky methods that led to her survival. That fact steadied the council's resolve, offering a sliver of hope. An approving nod from the elder father resonated through the hall, his rare compliment a brief respite from the ongoing discord. The gesture lingered, a reminder of the support that still lingered behind the throne. Seizing that moment, the speaker implored his father to intercede on his behalf, requesting a single favor that could shift the balance of power. The request carried the weight of both ambition and desperation. The council, however, warned that the young lord would be cut off from any reward, citing the trouble his actions had sown as justification. Their stern rebuke underscored the cost of his transgressions. Undeterred, he petitioned once more, begging for permission to pioneer the forest of beasts, believing its untamed heart held the key to their resurgence. The plea dripped with both resolve and audacity. The father/S denial fell like a cold blade, refusing the request and sealing the young lord/S ambition behind an iron gate. The refusal echoed through the corridors, dampening the budding hope. An alarmed voice recalled a frantic outcry about a monster-filled wilderness, confirming that whispers of a plan to fund the forest expedition with Rayfold/S daughter/S wealth had reached his ears. The recollection painted a picture of panic and hidden agendas. The Forest of Death was painted as an enigmatic realm, its reputation whispered across distant regions as a place where few dared to tread. Its ominous notoriety loomed as a dark promise of both peril and potential. Even as the council recognized that nothing tangible could be claimed from such a venture, they asked whether they should nevertheless set out, the question trembling like a candle in a draft. The hesitation underscored the thin line between daring and folly. Deprived of official sanction, the young lord insisted that the undertaking must proceed, questioning the obsession that bound their hesitance. His defiance made the council/S doubts stir like restless winds. Amid the strategic calculations, a rare mineral was described, its crystal and veins coveted for the crafting of magical tools, protective barriers, intricate circles, and ancient scrolls. Its rarity amplified the allure of the forest/S hidden depths. The discourse shifted to alchemical magic research, emphasizing that any discipline harnessing mana fell within its ambit. This focus suggested that the mineral/S potential could unlock unprecedented arcane breakthroughs. The speaker claimed exclusive knowledge of this discovery, insisting that only he possessed the insight gleaned from earlier studies. This assertion added an air of solitary authority to the mounting plans. Belinda received orders to make haste to the nearby guild, tasked with recruiting roughly 200 mercenaries for the looming expedition. Her mission introduced a volatile element into the already tense equation. Yet doubts surfaced regarding the expenditure on such a force, as the council warned that hired swords could easily turn against their patron if the tide shifted. The fear of betrayal lingered like a shadow over the recruitment. The conversation highlighted the most skilled members of the northern small-scale mercenary bands, their prowess noted as both asset and risk. Their reputation whispered of sharp blades and unsteady loyalties. Repeated cautions echoed, reminding all that mercenaries might abandon their contracts the moment fortunes reversed, a prospect that could plunge the venture into chaos. The warning resonated with the earlier concerns about loyalty. To mitigate that danger, the council suggested binding the reckless few with a metaphorical leash, hoping to keep their fury in check. This proposal attempted to tame the storm of mercenary fervor. The discussion then turned to the Zimbar territory/S Cerberus mercenaries, a notorious cohort whose name alone evoked images of feral power. Their potential involvement added another layer of unpredictability. Observations lingered that, despite the young lord/S noble bearing, his actions teetered on recklessness, emboldened by his privileged station. This contrast painted a portrait of a man teetering between duty and hubris. The final council warned starkly that no one could expect to return home alive from the path they were charting, a bitter truth that settled over the gathering like ash. The warning sealed the chapter with a grim foreboding. An unnamed figure stepped forward, voice cutting through the murmurs, demanding to know the identity of the captain. The inquiry hung heavy in the air, a prelude to the tension that would soon unravel. Still carrying the weight of that unanswered question, a proud noble youth erupted, his composure shattered as madness flickered across his eyes. His reckless outburst sent ripples through the gathering, foreshadowing the chaos about to unfold. Before the noble could steady himself, a cold voice declared that the moment of reckoning had arrived, urging the assembled to grasp the lesson that lay ahead. The promise of a harsh lesson settled like a storm cloud over the crowd. Yet the warning fell on deaf ears, as the crowd/S resolve hardened against the spoken counsel. Words proved futile, their meaning lost in the rising clamor. Meanwhile, a challenger snarled that the delay was intentional, accusing the others of stalling the inevitable confrontation. The accusation sharpened the already taut atmosphere, urging all to brace for what came next. Before the tension could settle, the same voice singled out an insignificant newcomer, demanding the captain be summoned without delay. The call for the mercenary leader cut through the confusion like a blade. Still echoing the demand for the captain, another voice queried the source of the uproar, eyes scanning the restless assembly. The question lingered, feeding the growing sense of unsettled purpose. In response, Kair, the seasoned captain of the Cerberus mercenaries, stepped forward, his presence commanding the scattered attention. His introduction carried the weight of countless battles, a silent promise of resolve. An unnamed interrogator, voice edged with suspicion, pressed Kair with the motive behind their pursuit of the mercenary captain. The query sharpened the undercurrent of distrust. Kair, unflinching, turned the question back, probing the crowd/S interests while declaring his own purpose, a sealed request awaiting delivery. His words held the gravity of a pact yet to be sealed. Continuing his scrutiny, Kair outlined a cryptic method of subjugation, teasing the absurdity of greeting him twice as a test of respect. The odd contemplation hung in the air, a psychological snare for those present. Without pause, Kair pressed further, demanding clarification of the request that had brought them to his doorstep. The demand tightened the circle of anticipation. The captain's gaze then drifted toward distant shadows, invoking the dreaded forest of beasts as the backdrop for their looming venture. The mention of that savage would send a shiver through even the bravest souls. Before the forest could be spoken of without consequence, Kair challenged the assembly, questioning the very nature of those daring enough to disturb the perilous realm. His inquiry cut to the core of their resolve. Amid the probing, the young lord of Perdium, Ghislain, stepped forward, his introduction a mixture of aristocratic poise and restless ambition. His presence added a volatile element to the fragile negotiation. Ghislain, noting the noble's sheltered upbringing within a greenhouse of privilege, warned that the forest of beasts was no place for an untested rookie. His rebuke underscored the chasm between aristocratic naivete and raw wilderness. With a cold finality, Ghislain announced the termination of any further discussion, sealing the stalemate with a single word. The declaration left the assembly in a suspended silence, the weight of unresolved tension palpable. Still breathing in the aftermath, he turned his gaze to the others, probing whether fear had taken root in their hearts. The question lingered, a mirror reflecting hidden dread. Ghislain then dismissed the reputation of the mercenaries, claiming the tales of their prowess were mere rumor. His skepticism dripped with contempt, further inflaming the strained atmosphere. Undeterred, he warned the mercenaries not to cross him, reminding them that their latest venture offered no reward. The warning echoed like a bell over a battlefield. He derided the excuses of the weak, labeling them as nothing more than hollow justifications. His contempt painted a stark portrait of disdain. The mood, already frayed, was declared ruined, prompting a demand for payment as the price for restoring order. The monetary ultimatum added a practical sting to the already volatile scene. The response was swift and absolute: the demanded payment would not be granted. That refusal hardened the atmosphere into an unyielding resolve. Turning his ire back, he invoked the name of Kair, the Cerberus captain, as a focal point of accusation. The reference recalled the earlier summons, drawing the thread tighter. He then challenged the gathered, questioning whether anyone truly understood the significance of that name. The query sparked a flicker of doubt among the listeners. Amid the confusion, he asserted familiarity with an ancient mercenary gamble known as Moriana's. The mention of the forbidden tradition revived the undercurrent of danger. He described the stark rules of the game: 2 combatants, a single dagger, and no reliance on mana. The simplicity of the combat underscored its brutal purity. Further, he detailed that each participant must bind one arm and remain within a tight circle, any breach signaling defeat. The constraints amplified the lethal intensity of the duel. He painted a grim tableau of a life-or-death clash confined to that minuscule arena, or even triumph could end in blood. The image of mortality hanging in such close quarters foreshadowed the impending gamble. He then put the harsh tradition before them, labeling it a filthy rite that forces acknowledgement of weakness and offers no escape. The proposition hung like a gauntlet, daring the brave to accept. Amid the looming challenge, he pointed out a bold, diminutive figure yearning for mercenary acknowledgement. The child/S ambition sparked a flicker of unexpected hope. He then questioned the crowd/S reluctance, urging them to extend a hand to the aspiring youngster. The plea cut through the tension, offering a brief glimpse of compassion. He reminded everyone that the insolent child, already versed in the cruel method, could not now retreat. The child/S resolve bound him tighter to the unforgiving tradition. Finally, he cited his own experience, declaring that having walked this path before, he could not abandon the wager. His confession cemented the inevitability of the looming confrontation. The arena teemed with a staggering tide of combatants, their numbers swelling beyond 400. The sheer mass of bodies pressed against the limits of the hardened floor, a living tide ready to surge. Still carrying the weight of that massive gathering, attention narrowed onto the whispered legend of regressed original Gold Line 19. Its name echoed through the crowd like a promise of both salvation and ruin. Before the crowd could fully absorb the legend, another fighter emerged, clutching to endurance longer than anyone expected. He proclaimed countless completions of Moriana's recognition, each claim a testament to his relentless will. With that proclamation hanging in the air, the narrative shifted to a stark recollection of a losing battle. The memory of defeat lingered, an ominous backdrop to the looming confrontation. Yet beneath that grim recollection, the strict rules of the duel unfolded, a circle barely spacious enough for a single soul, mana forbidden, and every strike demanding raw physical strength. The young lord found his agility shackled, his chance to dodge or block narrowed to the flicker of instinct. Meanwhile, his opponent seized the advantage, each movement a calculated claim to dominance. Every opening presented itself as an invitation to dictate the rhythm of the fight. If the clash ever spiraled into true desperation, the stakes would tighten beyond mere pride. The threat of collapse loomed like a dark cloud over the battered arena. Then, at the precise instant when tension peaked, the air seemed to still. A silent decision formed, ready to spill into action. Pain erupted from the blocked limb, raw and unforgiving, exposing the absence of any mana shield. The throbbing reminder of vulnerability pulsed through his veins. That realization crystallized in an instant, a stark verdict hanging over the battlefield. The moment felt final, as if a seal had been pressed. The unseen observer claimed to pierce through the facade, discerning every tremor beneath the armor. Such insight cut deeper than any blade. Drawing from that insight, the emerging strategy centered on deflection and precise dodges, absorbing each strike without resorting to forbidden mana. The constraints of Moriana's recognition forced every movement to be calculated and pure. The commentator noted the growing strain in the combatant /S legs, a silent testament to fatigue. Each step became a battle against both opponent and exhaustion. The strain painted itself across his face, a mask of resolve underlined by desperation. Observers urged him onward, hungry to witness the depth of his struggle. With that silent challenge echoing, the final proclamation rang out: the fight was over and death beckoned. The words fell like a guillotine blade. Yet, in a flash of instinct, he slipped from the fatal edge, the stance granting him a fleeting evasion. The move brought a heartbeat of hope. The onlooker pressed, asking what had transpired, recalling moments where his strength was barely withstood. The question lingered, probing the limits of his endurance. Swinging with raw power had stiffened his muscles, turning his body into a burdened shield, but the young lord learned to relax, channeling the opponent /S momentum into his own fluid rhythm. This redirection forged a new flow amidst the chaos. The observer, puzzled by the shift, wondered how the disadvantage could be overcome and demanded insight into his actions. The inquiry cut through the clamor like a probing blade. His resolve, unyielding, drew admiration. Many would breach the rules and summon mana when cornered, yet he had risen to captain through sheer will alone. He warned that such transgressions would soon betray those who depended on them. They appreciated this tenacity, even as it placed them at a modest disadvantage in a direct duel. The subtle imbalance hinted at future tensions. Another clause of Moriana /S recognition surfaced, reinforcing the relentless framework of the contest. The rule added another layer to the already intricate battle. If even a single foot crossed the circle /S rim, defeat would be declared instantly, a harsh penalty for a moment /S lapse. The boundary became a razor-thin line between survival and loss. Displeasure flickered among the onlookers at his defiant attitude, especially as he continued to converse with his master. Their silent scorn weighed heavily, a reminder that respect was as fragile as the arena /S edge. An exhausted commander steps forward, his tone laced with impatience as he asks whether the task is finally complete. The question hangs in the stale air, a silent gauge of the mounting pressure bearing down on the weary mercenaries. Still hearing the lingering demand for results, a murmured commentary spreads through the ranks, branding the nobles as inevitable losers. The disdain drips like rusted steel, underscoring a collective bitterness that fuels their restless resolve. Meanwhile, a sharp voice cuts through the contempt, demanding to know why a lone figure remains rooted in the doorway, then barking orders for water, a bandage, and a towel. The sudden practicality snaps the tension, turning the moment into a fleeting glimpse of battlefield logistics. Before he could steady himself, the scattered mercenaries fall into a tense silence, all ears turned toward the young lieutenant whose words attempt to rally the unruly pack. Their hardened faces flicker with a reluctant respect, as if the youth/s fire might finally forge a unified front. With that realization lingering, an unnamed figure steps forward and proclaims that from this moment they are family, binding the disparate fighters with a promise of shared destiny. The declaration settles like a warm ember, offering a fragile sense of belonging amid the chaos. Yet beneath that calm, the narrative jumps a few days forward, finding the assembled group on the ragged outskirts of Perdian territory, where the horizon bleeds into dust and uncertainty. The distant borderlines whisper of an approaching storm, testing the newly forged bonds. Meanwhile, a seasoned warrior mutters a rumor that their employer is none other than the young lord of Perdium, dismissing him as a brat unfit to command such mercenaries. Skepticism coils around his words, casting a shadow over the fledgling alliance. Before they could react, another voice suggests that the upcoming task may be easy work, as if the looming conflict were a simple errand. The optimism feels brittle, barely masking the underlying tension. With that realization lingering, an observant scout watches the group trade idle schemes, plotting ways to harvest rewards without breaking a sweat. Their whispered calculations betray a restless hunger that threatens to undermine the mission/s integrity. Still carrying the weight of their own doubts, a firm figure steps forward, demanding to know your intended course and reminding you to respect the limits of your role. The admonition sharpens the atmosphere, forcing every mind to confront personal ambition versus duty. Meanwhile, a pragmatic whisper floats across the camp, inquiring whether Gordon is the muscle the group relies upon for brute strength. The question hangs like a measured assessment, gauging the balance between might and strategy. Before the next breath, a grim declaration rings out. The speaker identifies themselves as Ghislain Perdium of the Perdium line, anchoring his authority in blood and name. His presence adds a weighty legitimacy to the fleeting plans. With that realization lingering, the command snaps into action as Gordon is ordered to rally the mercenaries, assembling them like a storm gathering strength. The summons signals the imminent march toward the contested borders, where fate awaits. All preparations for pioneering the forest have been finished, the camp now humming with the quiet confidence of a completed plan. Every blade of grass and stacked timber bears the weight of the upcoming journey. Still carrying the momentum of those final preparations, the commanders turn to resource procurement and the rallying of troops. Supplies pile up as soldiers line up, each carrying a piece of the mission/s promise. With the gathered supplies echoing the readiness of the force, Belinda conducts a meticulous headcount, confirming 148 mercenaries stand ready. The numbers solidify the thin line between ambition and desperation. Adding the formidable 41 Cerberus to the roster pushes the total to 192, a surge that feels both empowering and ominous. The heft of those elite warriors presses against the fragile hope of the expedition. Having tallied every blade of steel and flesh, they have properly informed Scoven, ensuring their approach will slip unnoticed into the forest of beasts. The certainty of stealth eases a fraction of the looming dread. Beyond the safety of covert plans lies the forest of beasts itself, a realm shrouded in unknown dangers, monsters, and whispers of something beyond imagination. The very thought of that darkness sharpens the resolve forged moments before. Despite the perils that fester within the tangled woods, the Legion is determined to conquer the forest of beasts, eyes set on the promise of glory. Their collective heartbeat drums louder than any fear. Yet, amidst that resolve, doubts flicker about how the young master may withdraw now, leaving his claim unfulfilled. The specter of abandonment gnaws at the morale they have so carefully built. Boosting morale by paying the mercenaries up front becomes a calculated gamble, knowing that success could leave extra funds in their coffers. The promise of reward glints like a beacon against the shadows of uncertainty. He offers 3 times the usual wage, daring the bold master to honor his word, while the men weigh the weight of such a promise against the forest/s threats. The proposition hangs in the air, a thin rope straining between hope and desperation. A sliver of relief washes over the camp as a shaft of light pierces the canopy, a brief affirmation that the journey has begun. The glow feels like a silent promise that the darkness ahead may still be tamed. Meanwhile, the soldiers press onward, chopping trees into logs and loading them onto carts, each swing of the axe echoing the rhythm of progress. Their labor carves a path through the forest /s stubborn heart. According to the Forest of Beasts Development Journal, the expanse they carve is truly vast, a labyrinthine wilderness that swallows light. The written words paint a map of unknown horizons they now tread upon. Their plan to drive out monsters and exploit the forest /s resources grips them, yet the immediate need for money looms like a silent predator. Every cleared tree becomes a step toward both wealth and peril. Ignoring every distraction, they press to secure the fastest route to the runestone vein, the glittering prize that could fund their aspirations. The urgency sharpens, cutting through the lingering doubts. Some murmur that the employer /s grand gestures are merely for show, suggesting a quiet retreat might be wiser. The suggestion drifts through the ranks, a cold wind against their burning ambition. They question why they labor personally despite hiring countless hands, noting that more bodies would hasten the work. The irony deepens, a bitter taste amid the fresh scent of felled timber. The Duchy of Delphine has launched a large-scale development on the Forest of Beasts, an edict that reshapes the wilderness into a frontier of profit. The decree reverberates, binding soldiers to a cause larger than themselves. Armed with a development journal that records major resources in monster ecosystems, they hold a ledger of the forest /s hidden veins. The pages become a compass, pointing toward both danger and opportunity. They wonder why the employer supplied hundreds of lanterns when a modest few would have sufficed, a lavish excess that seems out of place. The surplus casts an uneasy glow over the silent woods. The absence of any incident so far unsettles them, a quiet that feels as heavy as a looming storm. Their nerves tighten, aware that stillness often precedes disaster. Never having witnessed the forest /s true fury, they cannot picture what calamities might erupt from its depths. The unknown swells like a dark tide beneath their boots. They caution each other not to let their guard down as the forest grows deeper, each step echoing a warning. Vigilance becomes their only shield against unseen claws. Clearly, countless trees have been felled along their path, a testament to the relentless march of their campaign. The stumps stand like silent witnesses to the sacrifice of nature. Now they ask why this particular path is blocked, a sudden barrier that halts their forward thrust. The obstruction feels like a deliberate challenge placed by the forest itself. A shift in the atmosphere settles over the clearing, heavy and foreboding, as if the woods inhale before striking. The change prickles their skin, reminding them of the ever-present danger. Observations reveal that the employer becomes frightened easily, a trait that could cost them dearly in this unforgiving terrain. Their nervousness spreads like a chill through the ranks. A warning circulates: continuing down this route may lead to death, a grim possibility that hangs over each footstep. The threat settles like a stone in their stomachs. They comment on the deliberately scary atmosphere, an aura cultivated by both nature and human design. The oppressive mood becomes a weapon as much as any blade. At that moment, they realize there was no presence at all, an empty silence that feels more hostile than any monster. The void presses in, amplifying every heartbeat. Without any sign of movement, predicting how the unseen forces might act becomes impossible, a puzzle with pieces hidden in darkness. Uncertainty cements itself as their most relentless adversary. Care orders the scattered survivors to ignite their lamps, hurling the blazing light like spears toward the looming monsters, intent on reducing them to ash, while his eyes linger on the unnerving number of foes that have gathered. His voice carries a thin thread of desperation as he wonders why such a horde was summoned to this cursed clearing. With the lamps aflame, the group lashes out, swatting the twisted creatures back as the heat sears their forms, and the flames begin to consume the ragged beasts. Still riding the momentum of KR /S command, they watch the monsters crumble under the fiery onslaught. An unnamed figure among the fighters gasps, astonishment flickering across his face as he realizes they can actually push back against the nightmarish tide. The shock of that revelation settles like a cold wind, whispering that hope may still linger. Yet, a lingering dread creeps through the ranks as they wonder whether the blazing assault will devour the forest itself, threatening to turn sanctuary into inferno. The thought hangs heavy, though the trees remain untouched for now, a fragile boundary between salvation and ruin. Observing the searing flames licking the creature's exteriors, they discern a stark truth. The enemies are vulnerable to fire, their armored shells offering little resistance. This knowledge steels their resolve, turning fear into a weapon. Emboldened by that insight, the commander demands the monsters to reveal their true forms, stripping away any illusion that might shield them. The call reverberates through the battlefield, a summons for truth amid the chaos. The revelation comes as the burning shells crack, exposing moist, vulnerable flesh that hisses and erupts in scalding steam, a desperate gasp of life against the heat. This gruesome transformation confirms that fire not only shreds their armor but forces their inner bodies to surrender. The group tightened their grips, lifting their blades toward the looming darkness. Steel glinted under the dim canopy, each raised weapon a promise of the clash to come. Now that their weapons are aloft, the combat shrinks to a deadly intimacy. The clash will be decided within arm/S reach, leaving no room for distance. Still carrying the tension of the cramped arena, the weight of truth settles over them like a storm cloud. Any fleeting doubt will be repaid by a blade/S cold kiss. With that warning still echoing, he declares his purpose, to strip away the trembling fear that could doom them all. His voice cuts through the tension, promising unyielding resolve. With the resolve freshly spoken, he urges them onward, assuring that those who stand at the front will not falter. The promise fuels a surge of determination among the weary. Following his rallying call, the leader/S command rings out, pulling the troops forward. The band tightens behind him, steps sinking to the rhythm of his certainty. Meanwhile, the tangled forest presses in around the reckless souls trapped within its grasp. Their frantic breaths mingle with the rustle of leaves, a chorus of desperation. Beyond the suffocating trees, a still lake glimmers, a mirror to the sky. Its quiet surface offers a brief reprieve from the suffocating canopy. He warns them of unseen perils lurking beneath the calm water, reminding them that their progress has been hard-won. The caution hangs heavy, a reminder that safety is an illusion. Thus the lake becomes the pivotal marker on the road to the coveted runestone mine. Its shores signal that the true trial lies just beyond the shimmering edge. Yet a murmur of doubt slips through the ranks as they realize the entrance still looms beyond the tree line. Uncertainty gnaws at their resolve, even as the path narrows. Some voices rise, questioning whether a secret exit could spare them further peril. Their doubts thread through the group, pulling at the fabric of the mission. Others scoff at the risk, calling the plan naive and labeling the organizer gullible. Their contempt sharpens the sense of divide among the adventurers. Amid the discord, the infamous scoundrel of Peridium presses onward, driven by a personal ambition that fuels his resolve. His singular goal glints like steel beneath the forest shade. He reminds them of the coin in their pockets, a debt owed to an employer who has turned the tide of fate more than once, and acknowledges the thin thread of luck that has kept them breathing. The gratitude is tempered by the awareness of how precarious their survival truly is. Yet that gratitude is tinged with bitterness, fearing that when the tide turns they will be sacrificed as disposable shields, just another brick in the noble's/cold wall. The dread of becoming meat for the powerful settles like ash in their lungs. This grim acknowledgement spurs them to scan the surroundings, eyes darting toward a potential foothold. The suggestion to look over there carries the weight of lives already owed. A practical concern emerges as they note that the lake/S water could seep into open wounds, risking infection. Their terse thanks for the warning is barely audible over the forest/S sigh. The cost of healing elixirs weighs heavy on their minds, prompting a sharp question about why such precious remedies are withheld in this dire moment. Their frustration hints at a deeper mistrust of the benefactor/S motives. Comparing the priceless potions the employer commands to their own meager supplies, they wonder how the same patron could consider them expendable. The disparity sharpens the edge of their resentment. Frustration builds as the elder, stubborn as stone, resists further counsel, prompting a sharp rebuke to cease the idle chatter. The tension crackles like static before a storm. Amid the mounting tension, Gillian and Kair exchange a brief, urgent glance, signaling a private word before the group can move forward. Their silent exchange hints at a hidden agenda. A chilling warning follows, questioning the resolve to abandon a comrade and threatening to silence dissent with a savage bite, yet their certainty remains unshaken. The resolve hardens like ice under a waning moon. Relentless beasts have assaulted them from sunrise to gloom, yet the night has granted a fleeting lull, a two-night respite from the relentless onslaught. The brief peace feels fragile, like glass beneath their feet. Underlying all this turmoil is the presence of a night-bound monster, a sovereign of darkness whose very existence shapes the forest/S heartbeat. Its unseen influence looms like a shadow over every step they take. A brief, weightless pause hung over the clearing, as if the world itself held its breath. The silence stretched, leaving only the faint echo of unseen thoughts. From that hush, a voice emerged, probing the emptiness around them, questioning what could be heard. It asserted there was nothing surrounding them, a stark reminder of the void. The same figure pressed on, wondering if the darkness was a lingering nightmare, noting the restless muttering that rose like static. He reminded them of the countless trials they had already endured. A sudden jolt pierced the uneasy calm. The speaker awoke to a strange presence and saw a lantern flicker then vanish as if swallowed by shadows. The loss of the light sent a chill through every spine. In the wake of the disappearing light, the group affirmed one certainty: an unseen force lingered nearby, pressing against their senses. The notion of an invisible threat settled heavily upon them. An unnamed observer then saw through the veil, eyes cutting the illusion as though darkness were paper. That glimpse of truth ignited a flicker of hope amid the encroaching gloom. With that revelation echoing, the comrades rallied, gathering their scattered wills into a single, tense formation. Unity became their only shield against the gathering night. Yet as they converged, the monsters circled unseen, their bodies hidden from mortal sight, a natural veil for the predators of night. Their presence felt like a cold breath against the skin. The survivors recalled how the horde had begun stalking them at the lake/S edge, ruling the forest/S dark night with a silent, oppressive dominance. That memory sharpened the edge of their resolve. Because the veil of night cloaked the Falors, physical blows fell harmless, forcing the fighters to consider that only light could pierce their shrouded forms. The limitation weighed heavily on their strategy. They whispered of the creature's /hunting method, hundreds swarming, snatching away light, dragging prey into abyssal darkness. The description painted a picture of relentless, suffocating predation. A bitter curiosity lingered: why did these eerie beings toy with their victims before delivering the final kill? The question hung like a blade over their heads. The council resolved to strike now, unwilling to wait for the monsters to initiate, aware that many lanterns had already been stolen, leaving them with dwindling options. Urgency crackled in the air like static. They cautioned that a reckless charge would only fuel the monsters' /sadistic hunger. A brief withdrawal to harass might grant the chance to annihilate them in one decisive blow. The balance between aggression and caution became their tightrope. Amid the tense strategizing, they turned to Belinda, asking if she had crafted a countermeasure for each mercenary, a safeguard against the endless swarm. Her preparation now held the weight of their survival. The horizon darkened as the Falors massed from three directions, encircling the camp and pilfering whatever light remained. Their encroachment tightened like a noose around the defenders. Outnumbered beyond measure, they knew covering the entire perimeter was impossible, especially against foes that defied human form, and a frontal clash would leave them crushed from the sides. The odds pressed down like an iron weight. Yet their lakeside stronghold, though seemingly vulnerable, offered a chance to seize the initiative and dictate the flow of battle. The water/S edge became a strategic fulcrum. Consequently, they split their forces into three distinct units, each tasked with a crucial role in the looming confrontation. Division became their calculated gamble. The first contingent, armed with crossbows, prepared to meet the enemy /S relentless onslaught, bolts flashing like judgment. Their silent fire promised a wall of piercing light. These marksmen formed the core of the assault, ready to press forward with calculated ferocity. Their presence reinforced the line that held the center. The plan called for the defenders and crossbow crews to hold the center, pushing the fiends back while the assault squad struck from the left, concentrating all firepower on that flank. Coordination became their only hope. The commanders acknowledged the scheme, questioning its feasibility, yet believing that if the central line could endure, victory might be within reach. Their confidence trembled on the edge of doubt. A lingering doubt resurfaced: how to subdue Falors immune to steel, creatures that could dissolve into darkness itself. The problem hung heavy over their plans. The answer whispered was mana, the ethereal force capable of piercing the void they wielded. Arcane energy rose as a new weapon against the shadows. Steadily, they ordered every soldier to maintain formation, a living wall against the encroaching night. Discipline became their shield. Ancient entries from the pioneer journal of the Delphine were cited, shedding forgotten knowledge upon the desperate fighters. The old words flickered like a torch in the gloom. From those faded pages, they learned the crucial weakness of the Falors. Light could rend them asunder. The revelation ignited a spark of optimism. As the first shadows gathered, a warning rang out, urging everyone to steel themselves for the imminent onslaught. The call to arms reverberated through the camp. The command to halt the desperate chase echoed, a plea to stand firm against the swelling darkness. Their feet planted, they prepared to face the tide. At last, the true visage of the enemy was revealed, a horrifying form that stripped away any illusion of safety. The final glimpse frozen dread into every heart. Shadows coalesce as the foes meld into the darkness, their forms dissolving like ink in night. Yet their apparent mastery conceals a brittle shield, a defense that shatters under even a modest strike. Still carrying the weight of that uncanny threat, the allied party readies their charge. Their combined assault promises to pierce the gloom in an instant, each blade a flash against the void. Before he could steady himself, Gillian steps forward, planting himself as the living wall. He draws the enemy's fury onto his own armor, shielding his comrades from the onslaught. Meanwhile, Kair weaves through the battlefield, eyes alight with purpose. She disrupts the enemy's formation, scattering their cohesion like a shattered mirror. Yet beneath that chaotic dance, a tactical voice rises, assigning Belinda the task of locating the enemy leader with a horn. As the group debates pursuit or retreat, the predators begin to tend to their wounded prey. With that realization lingering, the commanders resolve there is no room for mercy. They aim to annihilate the force once its head is removed, refusing a drawn-out war of attrition. After the clamor fades, a silent acknowledgement settles over the survivors. "Well done" echoes through the ranks, a quiet tribute to their collective effort. Still carrying the weight of the hard-won victory, the young master is checked for injury and praised for his perseverance. The camaraderie spreads, each voice reaffirming that they have all performed admirably. Meanwhile, Belinda is tasked with counting the living while Kair summons the Cerberus fellows to scatter Falor corpses around the camp, a grim barrier believed to ward off further monsters. The ritual takes shape, each bone a sigil of deterrence. With that grim perimeter set, the camp area begins to feel safer, the oppressive tension easing like a tide receding. The night no longer seems as threatening. Yet beneath the calm, one final duty remains, the mining of the runestones that lie dormant beneath the earth. Their extraction promises to fuel the next chapter of their struggle. Before he could steady himself, the headcount is called, revealing all Cerberus mercenaries and contract fighters, 3 fewer than before the clash. Remarkably, none of the Cerberus ranks bear the scar of death. With that realization lingering, the captain notes the 3 fallen contract mercenaries, their bodies nowhere to be found among the wreckage. The absence of corpses deepens the mystery of their fate. Meanwhile, the whereabouts of Manus hover like an unanswered question, his absence suggesting he fled the battle or vanished amid the chaos. No corpse marks his end, leaving only speculation behind. The mercenaries moved as a single, unspoken unit, each step matching the next without a single command. For the first time they labored beyond any measure they had known, their combined effort carving a rhythm of relentless resolve. Still riding the momentum of that seamless cooperation, they began to contemplate a future beyond the battlefield, envisioning every fighter under a private banner once the current conflict ended. The prospect turned their hardened faces toward a shared ambition, a promise of continued purpose. Before long that ambition swelled into a broader vision, as the growing ranks eclipsed the traditional limits of any mercenary force. Their amassed strength became the very cornerstone upon which the speaker intended to tower his own power. Yet beneath that rising confidence, the captain scattered the fallen along the winding path, a silent warning left in the woods. Since leaving the camp, the eerie stillness had been broken only by the absence of monsters, as if the forest itself held its breath. With that unsettling calm lingering, the troops clung to hope that their anxiety was merely needless worry. Each step forward was weighted with the desire to prove the silence was not a prelude to danger. Meanwhile, whispers spread that the forest concealed something of great value, a rumor the speaker relayed to a wary listener and then demanded the source of the knowledge. The question hung heavy, threading curiosity through the already taut nerves of the group. Having unearthed that fragment, they declared the ordeal finally over, a breath of relief cutting through the tension. The claim rested on fragile optimism, fragile as the thin mist drifting between the trees. Before they could fully savor that relief, a young lord stepped forward, insisting the runestones could not be harvested without cost, for a noble monster still prowled nearby and some corpses resisted corrosion. His words added a cold edge to the fleeting peace, reminding all that gold came with blood. The truth of his warning thickened the air, as noxious gases exhaled from the unrevealed corpses merged with the fog, clouding both sight and judgment. Their attempts to decipher the situation stalled, each breath a reminder of unseen peril. It soon became clear the unseen predator was a creature long deemed impossible to bring down, a legend haunting every expedition. The knowledge of its existence turned the forest from a resource to a tomb. Consequently, the command to retreat rang out, the group unwilling to gamble against a beast that lurked deep within the verdant shadows, its victory odds vanishingly low. The decision felt like a reluctant surrender, yet the alternative was certain annihilation. Still carrying the weight of that reluctant withdrawal, they pressed onward with a singular focus. There was no luxury for delays. Every heartbeat echoed the urgency of a mission that could not afford to slow. A keen observer points out the burdens that cling to their backs, a silent weight that threatens to topple resolve. The realization settles like a cold stone at the base of their resolve. Still carrying the weight of that observation, they acknowledge that even earnest effort offers little chance of triumph. The shadow of doubt looms larger than any blade they might raise. With the odds stacked against them, a stern voice declares that now is the moment to shoulder their duty. The urgency ignites a flicker of purpose amid the growing gloom. Before hope could gather strength, they note that the situation shows no signs of faltering. The steady rhythm of danger beats on, unrelenting and cold. Yet beneath that calm, a lingering worry surfaces, unleashing the third core for an extended spell feels perilously reckless. The notion of prolonged power hangs like a razor/s edge over their strategy. With that risk still echoing, they warn that at this rate their mana will be drained before the monster can be felled. The looming depletion sharpens every breath into a measured gasp. Amid the dwindling reserves, a desperate plea emerges to the young master: flee to safety and abandon the battlefield. The urgency of escape cuts through the stale air like wine through cracked walls. Still hearing the echo of that plea, they confess that losing the young master here is a cost they cannot bear. The thought of such loss sharpens their resolve into something steel-bound. With that confession lingering, they question the young master/s fate, promising to defeat the monster here, a victory that feels nothing short of a miracle. The promise hangs like a fragile lantern in the darkness. Meanwhile, memories surface of previous encounters with employers like him, each one a thread woven into their countless past. Those recollections weigh heavily, reminding them of how many battles have already been fought. Yet the resolve hardens: with the serpent vanished, the treasure shall belong to them, and the young master will not be left behind. The declaration steadies their heart as if anchoring a ship in a storm. Before this resolve could settle, they comment on the sheer magnitude of the looming threat, massive in size and intent. The enormity looms like a mountain, dwarfing all hope beneath its ridge. Still confronting that colossal silhouette, they explain that lethal poison and crimson, nearly impenetrable scales will repel mana-infused blades, making even a single strike on the young master noteworthy. The description paints a battlefield where every movement could be a death sentence. With that grim portrait lingering, they warn that targeting the creature/s might inflict only fleeting damage, leaving a gaping wound that offers little reprieve. The caution underscores the futility of a reckless assault. Meanwhile, the expedition through the forest of beasts remains alive, a stubborn ember amid encroaching darkness. Their survival hints at a fragile thread that could snap at any moment. Even as the forest breathes with hidden life, they concede that not everything bends to their will, despite foreknowledge of the future. The admission drapes a veil of uncertainty over their meticulous plans. With that realization lingering, they warn that inaction will doom many lives to oblivion. The urgency sharpens, pressing them toward a decisive move. Yet they assert, with unwavering conviction, that they will not allow such tragedy to unfold. The promise solidifies their resolve into an unbreakable oath. Before the oath could fully settle, they claim exclusive insight into the land/s destiny, a claim that isolates them amid the growing chaos. The self-proclaimed foresight adds a weighty mantle to their shoulders. Meanwhile, a report surfaces that orders forbade entry into the forest, yet someone named Albert ventured in regardless. The breach of command whispers of reckless defiance echoing through the trees. Still recalling that breach, they note the young Lord/s unruly nature from the start, his belief that he rules the land after a long absence, and that 2 weeks have already passed since he entered the forest. The passage of time thickens the tension like sap in a wound. With that context lingering, they admit they could have stopped him, yet remain uncertain why they chose to aid the young lord, even at the risk of losing their knightly standing. The confession hangs heavy, a burden that could dissolve their honor. He steps into the familiar hall, the echo of his footsteps mingling with the scent of old stone. With a steady voice he declares his return, proclaiming that he is now home to his father. Still carrying the weight of that homecoming, he turns his thoughts to the troubled forest of beasts, a realm whose development he had once declared inevitable. He offers an apology, insisting that the relentless progress of the woods could not have been avoided. Before he could steady himself, he confronts the listener, accusing them of ignoring their father/s command and branding the act as a grave crime. He warns that such defiance could have ushered in death and unleashed a horde of monsters upon the land. Yet beneath that tense accusation, a calm fact emerges: the monsters never breached their borders, the feared invasion remaining a phantom. With that lingering tension, he fixes his gaze upon the young lord, questioning whether he finds the whole ordeal amusing. Meanwhile, he proposes that the Forest of Beasts incident be allowed to pass, despite the trouble it has caused, as if the past could be quietly laid to rest. With that proposition hanging in the air, he asks coldly if there exists any excuse that could justify the catastrophe. The accusation sharpens as he identifies the source of the malice, Count Rayfold, a name spoken with a mixture of disdain and inevitability. Still recalling Rayfold/s influence, he notes that the Count, though friendly with Amelia, seems otherwise aligned, casting doubt on his true loyalties. He dismisses the notion that sending assassins was any leverage, reducing the secret pact to nonsense in a breath. Yet despite the tangled scheming, he remarks that even a modest share of territory was the expectation placed upon them. Building on that expectation, he urges the young lord to speak, demanding the return of 20,000 gold, enough to fund the entire night order. With the promise of treasure looming, he circles back to the Forest of Beasts, mentioning its development once more as a lingering thorn. He observes that the forest, now overrun with monsters, offers little relevance to the Rayfold affair, a wasted battleground. The weight of betrayal sharpens as he accuses the land/s successor of selling his own domain for personal gain. Even Ghislain, no longer the youthful idealist, feels a deepening worry that gnaws at his resolve. Seeking clarification, he asks what exactly is meant by the previous accusation, his voice edged with impatience. He counters that they would never have commenced the forest/s development if no benefit awaited them in return. The inquiry sharpens. He demands to know the origin of the rare material, noting it was mined from the Forest of Beasts with the very 20,000 gold they now seek. He describes the runestone extracted from those depths as potentially valuable, yet insufficient to satisfy the looming debts. He marvels that all of these spoils were gathered within a mere fortnight, questioning whether his eyes are deceiving him. The expedition/s results unfold: the inner hide of Dirus Ents, byproducts harvested from the slain blood python, and a modest cache of runestone. He reiterates that the expedition/s purpose was to aid the land, insisting that the bounty should be returned to serve its people. With that resolve, he declares that civilian access to the Forest of Beasts will remain forbidden, a shield against further chaos. He warns that idle rumors could ignite needless trouble, a caution that seems all the more reasonable now. He resolves to manage mercenaries and security personally, noting that redeploying troops would only waste precious time. He cautions that any disruption to their operations could cripple Peridium/s finances, and quietly asks whether his interlocutor can bear the burden. He reports that the runestone loading is nearly complete, the Dirus Ent hide securely stored, and inquires about the fate of the blood python. He explains that the python/s corpse will be dismantled and its parts preserved, praising the mercenaries as a formidable force. He admits he cannot fathom how the young lord commands such elite individuals, a mystery that lingers in his mind. He likens the assembled fighters to an elite unit, their cohesion and skill standing apart from ordinary ranks. He reflects that acquiring such difficult mercenaries required great effort, and without them the expedition would have faltered. Ghislain, now resolute, prepares himself to face whatever consequences may follow. He offers thanks to his father and affirms that the successor will inherit the land, sealing a promise of continuity. He references the northern wolf, a fleeting emblem that still haunts the borders of their domain. He reveals that the northern wolf is an alias for Count Perdium, the guardian of the Luthania kingdom /S frontier. He declares that everything is ready for departure at any moment, urging his comrades not to linger and rest. He gently admonishes the overworked soldier to take a moment /S rest, calling it a miracle that they survived the blood python /S onslaught. He poses a question about the effort required to detoxify assistant Belinda, probing the hidden costs of their survival. He announces that the runestone has been secured and will soon spread its influence across the realm. He outlines their ambition to expand power swiftly, a deterrent against any who might contemplate invading their lands. He concludes with confidence that no one would dare challenge them now, an assertion that settles like a stone over the battlefield. The council /S voices rose in unison, proclaiming a bold vision to strip Perdium of any ruling hand. In their minds, the province would become a land without a lord, free of feudal chains. Still carrying the weight of that radical proclamation, the ducal house stepped forward to name a new proprietor for Perdium. Their choice would cement the shift from lordless chaos to a controlled stewardship. Amid the looming reorganization, only a handful of loyal shadows lingered, 2 retainers and a solitary knight. Their presence served as a fragile thread linking the old order to the uncertain future. With the new appointment echoing through the corridors, Victor stood ready to shoulder the burden, though the timing for unveiling their secret maneuver remained premature. The revelation that the ducal house was now intervening directly in Perdium added a layer of tension to his calculated patience. Yet the whisper of secrecy lingered, prompting the conspirators to probe whether any other souls sensed the unfolding scheme. The question hung heavy, a silent test of loyalty and knowledge. Following that inquiry, a voice from the shadows inclined toward a lady, noting that such scheming was unlike her nature. The observation cut through the room like a blade, underscoring her atypical stance. The same figure, now candid, confessed that emotion had surged beyond measured restraint. This admission painted the tension with a fleeting glimpse of humanity. Patiently awaiting the lady /S command, the council reported Perdium /S recent discovery of a runestone mine, a boon that would soon lift its fiscal burdens. Their anticipation of a celebratory surge clashed with the darker designs already taking shape. Seeing the impending jubilation as a vulnerable moment, they plotted to strike the unsuspecting buyers of the runestones. Their intent sharpened, aiming to turn celebration into a trap. Determined to move before the stones changed hands, they identified the sole northern repository, the prestigious magic tower ruled by the Seventh Circle. The tower, a beacon of arcane power, became their inevitable target. The council /S focus narrowed onto the crimson magic tower, its scarlet spires casting ominous silhouettes across the sky. The name alone evoked both awe and dread among the gathered. It was emphasized that runestones were the lifeblood of magical research, and that towers like the Crimson guarded their supply with relentless vigilance. This understanding hardened their resolve to wrest control from the established channels. Consequently, orders reverberated to the Wildcats, directing them to lay an ambush along every main road leading to the tower. Their hidden forces prepared to strike as the unsuspecting couriers approached. Yet doubts surfaced, questioning the wisdom of committing all strength to the Crimson while the flame magic tower loomed in Bribant /S northern domain. Their strategic minds weighed the risk of spreading thin across rival strongholds. The report noted the flame tower /S waning influence, explaining that Ghislain /S greed had drawn him to its crumbling vaults despite the Crimson /S richer promises. This financial obsession painted Ghislain /S motives with a mercenary hue. In a sudden flash of memory, the narrator recalled a moment when their father extended forgiveness, a rare warmth amid the scheming. The recollection lingered, softening the cold calculations that preceded it. Following that recollection, they noted that a comrade who had collapsed for 2 days emerged mute and departed without explanation. Upon his return, the silent figure called out to them as a brother, sealing an unspoken bond. The narrator assessed their own body, finding it remarkably resilient, capable of mending the wounds sustained. This physical robustness granted a fleeting sense of invincibility. Contemplation turned inward, pondering whether the blood python /essence had intertwined with their mana core while neutralizing the venom. The possibility hinted at an unforeseen synergy coursing through their veins. They recognized that this technique was alien to the life they once led, a revelation that widened the chasm between past and present. The unfamiliarity underscored the strange evolution they now endured. Their reflection admitted that the convergence was unplanned, yet the perilous gamble felt justified. The sacrifice, though accidental, became a meaningful price to pay. Still, unanswered questions lingered, but the potential to accelerate growth by dozens of folds sparked a fierce ambition. The prospect glimmered like a beacon for future power. Amid the swirling plans, the urgency to sell the runestone rose to the forefront, its reputation already echoing through the market. The priority cemented the next move in their grand design. The next directive demanded summoning the mercenaries, while Belinda assured that a formal summons was unnecessary. Their confidence streamlined the preparations. News reached them from Belinda that the protagonist had survived a bite from the blood python's maw, the poison seemingly washed away. The sight of their unharmed state offered a sigh of relief amidst the turmoil. Yet a sudden concern resurfaced, questioning whether the outward calm truly masked hidden wounds. The uncertainty flickered, demanding reassurance. Choosing a brief pause, they proposed a moment of conversation to steady their thoughts. This respite allowed the tangled strategies to settle, if only briefly. Finally, they revealed a request, a final piece to the intricate puzzle laid before them. The weight of that ask hung heavy, ready to shape the next chapter. He offers a quiet apology for the unexpected summons. The 2 days of rest have left him in excellent condition, his body humming with renewed vigor. The calm of his recovery settles a steadiness over the gathering. Still carrying the weight of that apology, he turns his thoughts to HB, whose habit of placing others before himself has become a silent beacon. The memory of self-sacrifice steadies the atmosphere, reminding everyone of a higher purpose. Before the reverence could fade, he lets his mind wander to the weight of his father /S sword, a relic that bears the imprint of generations. The blade /S presence grounds his resolve, echoing the legacy he now bears. With that lineage in mind, his strikes become forged with the raw strength needed to subdue the savage barbarians of the north. Each blow carries the thunder of ancestral duty, cutting through the cold wind of the frontier. Yet, lingering from his father /S teachings, those same strikes are tempered with gentleness, a shield meant to protect the innocent. The duality of power and mercy weaves through his movements like a quiet hymn. Witnessing this balance, the observers recognize a marked improvement. The once clumsy form now flows with purpose. The progress feels like a sunrise after a long night of doubt. Still feeling the pulse of his own movements, he senses guidance for the first time, a hand steadying his path amid the fray. The unfamiliar mentorship adds a layer of confidence to the battle's rhythm. Yet beneath that calm, he becomes aware of the gaps left by a lack of formal training, overlooked details that never had a chance to be learned. Those missing pieces gnaw at him like silent shadows. His father, ever precise, had once pointed out those very shortcomings, forcing him to confront the blind spots within. The memory sharpens his focus, turning neglect into resolve. Carrying that renewed awareness, he offers gratitude to the unnamed mentor who finally illuminated the hidden paths. The thanks linger like a warm ember in the cool night. Before the gratitude could settle, a flicker of disappointment surfaces. He had intended to scold his charge today. The stern intention hangs in the air, a thin veil over the underlying respect. Yet, despite the charge /S recent great contribution, he warns that breaking the rules would only breed chaos when others follow pretense. The caution settles like a warning bell, urging restraint. The speaker notes a transformation. The recklessness of past merit-seeking incidents has faded. A calmer resolve now guides the once impetuous heart. He perceives that gaze turning beyond personal glory toward something larger, an ambition that stretches beyond mere accolades. The vision of a greater purpose brightens the shadows of doubt. With that future looming, he advises to maintain the current course and begin to shoulder the responsibilities of a successor. The council drapes over the moment like a mantle of destiny. Amid the quiet promise, an unspoken request lingers, still withheld from the ears of the assembly. The concealed desire adds a thread of tension to the unfolding narrative. He then inquires whether any surplus remains, a subtle probe into hidden resources. The question hints at preparations yet to be revealed. Still mindful of the group /S well-being, he asks if everyone has been holding up well. The concern spreads a gentle ripple of camaraderie through the ranks. Turning his attention to the young lord, he apologizes for the delay and checks his recovery, then seeks Gillian's news about Rachel. The layered inquiry weaves duty, regret, and hope together. He reflects on how unfathomable it once seemed to see her walk again, a moment that now feels almost tangible. The surprise of that vision warms the lingering chill of doubt. Hearing the affirmation, he allows a quiet relief to settle, simply noting that it is good to hear such news. The relief settles like a soft sigh after a storm. He then recounts every detail of the day Elena was attacked, laying truth bare for those gathered. The recounting paints the harshness of that night with stark clarity. Amid those memories, he notes that unseen eyes now surveil them, likely poised to strike. The sense of being watched sharpens the group /S vigilance. Understanding the urgency after securing the runestone, he names the surrounding forest of beasts and the looming war as catalysts for haste. The pressure of imminent conflict presses upon every decision. He declares that this week, impoverished territory has become the perfect peridium, where the discovery of a runestone can overturn destiny. The potential shift feels like a thunderclap on a silent plain. Yet, suspicion grows as he points out possible traitors among the vassals, urging secrecy. The warning hangs heavy, a veil of distrust over once trusted allies. He offers a terse invitation: just order us around, and we will obey. The simplicity of the command underscores the growing tension. Reflecting on the camaraderie, he admits that staying by his side has been enjoyable, promising to fight until the end. The loyalty shines like a steadfast flame. He then asks if he would still protect them should he not stand beside his leader, a question that trembles with doubt. The query underscores the fragile balance of trust. With resolve firm, they set their course toward the flame magic tower, as previously intended. The movement feels like a march toward destiny. He weighs the prospect of selling the stones, noting that the flame tower /S proximity might fetch a higher price than the Crimson Tower. The calculation adds a pragmatic layer to their quest. Aware that transporting the runestones could draw unwanted guests, he stresses the need to stay ahead of any pursuers. The caution threads through the group /S hurried steps. He warns of a possible ambush, recalling that the Flame Tower has declined since the Crimson Tower /S Archmage ascended. The looming threat casts a dark shadow over their path. Yet, he acknowledges that the Crimson Magic Tower, renowned as the North's greatest, offers greater profit for the runestones. The lure of wealth tugs at their resolve. Despite the alluring profit, he chooses to press onward to the Flame Tower, accepting the challenges it presents. The decision rings with quiet determination. He mentions the Flame Magic Tower once more, its name now echoing like a beacon in his thoughts. The tower /S presence steadies the group /S direction. Finally, he asks when the promised light will finally appear, a question that hangs heavy with anticipation. The longing for illumination fuels the final steps of their journey. The air thrummed with unfamiliar arcane energy, a reality far removed from the scroll-filled streets of Peridium. Here, the very ground seemed to pulse with a magic that felt alien to any who had known the old world. Still absorbing the alien atmosphere, their gaze landed on a solitary mage, his staff crackling with faint eldritch light. His presence seemed to anchor the swirling magic, a beacon amidst the unknown. Beside the mage, a table lay empty, and the realization struck them that no scrolls, those familiar parchment conduits, graced this place. The absence deepened the sense that they stood in a realm where the foundations of their craft were being rewritten. The sheer absurdity of a tower that denied such basics churned within them, prompting an incredulous thought that the situation was insane. Their mind raced to reconcile the impossibility with the cold stone walls surrounding them. Before they could steady their disbelief, a subtle concealment spell shimmered around the entrance, and murmurs of discontent rippled through the unseen guards. The air thickened, as if the spell itself whispered of hidden eyes watching their every move. Even as the spell faded, the weight of the tower/S legacy pressed down, reminding them that regardless of its flaws, a magic tower commands respect, especially within Bribant, the kingdom/S affluent heart. Its towering spires glittered with wealth, a stark contrast to the uneasy atmosphere within. With that realization lingering, they marveled at the sheer height, pondering who could have imagined such a pinnacle perched above the realm. The view from the base stretched into a sky that seemed to swallow ambition itself. Standing at its base, they craned their neck toward the colossal spire, noting that the towering neck stretched endlessly, making the approach to the main gate feel like an eternity. Each step echoed like a heartbeat against the stone, as if time itself slowed. Meanwhile, scattered across the stone floor, countless suits of armor lay abandoned, prompting a silent question about their purpose. Their polished surfaces caught the dim light, reflecting memories of battles long forgotten. The answer echoed in the vaulted hall: entry was a privilege denied to the common folk. Only those bearing sanctioned blood or purpose could hope to cross its threshold. Stepping forward, a stern voice commanded them to declare their identity and purpose before the ancient doors could be opened. The demand rang like a bell, cutting through the lingering murmurs of uncertainty. Observing the dormant armor, they noted that the gatekeepers remained aloof, and then the imposing figure of Giselle Pertium, Grand Duke of Pertium, emerged from the shadows. His regal bearing cut through the tension, a living emblem of the Northern Realm's pride. With measured resolve, they presented a priceless offering, declaring unequivocally that they were not here to purchase anything. The weight of the gift seemed to anchor their intentions against the swirling doubts. Yet the Grand Duke's gaze never fell upon the treasure, dismissing it outright before a single glance. His cold indifference left the offered value hanging in the stale air like an unspoken insult. His disdain deepened as he branded Pertium a northern beggar realm, declaring every item from its soil as subpar and refusing any dealings with its denizens. The harsh words reverberated, casting a shadow over the already fragile negotiations. Incensed, they demanded clarification on who was being labeled a beggar, insisted on descending to confront the Grand Duke, and sought his instructions. The tension rose like a storm, each breath heavy with defiance. A quiet voice lingered, questioning whether they truly accepted the affront. The doubt lingered, gnawing at the resolve they had just mustered. The implication was clear: any true mage would instantly recognize the nature of the barrier before them. The unseen sigil pulsed, a silent test of knowledge and power. With that accusation burning, they doubted whether every item they carried met the Grand Duke's standards. Their confidence wavered, each packed crate feeling heavier under scrutiny. The mounting tension culminated in an acknowledgement that they had failed to honor an esteemed guest. Regret seeped into their posture, as the unfulfilled expectation hung like a bruised wound. Amidst the discord, Sylvain, the tower's trade manager, stepped forward, inquiring what was required in demanding an audience with the tower master. His pragmatic tone cut through the emotional haze, aiming to restore order. A promise was made to relay the request, and a summons was issued to escort them to the reception chamber. The corridor ahead seemed to stretch, promising both answers and further challenges. Reflecting on missed opportunities, they insisted the meeting should have occurred earlier, accusing the others of insulting their domain. The accusation sharpened the atmosphere, like a blade turned against complacency. Yet a calming reassurance followed, noting that such disputes were commonplace amid the rigors of magical research. The reminder sought to steady trembling nerves with the logic of scholarly routine. A warning resurfaced, reminding them of a previous prohibition against entering the research lab, asserting their inability to wield magic, and questioning whether they were neglecting the tower's air. The layered admonition painted a picture of layered expectations they struggled to meet. The rebuke continued, urging gratitude for the great master of the Crimson Tower who had granted them a disciple's place. Gratitude felt like a forced mask over simmering resentment. Defiantly, they asserted that, as a mage, they possessed unrestricted access to the research laboratory. Their claim hung in the air, daring the tower's authority to challenge it. A terse challenge followed, asking if that claim truly held weight. The skeptical tone promised no easy acceptance. In response, they threatened to label them a mage, a title that carried both honor and scrutiny. The threat lingered, a reminder of the weight such a title could bear. Strategically, they advised that any basic assault be countered with a defensive incantation. The council resonated, preparing the mind for imminent confrontation. Acknowledging the skill required, they noted that a first circle spell sling would suffice. It was a modest yet reliable shield against the looming threat. With solemn pride, they declared that such practices formed the core of studies at the Crimson Tower. The affirmation echoed through the halls, underscoring the tower's dedication to arcane mastery. Curiosity then turned toward the elusive Tower Master /S conference room, its purpose still shrouded in mystery. The unseen chamber promised decisions that could shift the balance of power. An urgent urgency emerged as they reported that the Crimson Tower Master Hubert was rapidly diminishing. The dwindling presence of Hubert threatened to destabilize the tower's guidance. A lament echoed through the halls, foretelling that the chasm between them and the Tower of Advancement would only deepen. The widening gap felt like an inexorable tide pulling them farther from destiny. Frustration boiled over regarding the empty shelves of runestones, prompting a sharp query into the Elder's inactivity. The silent accusation hung, demanding answers from the Council of Ages. Supply chain woes were aired, underscoring the disparity between the Tower Master's 7th Circle mastery and their own 6th Circle leader. The gap in power rang like a discordant chord in their strategic plans. A hushed plea to avoid naming the offending bastard accompanied a discussion on the dire need for additional runestones and a seek for guidance. The tension tightened, each word weighed against the looming shortage. Accusations flew, targeting a low-born bastard who had eclipsed them by hoarding all runestones, declaring an emergency. The emergency crackled like static, demanding immediate action. The sudden intrusion sparked protest, demanding to know who authorized such a breach. The room vibrated with the indignation of those who felt their sanctum violated. After a brief apology, they commanded an immediate descent, heralding the arrival of a massive shipment of runestones. The news of the bounty promised a fleeting relief amidst the growing crisis. Amid the chaos, a bewildered voice singled out the young master, demanding an explanation of his role. The question cut through the noise, seeking clarity in a tangled web of authority. The crescendo of discord left them questioning whether the scene had descended into pure chaos. The lingering doubt settled like ash over the once-ordered hall. The young master stands amid the courtyard, his gaze sharp and his aura unsettling, hinting at a danger that lurks beneath his poised exterior. Still carrying the weight of his unspoken intentions, the atmosphere tightens around him. Meanwhile, the name whispered among the gathered is Ghislain Perdiam, the heir of the renowned Perdiam family. A lineage of prestige follows him, yet his presence now feels like a thread poised to unravel the fragile peace. Before he could steady his thoughts, Ghislain makes his purpose unmistakable. He has come to trade the coveted runestone. The weight of the stone seems to mirror the burden he carries. With that purpose lingering, he arranges the runestones before the towering walls of the castle, each glinting like frozen fire. He gestures outward, inviting an unseen onlooker to witness the gleam of his offering. Yet beneath that calm display, a murmur rises among the council as they question the origin of the 10 cartfuls of runestone he has amassed. Skepticism sharpens their eyes, searching for a trail that might reveal hidden theft or impossible procurement. Before the doubts could fully settle, Ghislain sees a glint of opportunity within the stones, a chance to finally bring down the looming Crimson Magic Tower. The prospect ignites a fierce resolve that flickers like a hidden flame. Still carrying the vision of that tower /S fall, he remarks that even a single card of the material could sustain their cause for a long stretch. The abundance now feels both a blessing and a strategic weight. Meanwhile, a voice from the council raises a question, asking if anyone else supports the woman's proposal. The inquiry hangs in the air, seeking consensus amidst growing tension. With that request echoing, another council member suggests the items could be low quality or even counterfeit, citing their origin from a poorer territory. Doubt deepens, casting shadows over the gleaming stones. Yet beneath that skepticism, a pragmatic figure declares indifference to the stone's acquisition, dismissing any desire to purchase them. The cold pragmatism cuts through the lingering hope like steel. Still hearing the clash of opinions, another voice argues that the magic tower has no need for such runestones, urging the search for a different buyer. The suggestion sways the discussion toward alternative avenues. Amid the diverging council, an elder steps forward proposing to take the stones out of mercy, pending the approval of the senior council. The proposal carries a weight of compassion that momentarily softens the hardened stances. Before the council can finalize its decision, Gislin, driven by generosity, offers to purchase the entire stock himself. His sudden largesse adds a new layer of complexity to the negotiations. With the terms shifting, the Commander Kair receives orders to retrieve all but a single card of the runestones. The directive slices through the tension, leaving a lone card as a lingering promise. Later, the sellers admit their miscalculation in bringing in excess of stones intended for the Crimson Magic Tower, now realizing they need funds for their own journey. Their confession exposes the precariousness of their position. With the misstep laid bare, they suggest ascending to the tower's summit to confront the Tower Master directly. The proposal hints at a diplomatic gamble that could alter the balance. Meanwhile, an intermediary steps forward, offering to introduce the elders of the Flame Magic Tower into the discussion. The new connection promises a shift in the power dynamics at play. With that introduction looming, the council remarks that those present are precisely the ranks expected of the second strongest faction in the northern region. Their assessment underscores the strategic importance of the upcoming alliance. Yet beneath the political counting, a confident voice asserts that the Flame Magic Tower remains the strongest stronghold, rumors to the contrary notwithstanding. The claim steadies the resolve of those who seek its favor. Before any further bargaining, a cautionary whisper warns that pursuing other buyers will not fetch a superior price. The warning tightens the negotiation's grip. Consequently, the sellers demand double the market price for the coveted runestones. Their ambition inflates the stakes of the trade. In tandem, they emphasize that only the Flame Magic Tower can provide the double market price they seek. The expectation hangs like a heavy coin over the conversation. Amid the tension, the elders acknowledge the youthful mistake made and plead for mercy. Their compassionate appeal softens the harshness of the demands. Before the mercy could settle, the council deliberates offering a higher price, contemplating a journey to the Crimson Magic Tower as part of the deal. The prospect of escalation adds another layer of complexity. With negotiations sharpening, a decisive voice proclaims they will purchase the stones at double the market price. The firm offer signals a turning point in the bargaining. Yet, in contrast, another faction concedes to buy just a single card at the regular market price. Their restraint introduces a surprising counterbalance. Before the terms can solidify, a skeptical party questions the rationale behind selling the entire stock. Their doubt reverberates, challenging the previous assurances. Meanwhile, the discussion pivots to the realization that they are now bargaining over the greatest magic tower in the north. The magnitude of the stakes becomes unmistakably clear. Finally, a lingering voice admits they have yet to reveal all the conditions attached to the deal. The unfinished list leaves the outcome hanging in suspense. An unnamed figure draws the council/S attention to a stark deficiency, pointing out that a comrade is missing an arm. The admission hangs heavy in the dim chamber, a silent testament to the toll exacted by relentless conflict. Its weight sets the tone for the unsettling discourse to follow. Meanwhile, a restless voice turns to the captain, probing whether the name Vanessa the Red Nightmare has ever reached his ears. The question crackles like distant thunder, stirring whispers of a legend cloaked in dread. The captain's silence promises that the tale will soon dominate their thoughts. With that lingering curiosity, the speaker sketches Vanessa's grim portrait, a seventh circle mage who mastered a rare mana cultivation technique before spiraling into madness. Her brilliance, once a beacon, now flickers erratically, casting shadows over every corridor. The description seeds unease among the gathered. Yet beneath that uneasy calm, another voice brands her a walking disaster, a flame that devours everything it touches. Landlords across the realm mutter about ruined estates, recalling a desperate petition once made to subdue her very chaos. The memory of that failed request tightens the air with dread. Still carrying the weight of Vanessa's fractured mastery, they acknowledge another mage who has successfully attained the coveted mana cultivation technique. This solitary success glimmers like a rare ember amidst the encroaching darkness. Its existence fuels the council's desperate hope for a controllable counterpart. Before he could steady himself, Claude steps forward, advocating the bold idea of recruiting Vanessa herself. He argues that harnessing her volatile power could turn the tide of their looming crisis. His suggestion slices through the tension like a blade, demanding consideration. Yet the room erupts with disbelief, a council member declaring that such a recruitment has never occurred in their history. The denial reverberates, casting a cold shadow over Claude's hopeful proposition. Skepticism settles like frost over the bubbling ambition. With that cold skepticism lingering, another account surfaces, recalling the moment they first found Vanessa on the brink of death, her magic unruly and untamed. She had never truly mastered the arcane arts, her power a wild storm lacking discipline. The recollection reinforces the peril of courting such a force. Before any further steps are taken, a cautious voice demands advance notice should Vanessa be escorted to their ranks, noting her frail appearance offers little reassurance. The plea underscores their wariness of inviting a seemingly weakened but unpredictable ally. It adds a layer of conditional trust to the heated debate. Yet beneath that measured caution, another advocate extols Vanessa as an outstanding mage, a prized asset of the tower itself. He urges the immediate dispatch of third circle or higher battle mages to Perdian, hoping to harness her potential under strict supervision. The call for elite reinforcements raises the stakes of their deliberations. With that resolve crystallizing, the council outlines 3 stringent conditions: a payment triple the market price, a year-long deployment of circle-ranked mages to Perdian, and the exclusive handover of Vanessa herself. Each clause binds the agreement with ironclad terms, reflecting both desperation and calculated leverage. The stipulations echo through the hall like a binding oath. Meanwhile, Ghislain /S patience phrase, and he erupts, accusing the council of treating him as a fool. His sharp rebuke cuts through the formalities, exposing raw frustration beneath his calm veneer. The accusation heightens the tension, prompting the assembly to re-evaluate their approach. Yet beneath that simmering discord, another assertion emerges: the mages, ignorant of the kingdom's fundamental statutes, are relentlessly pushing for higher circle practitioners. This criticism deepens the chasm between the magical elite and the governing authority. The rebuke adds a layer of bureaucratic strain to the unfolding conflict. Meanwhile, a scout returns with astonishing news: a massive runestone vein hidden deep within their lands, yielding dozens of times the stock they previously possessed. The discovery pulses with untapped power, promising a new source of strength. Its revelation shifts the council's focus toward resource control. With that revelation echoing, word of the vein spreads like wildfire across the northern territories, drawing the eyes of countless factions. Anticipation builds as many are expected to converge upon the precious vein, each craving its potent bounty. The looming influx threatens to turn opportunity into a battlefield. Yet beneath the rising tension, a calm declaration is made: they are not seeking war, only aid for Perdian's magical needs. In exchange, they pledge exclusive supply of the runestone to the Flame Magic Tower, hoping cooperation will quell impending conflict. The offer hangs as a tentative peace tethered to mutual benefit. Meanwhile, the council reveals a legion of additional mages poised to assist, and promises to dispatch the greatest talent in Flame's history as chief to guide the future. This heralded champion, a beacon of fiery mastery, is intended to steer the fledgling alliance toward prosperity. The promise of such a singular figure fuels both hope and expectation. Yet beneath that hopeful pledge, a stern warning follows: any attempt to smuggle the runestone will be met with swift reprisal, and the council vows to claim the pinnacle of power within a year. The council emphasizes that the forthcoming experience will be vital when the protagonist ascends to Tower Master. The caution sharpens the stakes of each choice. Meanwhile, the gatekeepers extend a formal welcome to Perdian, describing its castle as an old-fashioned stronghold built on practical design and proportional harmony. The architecture, serene and balanced, offers a respite from the swirling intrigue beyond its walls. The description paints a calm backdrop amid the mounting tension. With the castle's quiet dignity lingering, a third circle master steps forward, explaining that their presence fulfills a request from their own master. He laments the assignment of the successor to a miserable territory, urging vigilance and warning against any lapse in guard. His solemn counsel underscores the precariousness of their mission. Meanwhile, Vanessa approaches the young lord, her eyes flickering with a mix of anticipation and irony as she admits she almost thought his arrival was inevitable. Her demeanor carries the weight of past expectations, hinting at a deeper awareness of his purpose. The encounter sets a personal tone amidst the broader machinations. Before the tension could settle, a stern command is issued for Vanessa to unload the bags, emphasizing her current inability to wield magic and relegating her to menial tasks. The decree strips her of any lingering prestige, reducing her to labor under watchful eyes. This demotion adds a layer of humiliation to her already fragile state. Yet beneath that enforced servitude, an unexpected proclamation arrives: Vanessa is now officially personnel of the council, and any further attempts to command her will endanger the offender's life. The warning carries lethal weight, turning the power dynamic on its head. The threat looms as a stark reminder of the council's unforgiving authority. Meanwhile, the council unfurls a binding contract, granting them authority over the protagonist for a year while securing exclusive runestone supply. They pose a probing question: which side will the Tower Master choose should recklessness dictate his actions? The inquiry forces a contemplation of loyalty and consequence. With that proposition hanging, they elaborate on the nature of the runestone, a reserve bundle of living mana, poised to blossom into power if nurtured with care. Its potential mirrors the fragile alliances forming around it, promising reward for those who tend it wisely. The description imbues the stone with a quasi-organic destiny. Meanwhile, the council turns to Gillian and Kaer, urging them to tread carefully while expressing a preference for the Magic Tower's guidance. They promise to lead the party toward their intended land, mapping a path through uncertain terrain. Their counsel weaves a thread of direction amid the swirling uncertainty. Yet beneath that careful guidance, Vanessa asserts her own authority, demanding that no one heed commands but hers. Her claim reasserts a shard of control amidst the convoluted hierarchy. The declaration sharpens the power struggle within the already tense environment. Finally, a resigned voice emerges, claiming an inability to wield any magic and questioning the very notion of being an exclusive mage. The confession lays bare the paradox of their position, highlighting the fragility of their proclaimed supremacy. This acknowledgement closes the council's discourse on a note of vulnerable uncertainty. She declares that magic has become useless to her, a bitter verdict born of her own inability to wield it. The words hang heavy in the quiet room, each syllable a reminder of the power that slips through her fingertips. Yet the declaration feels less a surrender than a shield against the grief of failure. Still carrying the weight of that futile verdict, she turns the question inward, probing the reason behind her emptiness. She realizes she has never been able to feel mana, that the life force that fuels spellcraft remains a distant phantom to her senses. The revelation settles like a cold wind over the lingering doubts. With that realization lingering, she recalls the hopeful dream she once clung to, that someday magic might bloom within her. Yet relentless study stripped that hope, revealing an unbridgeable chasm between her aspirations and reality. The loss of her mentor only deepened the void, echoing the final note of impossible destiny. Yet beneath that melancholy, she observes a subtle strength within herself, equal to that of an ordinary practitioner. This modest parody offers a faint ember of dignity amidst the gloom. It becomes a quiet anchor as she contemplates her next steps. Meanwhile, she reflects on the true nature of magical mastery, insisting that it demands more than raw talent. Insight, a deep grasp of underlying principles, and the will to imprint one's own interpretation upon the flow of mana are the pillars she enumerates. This articulation serves as both a lament and a map for any who might still strive. Yet beneath that calm analysis, she turns her gaze to Vanessa, noting the dissonance between mind and flesh. Vanessa's intellect comprehends the arcane theory perfectly, yet her body lags, stubbornly refusing to channel the currents she envisions. The disparity casts a shadow over the promise of the young apprentice. With that stark comparison lingering, she offers Vanessa a quiet reassurance, declaring that every effort she has poured into study was not in vain. The words aim to kindle a flicker of resolve within the struggling apprentice. It becomes a soft promise that perseverance may yet bear fruit. Meanwhile, she shifts the focus outward, explaining that the very nature of the journey diverges within the lands of Lithania. The path there is not a broken bridge but a distinct road, winding through unfamiliar terrain and customs. This revelation reshapes the expectations that have bound her thoughts. Still carrying that fresh perspective, she recounts how a woman, once similarly lost, eventually blossomed into a mage. Through relentless study, the woman mastered a mana cultivation technique that unlocked her latent potential. Her story stands as a living testament that different routes may yet lead to arcane awakening. Before she could steady herself amidst the growing weight of these tales, she affirms her own identity as a mage. She explains that the very essence of circles and cultivation methods lies in the precise control of mana itself. This confession roots her authority in the same currents she now seeks to teach. Yet beneath that calm self-assurance, she probes deeper, questioning whether she has ever truly attempted the practice herself. The inquiry hangs in the air, a challenge to any lingering complacency. It forces her listeners to confront the gap between theory and personal trial. With that introspection lingering, she draws a line back to a former incarnation, noting that the other soul had eyes identical to hers. The mirrored gaze serves as a haunting reminder of a bond that transcends time. It whispers of echoes that may still shape present intentions. Meanwhile, she recounts the tragic fate of a man who once mastered an obscure mana cultivation technique. Despite his mastery, instinct drove him to unleash devastation, reducing all around him to ash. The memory of that catastrophe underscores the peril of power untethered by wisdom. Still carrying the weight of that grim memory, she vows to shield him from repeating the same descent into abyss. Her intention burns brighter than any spell, a promise to guide him away from the fiery ruin. It becomes a quiet oath spoken without fanfare. Before she could steady herself against the looming shadows, she declares her resolve to embark on a pilgrimage. She will seek a method that can grant him the capacity to wield magic safely. This journey marks the first step toward redemption for both. Yet beneath that calm proclamation, the scene shifts to a stark tableau, bodies sprawled upon the cold floor. Their exhausted forms speak of a battle fought and a respite earned. The floor becomes a silent witness to their shared struggle. With that observation lingering, she turns her attention to his progress, inquiring whether his training proceeds as intended. She presses for his thoughts, seeking to gauge the fire within his spirit. The question hangs, a bridge between mentor and pupil. Meanwhile, a ripple of urgency spreads beyond their secluded haven as Count Desmond issues a mobilization victor. The decree signals an imminent rally of forces, stirring the world outside their humble floor. This external demand looms over their personal quest, promising new challenges ahead. A fire of vengeance ignited within him as he proclaimed that his son Gilmore de Gard had been murdered by Ghislaine Perdium. The weight of that loss settled like a stone on his heart, demanding retribution. He vowed that blood would be spilled until justice was served. With that vow echoing through the chambers, a formal declaration of war burst forth. The proclamation turned grief into a rallying cry, binding allies to a cause that now teetered on the edge of chaos. Yet they framed the conflict as a lesson, questioning what gain lay in such fierce fighting. Their cold calculation twisted the promise of vengeance into a strategic riddle, sharpening the edge of their resolve. The root of this desperate clash lay hidden within the runestone, a relic whose power had become the focal point of all ambitions. Its whispering allure fed the fire that now threatened to consume both sides. He recalled the two vassals dispatched to Degard /S lands while he lingered at the magic tower, each spreading word of their domain /S strengths. Their reports had painted a picture of opportunity, yet also exposed the fragile threads binding their own defenders. Even in death, Gilmore proved his worth, his deeds echoing louder than any living voice. The memory of his sacrifice hardened the resolve of those left behind, turning sorrow into a silent oath. Steeling himself, he asked Victor to accompany him to confront Brother Perdium, hoping a shared burden might tip the scales. The request carried a dual weight: family loyalty and the looming shadow of inevitable confrontation. A deep lament rose as he mourned his beloved son, slain on this very soil by the Hanno's successor. The pain of that loss rolled through him like a tide, each wave eroding the hope he once clung to. He foresaw rivers of blood spilling as a direct result of the enemy /S reckless choices. The prophecy hung heavy, a dark prelude that promised only carnage for those who dared to act. Chaos erupted after meticulous preparations, as if an unseen hand had slipped into the ranks to aid the troops. The sudden turmoil suggested a deeper manipulation lurking behind the battlefield /S roar. They tallied the numbers, roughly 7,000 Dagard warriors against barely 2,000 of their own, a disparity that left them vastly outnumbered. The stark imbalance pressed upon their strategy like a tightening noose. Facing such odds, they felt the walls closing in, seeing no clear path forward. The sense of hopelessness seeped into their ranks, a chilling reminder of the stakes at hand. In the 15 days preceding the enemy/S full-scale assault, every resource would be poured into the impending clash. The countdown amplified tension, each passing hour a drumbeat toward inevitable devastation. At last the war erupted in earnest, shattering the uneasy calm that had held the field. The clash of steel and cries of the fallen marked the beginning of a brutal saga. Amid the chaos, they plotted to ambush the enemy/S supply lines before the main assault, hoping to choke the advancing tide. Yet the front of their castle remained heavily observed, a constant reminder of the razor-thin margin for error. Dark-woven ponchos were distributed for night operations, allowing a select elite unit to melt into the shadows. While a massive army would be visible, these camouflaged fighters could strike unseen, turning darkness into a weapon. They believed the strongest card in their hand would finally deliver the war's decisive blow. That singular force carried the weight of hope, poised to turn the tide in a single, crushing strike. The conflict now involved Illinois, once a vassal of Perdium, who had risen to command the Dagard supply unit. His presence added a personal layer to the battle, intertwining loyalties and betrayals. A storm rolled over the battlefield, darkness cloaking the land and obscuring vision. The terrible weather pressed against them, thick enough that nothing could be seen beyond a breath's length. Still, the gloom proved to be a perfect veil for their ambush, concealing movements that would otherwise be exposed. The veil of night became an ally, turning the storm's fury into a strategic advantage. With the ground soaked and the night shrouded, they resolved that no hostages would be taken, sparing none from the inevitable reckoning. The finality of that decision rang coldly across the battlefield. The commander's order cut through the murmurs of the council with cold precision, declaring that no hostages would be taken. His voice carried the weight of an unyielding strategy, stripping away any pretense of mercy. Still echoing the ruthless decree, an unsuspecting vassal slipped into Dagard under the guise of an envoy, trading secrets for personal gain. In the shadows of the foreign camp, he assumed the role of commander of the supply unit, his duplicity now woven into the larger war tapestry. Before he could steady himself against the growing tide of betrayal, a cold voice sliced through the courtyard, refusing any negotiation. "I do not deal with the likes of you." The dismissal hung in the air like a bitter wind, marking a line that would not be crossed. With that realization lingering, the gathered officers turned to the captain, eyes demanding a course of action. Their collective breath held, they awaited his command as the battlefield uncertainty pressed upon them. Meanwhile, the Strategic Council plotted a swift advance directly toward the castle, counting on the enemy's assault already unfolding. They reasoned that the adversary's focus on the stronghold would leave its flanks vulnerable to a decisive strike. Yet beneath that calm, the plan unfolded to exploit the distraction, sending a detachment around to assault the enemy from the rear. The sudden reversal was intended to sow chaos through confusion and shattered morale. Still carrying the weight of the rear assault, the High Command placed the main forces of the offensive into his hands, a brutal test of resolve. Their warning echoed starkly, thousands awaited, yet only a handful stood ready, and they pressed him to prove his capability. Before the burden could settle, a reassuring voice rose among the ranks, boasting that no problem would arise if the young lord led the charge. The confidence offered a fleeting glimmer of hope amidst the looming odds. With that reassurance lingering, the strategists whispered that the seasoned veteran would receive the most exhilarating segment of their design, a role shrouded in danger. They then turned to the young master, probing who would assume command over the castle gate. Meanwhile, the order came to leave the castle gate untouched, a static sentinel amidst the chaos. The instruction implied that its current state would serve the larger scheme without alteration. Still carrying the weight of the gate/S fate, a call rang out across the barracks urging every soldier to ready themselves for the approaching enemy. The directive sharpened the resolve of each warrior, binding them to a common purpose. Before he could steady the troops, an explicit command was issued: no enemy was to approach the wall under any circumstance. The strict prohibition fortified the defensive line, turning the stone facade into an unbreachable shield. Yet beneath that calm, a chilling proclamation reverberated: the war had already ended. The statement cast a surreal stillness over the battlefield, as if victory and defeat had dissolved into whispers. With that grim realization lingering, the artillery crews were ordered to brace their catapults for a second, decisive strike. The anticipation of the booming launch added a thunderous tension to the already silent night. Meanwhile, the council referenced an additional note from the commander, hinting at further measures yet to be disclosed. The vague allusion intensified the uncertainty that wrapped the plan like a shroud. Still carrying the weight of unresolved defenses, the advisors warned that both the castle wall and its gate posed imminent problems, with the gate expected to crumble soon. They pressed the young leader for a solution, demanding a decisive course of action. Yet beneath that urgency, the same command resurfaced: the castle gate should remain as it was, untouched. The contradictory council left the commanders wrestling with an unsettling paradox. Meanwhile, the protectors declared their sole focus would be safeguarding Skoven, yet reported that their dispatched messengers had vanished, unable to be replaced because of prior obligations. The puzzling gap forced the council to question how such a critical failure could occur. With that lingering doubt, a frantic report arrived that the soldiers sent to secure supplies had not returned, and the whereabouts of the entire supply unit remained unknown. The loss cast a shadow over the campaign's logistics, threatening to starve the forces before the battle began. Still carrying the weight of missing supplies, the commanders voiced a bold intention: to seize the castle before the sun set. The swiftness of the goal underscored the desperation threading through their strategy. Finally, the assembled forces surged forward, converging on the castle gate in a unified advance. The massed troops pressed the stone barrier, each step echoing the collective resolve to claim the stronghold. He steels himself, moving alone toward the towering castle gate, intent on shattering its defenses with his own hand. The clang of his resolve reverberates across the courtyard, a solitary promise to break the barrier. Yet, a cold proclamation haunts the air: there is no Perdium left, and destiny has already sealed his downfall, no matter how fiercely he fights. The weight of inevitability presses against his determination, turning hope into a fragile thread. Still bearing the shadow of that fatal decree, a figure steps forward, offering a hidden truth that they have something to show. The unspoken promise flickers like a candle in the encroaching gloom. Before the mystery can unfurl, the ancient strategy is recited, declaring that only by overwhelming the enemy with superior numbers can a gate be forced open after relentless assaults. The notion of endless waves amplifies the urgency of their siege. Yet, amidst the doctrine of sheer force, a quiet certainty surfaces: even now, a path to victory remains within reach. That lingering notion steadies the weary hearts, refusing to surrender to despair. Still questioning the faint glimmer of triumph, a voice asks whether they truly believe success is possible. The challenge hangs in the air, a mirror reflecting both doubt and stubborn resolve. Meanwhile, Victor_S report arrives, cutting through the tension with hard facts and unsettling updates. His words ripple across the camp, redefining the battlefield_S scope. With Victor_S reports still echoing, the scale of the looming assault becomes stark: a massive legion gathers, their numbers forming a wall of steel and flesh. The sheer volume of soldiers underscores the daunting odds that now confront the gate. A cold command cut through the murmurs of the camp, urging every soldier to evacuate before the shadows grew deeper. The weight of the directive settled upon the battlefield like an unseen tide, forcing each weary fighter to consider flight. Even as troops scrambled, a distant horn shattered the uneasy silence, announcing an attack on the main base. The ground trembled under the onslaught, and the sky darkened with the silhouettes of advancing foes. Through the clamor, a tall figure stepped forward, his armor glinting with a harsh resolve. He proclaimed himself as Adon Praso, a name that cut through the chaos like a blade. His declaration drew a sharp rebuke from the frontline commander, who barked an order for every combatant to state their name. The demand echoed across the battered courtyard, demanding accountability in the face of looming ruin. Even as names rang out, eyes turned toward the horizon where the right fortress wall loomed as the next focal point of the battle. Its battered stones promised both refuge and peril, drawing the soldiers' attention like a magnet. While the right wall drew their gaze, an experienced veteran whispered counsel from the ramparts, urging each warrior to dodge the incoming strikes on their own. The advice bore the weight of countless skirmishes, reminding them that survival often relied on solitary reflex. Following the counsel to stay alert, a hurried inspection of the defensive line revealed a grim truth: Wall 15 was in far worse condition than any reconnaissance had suggested. Cracks spidered across its surface, threatening to crumble under the next furious barrage. Faced with the crumbling wall, the realization struck like a sudden gale: there was no time to linger or repair. Every second stretched thin, pulling the fighters toward an inevitable clash. With urgency sharpening their resolve, the commanders urged their troops to act before momentum slipped away. Hesitation could spell defeat, and the field demanded decisive movement. Despite the relentless assault, the main gate remained unbreached, its defenses proving stronger than any had anticipated. Yet the enemy calculated a breakthrough within 10 minutes, a ticking clock that grew louder with each heartbeat. Amid this ticking dread, a daring stratagem emerged: eliminate the commander whose presence kept the gate sealed. His fall would grant the attackers the opening they so desperately coveted. Just as the plan began to coalesce, a stern figure stepped forward, declaring that none would leave this place alive. The assertion slammed into the gathering like a wall of iron. Without pause, the same voice demanded to know who stood before it, probing the identity of the one daring enough to challenge fate. The question lingered, obliging a response that could determine survival. An imposing commander narrows his eyes, demanding to know the intruder/S true identity. His voice cuts through the cold courtyard like a blade, leaving the captive silence heavy with uncertainty. Still bearing the weight of that probing demand, the seasoned veteran replies that he has successfully sealed all avenues, having crossed paths with countless souls in the process. His tone carries the wear of battles fought behind invisible walls, a testimony to the endless vigilance he has maintained. With that assertion lingering, he declares that nothing poses a simpler challenge than beasts driven solely by instinct. Such creatures, he muses, are predictable, their fury easy to channel against more cunning foes. He then nods to the captain/S earlier words, affirming that the truth aligns exactly with what was spoken. The echo of that agreement steadies the tense atmosphere, binding the present discourse to the chain of command. Turning his gaze toward Victor, he unveils the mercenary as Desmond/S concealed joker, a wild card beyond any warrior before him, rivaled only by the speaker himself. Victor/S presence radiates a raw power that unsettles even the hardened ranks, marking him as a pivotal force in the looming conflict. He outlines a brutal strategy, leveraging sheer numbers to pressure the wall/S defenders, shattering the weakened gate, and unleashing a relentless all-out assault, a plan that mirrors his own designs. The convergence of tactics underscores a calculated inevitability, as every calculated move pushes the fortress nearer to collapse. The impact of the first strike lands heavy upon the field, a crushing blow that feels both futile and relentless. Its weight drags the morale down, a reminder that sheer force alone may not carve a path to victory. When pressed for a decisive answer, he responds curtly, "No, not yet," letting the hesitation linger like a held breath. The pause adds a thin veil of uncertainty over the battlefield/S rhythm, as every command hangs in balance. At last the gate yields, flung open as waves of soldiers surge forward, overwhelming the citadel with ferocious vigor. In moments, the castle/S once staunch defenses crumble under the torrent, signaling the merciless takeover that follows. Amid the chaos, he commands that Count de Garde be seized, promising the swift elimination of their opposing commanders. The order cuts through the melee like a knife, focusing the bloodshed toward the heart of enemy leadership. An unnamed figure receives a stark decree: "You are not to go," he insists, sealing their fate with a cold dismissal. The refusal reverberates, casting a shadow over the once hopeful resolve of the dismissed soldier. He turns his sharp scrutiny toward Kair, reminding the mercenary captain that survival often demands knowing when to abandon a cause. Questioning why they persist, he points out the gate/S shattered remnants, a stark testament that past avenues have been torn down. The verdict rings out unmistakably: "You have lost." Its finality settles over the battlefield like ash, smothering any flicker of resistance. He reflects that the surprise assault, though unexpected, altered nothing, and the fatal error lay in filling the strike team with mere mercenaries. The miscalculation turned potential triumph into hollow defeat, exposing the fragile foundation of their hastily assembled force. Offering a grim counsel, he asserts that even the most refined knight must adopt a mercenary /s pragmatism, retreating when the cause yields no worth. Such counsel drapes the battlefield with a stark realism, urging skill to bend beneath survival /s cold logic. He declares that within this struggle, no cause justifies the sacrifice of lives. The stark truth hangs heavy, a bitter reminder that honor alone cannot outweigh the price of blood. His voice rises, demanding the mercenary claim victory, scoffing at the audacity of doubt with a bitter, "How dare you?" The challenge cuts deep, urging the soldier to forge triumph from the very scorn thrown at him. Observing the fortress /s strongest defense, he notes a singular gap, offering his own life to the young lord as a living weapon to exploit it. The pledge weaves personal sacrifice into the broader tapestry of war, turning his very existence into a spear aimed at the breach. In the final command, he orders that Victor be restrained, a decisive move to curtail the wildcard /s unstoppable surge. The directive seals the climax, demanding control over the force that once threatened to upheave the entire battlefield. An unnamed figure pressed the question, demanding to know the method and which target had been chosen. The weight of that inquiry hung heavy over the battlefield, hinting at hidden strategies. Meanwhile, a beast burst from the shadows, charging forward with unbridled ferocity. Its sudden rush amplified the tension sparked by the earlier interrogation. One voice among the ranks urged a comrade to glance downward, as if the ground itself held a secret warning. The command cut through the roar of the charging animal, directing attention to an unseen peril. In the midst of that frantic moment, desperate minds made hasty choices, blind to the possibility that this could be their final decision. The folly of urgency settled like a cold veil over the battlefield. A single, calculated blow was deemed sufficient to turn the tide, its potential echoed in the strained breaths of the fighters. The notion of restraint contrasted starkly with the earlier reckless decisions. Then, an irregular movement slipped past a gleaming blade, deflecting it and reshaping the disadvantage into a fleeting advantage for the opponent. Such a maneuver required a skill that bordered on the extraordinary, and the observers felt a shiver of awe. The observers whispered that surpassing one's limits at the brink of life and death was commonplace, yet this instance slipped past their grasp. The missed edge lingered as a haunting reminder of narrowly avoided fate. It became clear that the mercenary had encountered a foe far beyond his expectations, a rival whose presence alone altered the balance. The realization settled like iron in his gut. Reflecting on all his actions up to that point, the mercenary understood that each risk taken had been weighed against the ultimate price of his life. The calculus of sacrifice now seemed both justified and terrifying. A hesitant question rose from the shadows, asking whether they would be held down in this place forever. The inquiry added a layer of dread to the already precarious situation. Even at the looming castle gate, the surge of magical aid tipped the scales toward a fleeting advantage. The glow of enchantments cast long shadows that danced with uncertainty. Behind the clamor, a meticulously orchestrated war unfolded, its every thread woven in secrecy, leaving no avenue of escape. The realization that survival paths were deliberately blocked pressed down on the fighters like a stone. Labeling those tangled circumstances as mere coincidence seemed a convenient lie, for each factor aligned perfectly to deny victory. The truth of deliberate sabotage gnawed at the heart of every soldier. Consequently, they walked straight into a trap laid with cold precision, their hopes ensnared by unseen hands. The sudden capture of hope was as palpable as the steel that closed around them. In response, they resolved to gather their scattered forces and execute a brief, strategic retreat. The plan, though fleeting, promised a momentary reprieve from the tightening noose. The terrain offered no forest cover. After escaping the blaze, they would reconvene at the main camp, though the delay in capture meant they must summon Adon without hesitation. The urgency of the call echoed through the cracked air, urging swift action. A low murmur mentioned the commander of the guard, his name drifting among the weary voices. The reference served as a reminder that higher powers watched the unfolding chaos. It became starkly apparent that both the main force and the accompanying army had been shattered beyond repair. The collapse resonated like the final toll of a dying bell. With that grim reality looming, the surviving leaders envisioned ending the war by severing every head of opposition. The brutal resolution hung heavy, a final, desperate gamble. An unnamed figure leans close, concern tightening his voice as he asks if any wound aches. The protagonist meets the gaze, shoulders steady, and replies that he feels no pain. The brief exchange hangs in the stale air, a fleeting moment of humanity before the storm resumes. Still carrying the weight of that terse reassurance, another voice comments on the precarious timing, noting how a delay could have spelled disaster. He recalls the first moment he heard the plan, dismissing it as madness. The memory of that reckless conviction fuels the tension building around them. Meanwhile, the battlefield erupts as a figure, his speed and strength bordering on the impossible, cuts through the chaos, leaving no opening for retaliation. Each motion is a blur, a living storm that dwarfs any prior doubts. The observers can only watch in awe as the impossible becomes reality. Yet beneath that relentless onslaught, a sneering voice labels the mercenaries as filthy rats and admits they only toyed with them briefly. The contempt drips like poison, sharpening the resolve of those who bear the scars. The disdain fuels a silent promise of retribution. Before he could steady himself against the jeers, the blade in his hand twists elegantly, evading the strike aimed at his vital spot. The motion is a dance of survival, a thin line between death and defiance. The fleeting grace deepens the tension that coils around his heart. With that realization lingering, another challenger boasts that their victory over Adon was mere luck, claiming no one else has ever withstood such assaults. He scolds the reckless choice of draining oneself against Adon only to face this new threat. The accusation rings cold, exposing the thin thread of hubris binding them. Yet the warrior remains unmoved, declaring he would not regret dying at the hands of someone like his foe. The resolve hardens like steel, turning inevitable death into a welcome release. The calm acceptance casts a shadow over the battlefield /s fury. Still echoing that stoic resolve, a mysterious presence warns that unpredictability reigns, and any lapse in vigilance will seal one /s fate. He questions whether a hidden powerhouse lurks within Peridium, hinting at unseen danger. The doubt seeps into the air, tightening the coil of suspense. Simultaneously, a cold voice declares that they know exactly who he is, each syllable stripping away anonymity. The revelation cuts deeper than any blade, confronting him with his own legend. The knowledge hangs heavy, a reminder that every step is watched. Following that unsettling acknowledgement, the adversary enumerates his forces, strategies, and even the shadowy allies bolstering his campaign. The exhaustive list feels like an inventory of his weaknesses laid bare. The exhaustive awareness threatens to overwhelm his resolve. Yet the opponent smirks, claiming they have known every detail from the beginning, as if fate itself were a manuscript they read. The certainty of omniscience presses upon him like a vice. The world narrows to the inevitability of confrontation. In spite of that looming certainty, another assertion surfaces: there is no way Peridium could have been aware of this top-secret operation. The denial spins a tangled web of conspiracy, questioning the very foundations of their intelligence. The contradiction stirs a restless unease. Amid the swirling doubts, the conversation shifts to the trump card hidden within Count Desmond's house, a piece that could tip the scales. The mention of such leverage sharpens the stakes, casting a glimmer of hope or dread. The anticipation tightens around each breath. Meanwhile, the commentary turns practical, noting that axes are as reliable as expected and that this fact fits neatly into their hand. The simple truth about weaponry grounds the looming chaos in cold practicality. The realization that such mundane tools serve grand designs adds a grim elegance. Then, a sharp inquiry cuts through the analysis, demanding to know what the very essence of the protagonist is. The question hangs, a mirror reflecting his identity back at him. The doubt forces him to confront the core of his being. Finally, the focus sharpens onto the Archduke of Peridium, whose name reverberates as both authority and enigma. The presence of such a figure underscores the political weight pressing on the battlefield. The climax of revelation leaves the air thick with impending destiny. He stands amid the flickering torches, his voice resonating with authority as he proclaims himself the young lord of Peridium. The weight of his lineage presses down, turning the claim into both a mantle and a burden. Around him, the assembled crowd shifts uneasily, sensing the gravity of his sudden ascension. Still carrying the weight of his newly claimed title, he turns his gaze northward and declares that the strongest knight of that realm fell at the hands of a mere scoundrel. The admission ripples through the listeners like a cold wind, underscoring how even the mightiest can be undone by unexpected foes. A hushed awe settles, hinting at the unsettling power of that humble adversary. Before he can steady himself, he brands the scoundrel /s triumph as arrogance, questioning the very design of the trap that was set during war. He argues that employing every necessary means is the cornerstone of a decisive victory, framing cunning as an essential blade in battle. The crowd feels the tension tighten, aware that strategy now outweighs brute strength. With that realization lingering, he asserts that regardless of the methods used, the one who remains standing in the end is the true winner. The statement cuts through lingering doubts, casting the outcome as an unforgiving final judgment. Around him, the murmurs fade as the inevitability of survival settles like a cold stone. Yet beneath that calm declaration, he observes that, as expected, the victor receives no amplification from the enigmatic Z-Corps. The omission feels like a silent warning, suggesting that triumph alone will not grant any supernatural edge. The audience senses the subtle balance of power that persists beyond the battlefield. Meanwhile, after the heavy revelations have settled, he allows himself a brief smile, noting that the entire ordeal was, in a twisted way, enjoyable. The comment drifts through the stale air, offering a fleeting glimpse of amusement amid the grim calculations. It leaves those present with an unsettling mix of relief and lingering curiosity. An unnamed comrade leaned close, eyes searching for the cause of the newcomer's pallor. He pressed a hand to the wound, insisting that no aid was required because the blade had already passed. The wounded man muttered that it was nothing, masking the sting beneath a veneer of denial. Still carrying the weight of that denial, Belinda hurried to the corridor, asking where Vanessa lay. She noted the mage's dwindling energy, and reported that Fergus had ushered her into the castle's inner sanctum alongside the other spellcasters. The tension in her voice hinted at a fragile hope amidst the fading light. Before he could steady himself, a senior officer stepped forward, his gaze lingering on the knight captain. He offered sincere commendation, declaring the captain's performance exemplary. The acknowledgement rang like a brief bomb over the battlefield's lingering smoke. With that gratitude lingering, an eager voice rose among the ranks, recalling the first moment they heard the captain's vow. The speaker proclaimed the captain's deeds as nothing short of astonishing. The words lifted morale, stitching together scattered resolve. Still awash in the echo of praise, another figure stepped into the glow of torchlight, declaring unequivocally that the captain truly achieved the impossible. The assertion felt like a seal upon the captain's growing legend. It added weight to the collective admiration. Yet beneath that cascade of accolades, a quiet soldier whispered that every triumph owed its existence to the captain's unyielding spirit. The sentiment deepened the sense of shared destiny. It reminded all that leadership was the thread binding their fate. As the night grew colder, a brotherly voice asked what the captain planned next, urging a check on the soldier's condition. He advised recalling the weary fighters, noting the countless tasks that still lay ahead, and gently suggested a brief respite. The council painted a picture of duty tempered with compassion. Still hearing the brothers' concern, an ambitious mercenary stepped forward, demanding immediate departure toward Count de Garde's lands with the hired swords. He appealed for the authority of a lord's deputy, eyes fixed on the promise of swift action. The request pulsed with urgency. Meanwhile, a weary veteran observed the freshly concluded war, questioning the rush to move when the troops were bruised and exhausted. He reminded the group that victory's aftermath required patience as much as the battle itself. The doubt lingered like a cold draft in the hall. Yet beneath that restraint, a firebrand voiced a contrary strategy, insisting they must strike without delay, press their advantage, and demand reparations on their own terms so no future challenge could arise. The rhetoric crackled with resolve, urging a decisive, unforgiving blow. The clash of perspectives heightened the tension. Before the council could settle, a historian's recollection surfaced, noting that Count de Garde had once stood as a loyal ally, a noble sworn to the royal family. He urged that any action toward him be tempered with the courtesy owed to a former friend. The memory added a layer of solemnity to the looming confrontation. Still clutching that reminder of old bonds, a medic assured that Kare and Belinda required no worry, dismissing their injuries as merely scratches. The reassurance tried to steady trembling hearts. It contrasted sharply with the looming strategic debates. With that calm proclaimed, a seasoned commander responded, stating it was time to move, signaling the march forward. The simple command cut through lingering hesitation. It marked the transition from discussion to action. Yet as the troops prepared, a curious onlooker asked how such chaos had arisen, eyes scanning the smoldering battlefield. The question hung in the air, a silent probe into the chain of events that led them here. It underscored the lingering mystery behind the conflict. Before the answer could form, an outspoken strategist described an obstinate noble, notorious for clinging to customs and honor yet desperate for wealth. He argued that offering reparations could bend the noble's resolve, forcing Count Desmond to shoulder responsibility. The analysis painted a pragmatic, if ruthless, path forward. Still contemplating that maneuver, another voice, tinged with empathy, questioned the captain's conscience, reminding him of his own humble origins and asking whether the lives of distant beasts outweighed those of his own people. The challenge struck at the core of his moral compass. It added a weighty introspection to the impending negotiations. Meanwhile, a frustrated officer grumbled about the swift arrival of enemies, lamenting that events would not unfold as they had hoped. His bitterness reflected the growing sense of being outmaneuvered. The complaint resonated through the ranks like a low thunder. Yet before desperation could settle, a tactician inquired whether preparations for surrender negotiations with Count Thomas de Garde had been completed. The question implied a pivot toward diplomatic resolution amidst the chaos. It introduced a glimmer of strategic flexibility. Finally, a commanding figure barked the order to bring the targeted man forward, ending the exchange with a decisive command. The command rang out, sealing the shift from planning to execution. It set the stage for the next inevitable clash. Still carrying the weight of the de Garde envoy /S sudden flight, the battlefield felt the sting of his swift disappearance. The Lord, eyes narrowed by urgency, abandoned his own soldiers without a word, racing back toward his distant holdings. The ground seemed to hold its breath as the retreat echoed through the ranks. Meanwhile, the council murmured apologies, lamenting how the chase had slipped through their grasp. They blamed the old veteran, referred to only as Gramps, for the oversight, yet hinted at granting the fugitive another chance against the looming threat of Gileon. The notion of redemption lingered like a faint ember among them. Before he could steady himself, a seasoned advisor cautioned Kair not to overthink the loss, reminding him that his own father would have acted the same way. The council carried the weight of lineage, suggesting that acceptance was a necessary sacrifice. A cold resolve settled over Kair as duty eclipsed doubt. With that resolve lingering, he declared his intent to claim de Garde /S lands as his own, eyes fixed on the horizon of conquest. The proclamation rang like a war drum, promising a new dominion under his banner. The notion of ownership sparked both anticipation and unease among his followers. Yet beneath that bold ambition, he questioned whether preparations for surrender negotiations with Count Thomas de Garde were complete. The inquiry cut through the clamor, demanding strategic foresight before any treaty could be forged. The looming diplomatic dance weighed heavily on the council /S minds. Meanwhile, Count Thomas de Garde /S voice thundered across the council, accusing the leader of deception, broken alliances, and the audacious attempt to seize Perdium. He branded him a traitor, each accusation sharp as a blade. The room pulsed with tension as the accusations settled like a storm. In response to that indictment, the elders warned that any gamble with countless lives demanded an equal willingness to sacrifice one /S own existence. They reminded him that the price of such reckless actions would be inevitably paid. The warning lingered, a heavy mantle of responsibility. As the debate deepened, a legal scholar reminded everyone that inheritance required bloodline or rightful succession, otherwise the claim violated ancient law. He stressed that a domain could not be bartered like a simple commodity. The principle anchored the discourse in tradition. Still clinging to that legal framework, they proposed a tenuous compromise, to pass him off as a distant relative and have scribes forge inheritance documents. The suggestion dangled a fragile path forward, beckoning acceptance. The council weighed the ethical cost of such a ruse. With the scheme outlined, they demanded additional reparation payments, insisting time be granted to settle the debts. The financial burden added another layer of urgency to the already precarious plan. The proposal pressed upon the leader like a tightening vice. When the weight of those demands settled, they probed whether his own life held enough value to endure such sacrifice. Their question cut through any lingering confidence, exposing raw vulnerability. The leader/S resolve was tested in that stark moment. Amid that stark interrogation, they presented a cruel choice: furnish a massive reparation to rescue his lord, or watch him fall and see his land swallowed by Perdium. The dichotomy painted a bleak horizon, each option fraught with loss. The decision loomed like a blade over his destiny. While the council wrestled with that dilemma, Belinda turned to her father, insisting he must have devised a plan as he always does, her voice calm and untroubled. Her confidence floated above the tension, a steady beacon in the storm. The reassurance hinted at a hidden stratagem. Then the grim truth emerged: Count de Garde lay dead, his name now a cold echo in the hall. The revelation stripped away any lingering pretense of negotiation. The atmosphere grew heavier with the finality of death. In the wake of that announcement, they recounted how they had instructed him to render proper respect, and after witnessing the scene, judged that the decisive action had been the wiser path. Their justification painted the act as a measured response. The justification attempted to cloak the execution in prudence. Yet beneath that justification, they warned that sparing the fallen lord would only invite another assault upon them. The warning lingered like a foreboding whisper. The threat of renewed aggression underscored their caution. Supporting that caution, they recounted how the de Garde forces had launched an invasion on Perdium with an army exceeding 7,000 men, a force impossible to field alone. The magnitude of the assault highlighted the depth of external support. The scale of the threat amplified the urgency of their stance. Further details emerged, revealing that Desmond had supplied troops while Raold maneuvered unseen behind the scenes. Their covert contributions painted a picture of hidden alliances. The hidden hands shaped the tide of war from the shadows. With those alliances in mind, they questioned whether the two dominant powers were now targeting them, noting Desmond/S reputation for maintaining neutrality. The suspicion added another layer of peril to their calculations. The uncertainty of allegiance weighed heavily. Amidst the shifting borders, they observed that the de Garde territory now adjoined Perdium, preventing an immediate strike but enabling an instant response to any suspicious movement. The new geography altered strategic possibilities. The council sensed both opportunity and danger in the altered frontier. Nevertheless, the council reminded him that slaying Count de Garde did not automatically grant him the Lord/S lands, as inheritance required a blood relative or rightful heir. The legal barrier stood firm despite the violent transfer of power. Their reminder underscored the complexity of claiming dominion. Prompted by that reminder, they asked whether he could examine the matter more closely. The request carried a tone of cautious deliberation. Their invitation suggested a need for deeper scrutiny. In response, they produced a document recovered from Count de Garde, claiming it could potentially circumvent the looming disputes. The paper glimmered with possible legal loopholes. Its presence offered a flicker of hope amid the turmoil. Considering the weight of governance, they warned that overseeing a territory was no simple task and asked if he was confident he could manage it with the limited manpower at his disposal. The inquiry challenged his capability. Their doubt cast a shadow over his ambitions. Yet they hinted that a suitable candidate existed who could fulfill the role more aptly. The suggestion opened a door to an alternative solution. The notion of delegation lingered in the discussion. Turning to broader maps, they referenced the Syrian Kingdom/S Austin territory, implying its relevance to the current power balance. The mention expanded the scope of their strategic considerations. The Austin lands became another piece in the unfolding puzzle. Finally, they concluded that there was no need to let harshness dominate their dealings, urging a more measured approach. Their final words sought to temper the growing animosity. The call for restraint hung in the air as the council deliberated further. Nobles gathered beneath vaulted arches, their eyes fixed on the speaker as he solemnly acknowledged the countless contributions that had upheld the realm/S majesty. The air thrummed with a quiet reverence, each whispered gratitude heavy as stone. Still echoing that solemn acknowledgement, the council lifted a seal of honor, granting the title of Baron over the frost-kissed lands of Fenris. The newly appointed Baron felt centuries of expectation settle upon his shoulders. Carrying the weight of the newly bestowed title, the assembly turned its gaze toward the distant battlefields, proclaiming a hopeful long live for the peace after the war. Their words lingered like a fragile promise in the cooling air. Before the cheers could fade, an unnamed figure stepped forward, his ascent to lordship sealed by the same breath of ceremony that had crowned the baron. The crowd recognized the familiar rise of power, a silent nod to destiny's hand. Still riding the ripple of those elevations, the strategists outlined the Dagard territory, a tapestry of 5 baronies with Fenris poised at its heart. Their plan to establish a central base whispered of order amid the lingering chaos. Yet beneath that strategic disclosure, a simple invitation follows, asking whether any questions remain among the assembled advisors. The air holds a brief pause of anticipation. Yet beneath the orderly map, a grim reminder surfaced: the lands had bled, their runestones shattered by relentless conflict. The somber truth settled like ash over the newly drawn borders. Holding that memory of loss, the commander admitted they possessed no fresh runestones, the castle gate having been blown to ruin. The devastation echoed louder than any triumph. With that ruin still vivid, worries grew louder, prompting a promise to gather what was needed and bring the present moment back into focus. The resolve to rebuild flickered in the eyes of those listening. Carrying that renewed determination, they congratulated the young lord, urging swift action and extending an invitation to dine with the young master and the captain. The shared meal became a silent pact of unity. While the feast loomed, a familiar voice reminded them that the person before them was the same one they once knew, asking only to be called by whatever name suited the moment. The recognition wove past memories into the present charge. Still haunted by those shared histories, the council turned to the recent turmoil, noting Elena's bullying ways and her violent reactions, while praising Rachel's healing strength. Their assessment painted a stark contrast between chaos and compassion. With that contrast in mind, gratitude rose from the assembly, thanking everyone for heeding the war's orders and maintaining focus. Their appreciation rang like a steady drumbeat over the battlefield's echo. Holding the thanks close, the leaders affirmed that each participant had displayed worthiness throughout the recent war, more than qualifying for the tasks ahead. The affirmation steadied the weary hearts gathered. Yet the weight of logistics loomed, reminding all that an army demanded a hefty sum, demanding fresh earnings yet assuring that the condition posed no obstacle. The pragmatic truth cut through the lingering optimism. Carrying that pragmatic resolve, a plea emerged: "Would you accompany us?" recalling a prior visit and warning that Fenris would descend into disorder until addressed. The invitation bore the urgency of a looming storm. Even as the call to action rang, thoughts drifted to those they trusted most, the inner circle whose loyalty formed the backbone of every plan. Their names whispered like a secret wind. With that trust anchoring their resolve, the command was handed over, a solemn declaration that the burden now rested upon you. The weight settled heavily onto shoulders unaccustomed to such charge. Still shouldering that burden, they wished a safe journey, noting that Kair would travel alongside, and urged preparation while inquiring about the Austin territory of the Syrian kingdom. The question hung like a map waiting to be drawn. Carrying the promise of preparation, they spoke of venturing into Austin territory, eager for games and the fleeting pleasure of travel. The prospect of entertainment twined with the weight of their mission. Even as anticipation built, a playful remark floated: they seemed as energetic as ever, especially the youthful spirit among them. The levity briefly lifted the oppressive atmosphere. Still feeling that youthful vigor, a greeting arrived, assuring that you were all right despite the nervous tremor of a first combat, and offering thanks for perseverance. The acknowledgement soothed the lingering anxiety. Holding that gratitude, another presence confirmed their own attendance, praised the commendable effort, and announced a return to the Magic Tower. The promise of arcane refuge added a comforting note. While the tower beckoned, thoughts drifted back to Austin territory and the notorious Kraken gambling house that pulsed within its shadows. The image of chance lingered like a whispered gamble. Carrying the scent of that gambling den, they confessed a yearning for its atmosphere and aroma, recalling a path toward the Magic Tower and noting that Kair and Alfoy would enjoy themselves, promising a call when Naba arrived. The longing added a bittersweet undertone. Still longing for that elusive pleasure, a question rose: how could one truly have fun when the coffers ran dry? The doubt cut through the earlier optimism. Yet the young master, determined to find joy, answered honestly, mentioning gambling and the search for the steward who dwelled within the House of Chance. The hunt for the steward became a new focal point. Amidst that pursuit, Claude_S warning resurfaced, prompting a denial of trickery and an explanation of a weighted fake die concealed for the game. The revelation added a layer of cautious intrigue. Still grappling with Claude_S warning, accusations flew, branding Claude as the mastermind behind the scheming all along. The blame sharpened the tension in the room. Holding that accusation, another voice protested ignorance, insisting no swap die had ever been prepared and casting blame back upon the accuser for deceit. The back and forth spiraled into a silent duel of trust. While the dispute lingered, a fresh invitation emerged, a fun game was in play, and all were urged to join. The call to participation echoed like a rallying cry. Carrying the invitation forward, curiosity sparked, prompting a simple yet probing inquiry about one_S identity. The question hung, waiting for revelation. Answering the query, a voice introduced itself as Gislin, a baron hailing from the Lithuania kingdom, laying claim to both title and purpose. The introduction anchored the swirling narrative with a clear figure. Gislin steps forward, his voice carrying the weight of the Lithuania kingdom as he announces his name to the assembled crowd. The cold air of the hall seems to echo his declaration, hinting at the burdens he bears. Still bearing the gravitas of his introduction, the whispers among the onlookers coalesce around the title of Baron Gislin Fenris, marking him as a man of both lineage and authority. The revelation tightens the atmosphere, as every eye now measures his standing against the expectations of nobility. Meanwhile, a distant noble from a foreign land is noted, his presence a stark contrast to the familiar Lithuanian pride. The subtle tension between the outsider and the baron hints at uneasy alliances forming in the shadows. With that contrast lingering, a herald_S voice pierces the murmurs, proclaiming that a winner has emerged from the recent contest. The announcement hangs like a blade, promising both reward and envy to those who hear it. Before the triumph could settle, an unnamed merchant quietly counts his earnings, having spent the day vending enchanted scrolls to desperate buyers. His weary smile masks the relentless grind that fuels the undercurrents of the gathering. Yet the merchant_S heart spikes with a sudden, lingering question: how long has it been since his pulse raced with true purpose? The doubt ripples through his thoughts, a reminder of dreams long postponed. In the midst of that introspection, the crowd turns its gaze to a man who sidestepped the sacred game_S honor, resorting to deceit and now facing impending punishment. The collective scorn feels like a cold tide, ready to engulf his transgressions. Still reverberating from the accusation, he repeats the very words that condemned him, his voice a thin shield against the gathering judgment. The repetition only deepens the sense that redemption slips further from his grasp. Amidst the mounting tension, the proprietor of the gambling house, Baron Austin, asserts his claim over the establishment, warning that any disturbance could ignite a diplomatic crisis. The threat looms over the patrons like an invisible wall, pressuring them toward restraint. In response, whispers advise a quiet retreat, urging those involved to feign innocence and slip back to their homelands without drawing further ire. The council carries a palpable urgency, as any misstep could fan the flames of conflict. Defying that suggestion, an aggrieved figure declares his inability to comply, insisting his funds were swindled and demanding redress. His frustration crackles in the stale air, setting the stage for an inevitable showdown. Seizing the moment, another challenger slams down a gauntlet, demanding a game that will claim Claude and his wealth as prize. The proposal electrifies the room, turning curiosity into raw tension. The stakes rise further as the challenger promises that not only status but every asset of the opponent may be seized, leaving no sanctuary untouched. The looming loss presses upon each participant like an unseen weight. Yet, through the clamor, a quiet voice emerges, reminding the Baron that someone still needs him, a thread binding duty to desperation. The reminder adds a subtle layer of responsibility to the brewing conflict. The murmurs then note that this may be the last sight of a noble possessing such daring courage, a lament that tinges the atmosphere with nostalgia. The realization casts a shadow over the impending gamble, as if fate itself watches. Now, the rules are laid bare, the lowest number claims victory, with ties broken by another roll, turning chance into a cruel arbiter. The explanation sharpens the participants' _focus, each breath measured against the dice. With the mechanics clarified, Crank steps forward, his hand poised to be the first to cast the die. The anticipation builds, his singular move setting the tempo for the entire contest. Meanwhile, an onlooker watches as a single die consumes the room/s attention, its slow tumble holding everyone captive. The lingering pause underscores the weight each roll now carries. When the die settles, Crank records a solitary point, a modest gain that nonetheless fuels his resolve. The tally glints in the dim light, a quiet testament to his cautious strategy. Yet the atmosphere remains hostile, the clamor of the crowd making the game feel impossible from its very start. The cacophony seems to conspire against any chance of clear judgment. Adding to the intrigue, a peculiar cup is revealed, its bottom opens according to the holder/s grip, paired with a weighted die that invariably lands on one. The contraptions hint at manipulation hidden beneath the veneer of fair play. Even with such devices, a warning echoes that the noble will never escape defeat, a fate sealed by hubris and circumstance. The foreboding phrase settles like ash on the participants'/consciences. When the final numbers are read, it becomes clear that the one whose digit aligns with the lowest claim claims triumph. The confirmation reverberates, sealing the outcome for better or worse. In the aftermath, an unnamed challenger reports a grim 0 points, his loss stark against the earlier bravado. The silence that follows his confession feels heavier than any applause. A question then cuts through the tension, probing the nature of the contest and its purpose. The inquiry hangs unanswered, prompting speculation among the gathered. Simultaneously, doubts arise about the meaning behind the alleged deception, as whispers debate whether they were merely being swindled. The skepticism fuels a growing unease that spreads like a cold draft. References to honor within the sacred game surface again, reminding all of the moral line crossed by the trickster. The echo of that principle underscores the gravity of betrayal. The crowd wonders if the mastermind held every detail from the outset, his foresight casting a shadow over the entire affair. The suspicion gnaws at the edges of trust, making every glance wary. Despite the chaos, a stance taken at the beginning persists, urging politeness even among thugs, a paradoxical code of conduct. The advice feels both absurd and oddly calming amidst the discord. Finally, it is remarked that the entire ordeal arrived with unsettling ease, as if the conflict was preordained. The observation leaves a lingering taste of inevitability in the aftermath. The conspirator/s plans falter as he realizes the wrong individual has been chosen to confront, a misstep that gnaws at his confidence. The weight of that mistake settles like a cold stone in his chest, warning him that every move now carries heightened peril. Before he could steady himself, he turns to the young master, urging him to join the venture and promising that together they will claim every coin and flee with Claude. The urgency of the offer glints against the backdrop of his earlier error, as if redemption could be bought with swift action. Still carrying the weight of that hurried bargain, the speaker exposes the gambling house as the Baron/s lifeline, now jeopardized by a manager caught rigging a game. The breach of trust stains the establishment's reputation, turning profit into a precarious gamble. With that revelation lingering, he issues a stark warning: today/s events will not be revisited, sealing the conversation in a vow of silence. The threat hangs in the air like an unspoken contract. Yet the tension eases momentarily as he commands Claude to depart, a fleeting gesture of trust amid the looming dread. The departure feels like a brief breath before the storm resumes. As Claude steps away, disbelief washes over the mastermind, marveling at his own survival and pondering the noble who intervened. He acknowledges that, thanks to that unknown benefactor, he finally possesses what he needed. Still haunted by gratitude, he apologizes to the shadows that surround him, confessing a desperate need that drifts beyond simple politeness. The confession carries the weight of a man clinging to his last lifeline. Before his plea could fade, he declares gambling to be mere luck, yet insists he has unearthed a winning formula that could free him from concealment. The promise of endless wealth flickers like a distant lantern in darkness. With that promise lingering, he envisions a return to a normal life, picturing days unmarked by blood and subterfuge. The thought steadies his resolve, as if the future were already within reach. Yet beneath that calm, he confesses the betrayal he inflicted, admitting his immaturity turned an ally into a traitor. The admission drips with regret, a stark reminder of his own folly. Before the remorse could settle, he references a scholar from the Syrian Royal Academy and the traitor daughter of Boethius Archias, weaving their names into his tangled web of guilt. Their mention adds a scholarly weight to the personal tragedy. Still haunted by the daughter's fate, an unnamed figure declares that she deserved death, yet offers a sliver of mercy if a ransom is paid. The bargain hangs like a blade over a trembling heart. With that cruel compromise lingering, the promise of Anna's freedom emerges as a beacon amid the darkness. Her possible salvation fuels a fragile hope. Before hope could fully blossom, the speaker paints the grim reality of Castle Austin's prison camps, where lowly prisoners are reduced to wasteful consumers of food. The image of decay deepens the sense of impending loss. Still recalling the camp's misery, he argues that without ransom there is no reason to keep the captives alive, noting Baron Austin Rogier's week-long failure to pay. The cold logic strips away any lingering compassion. Meanwhile, curiosity about the traitor's daughter resurfaces as he inquires about any news from Claude, observing that their current idle time at the gambling house yields no profit while Crank seems to thrive. The juxtaposition fuels a restless calculation. Before the idle speculation could linger, he proposes a darker course, using the daughter as a mate feels wrong, so execute. With that grim strategy hovering, he acknowledges that everything hinges on whether the ransom payer arrives. The outcome teeters on a single, decisive arrival. Still waiting for that arrival, he asks what is transpiring in the dead of night, a question that drips with impatience. The midnight hour magnifies the tension. Before the silence could swallow his query, a fellow's frantic protest about having to pay surfaces, adding another layer of discord. The complaint reverberates through the shadows. Still echoing that protest, he notes that Pa has brought gold for the ransom, a sudden glimmer of material hope amidst the turmoil. The gold feels heavy with expectation. Before the gold could settle, he demands Anna's release, eyes fixed on the possibility of redemption. The request cuts through the greed that surrounds him. Still clutching the gold, he questions its origin, claiming it was won in an unspecified venture, a half-told story that fuels suspicion. The vague claim hangs like an unfinished promise. Before the doubt could deepen, he affirms the truth of the claim and orders the man responsible to be imprisoned, sealing the fate of the uncertain benefactor. The command solidifies his control over the unfolding chaos. Yet beneath that decisive act, he reacts to the money's fishy nature, vowing to verify its legitimacy with Crank first. The precaution adds a thread of caution to his otherwise ruthless tapestry. Before the verification could conclude, he notes that the gambler actually secured the ransom money, a revelation that reshapes the balance of power. The gambler's role becomes pivotal in the looming exchange. Still absorbing the gambler's contribution, he finally turns his attention to Baron Austin, bringing up Baron Silent Fenris of the Lithania Kingdom as a new piece on the political board. The mention of Fenris hints at wider ramifications beyond the immediate bargain. An unseen figure stepped into the dim corridor, the flicker of torchlight catching the edge of his coat as he stared intently at the other. He pressed his palm to his chest, demanding to know the other/s true nature, a question that hung in the stale air like a blade. Still carrying the weight of that probing question, a low voice muttered that a member of the house had been caught cheating in the high-stakes game. The revelation threatened to strip him of his fortune, nearly erasing all his savings in a single, trembling gamble. Before he could steady himself against the spiraling rumors, a weary speaker confessed his uncertainty over whose words could be trusted. The tangled testimony swirled around him, each claim a fog that obscured the truth of what had truly transpired. With that doubt lingering, an elder stepped forward, explaining that the Kraken gambling house relied on the nobility/s coin, its lifeblood drawn from aristocratic wagers. He warned that a rumor of cheating could implicate the house/s owner in a scandal that would see the noble patrons turn their swords toward their benefactor. Meanwhile, a calm advisor, eyes fixed on the grim faces, urged them to pretend the day/s turmoil had never occurred. He suggested that acting as if nothing had happened would be the safest path through the gathering storm. Yet beneath that calm, a lone figure felt a sudden clarity break through the confusion. He realized, with a chill that settled in his bones, that the pieces of the puzzle were finally aligning, revealing the true scope of the danger. With that understanding dawning, he forced a hand toward a colleague, commanding them to move aside lest they become an obstacle. The warning was sharp, a silent promise that any interference would only deepen the peril that already loomed. Still hearing the strained command reverberate, another voice cut through the tension, asking once more what the other /S essence truly was. The question lingered, a relentless echo that sought to unmask the hidden motives driving each participant. Before the answers could settle, a weary companion pressed a question of desperate curiosity, wondering why anyone would go to such lengths for them. The inquiry pierced the silence, exposing the fragile bond that tethered their fates together. With that raw tension still thick in the air, a determined voice declared they would seize the money in Anna, warning of the inevitable complications that would follow. The warning fell like a bell, hinting at the storm of consequences that would erupt from such a bold claim. Meanwhile, amidst the rising stakes, a messenger addressed Baron Austin, urging him to journey to Fenris in the Kingdom of Lithuania should any problem arise. The summons carried the weight of authority, a reminder that the conflict extended far beyond the walls of the gambling hall. Before the messenger could finish, a voice muttered that choosing action now was better than living with regret later. The sentiment lingered, a stark reminder that hesitation could cost far more than any misstep. With that resolve echoing, a bitter confession slipped from a trembling mouth, claiming Anna would find greater comfort back in her homeland without his presence. He confessed that he had caused her father /S death and had not been the sole savior, laying bare the cruel truth of his own culpability. Yet beneath that confession, a trembling figure recanted his desire to stay by Anna /S side, pleading to be released from the tangled fate. He begged to be let go, his voice trembling as he surrendered the lingering hope of unity. Still clinging to the fading hope, a cold voice observed that it was now too late for any restitution. The finality of those words settled like ash, sealing the tragic conclusion of their intertwined struggle. The vast expanse of Fenris territory stretches beyond the horizon, its borders marked by the looming silhouette of Fenris Castle, a stronghold that has long dominated the landscape. Its stone walls, weathered by countless seasons, stand as a silent testament to the region /S troubled history. With the shadow of the castle still looming overhead, the gathered citizens are thanked for their presence and urged to commence the tasks ahead. The air hums with a mixture of resolve and uncertainty as orders ripple through the crowd. Still bearing the weight of collective expectation, Claude steps forward, assuming administrative duties and swiftly initiating a census to map the populace. He dispatches officials to the villages, his determination laying the groundwork for order to return. Before the ink of the census could dry, the council turns its attention to the looming hunger, proposing the bulk purchase of 6 months' worth of food supplies. The plan promises a lifeline, yet the enormity of the undertaking hangs heavy over every decision. Yet beneath the pragmatic scheme, they plot deeper reforms. Oxen are assigned to till the fields, forests are earmarked for clearing, and the bones of blood pythons are to be ground into fertilizer. Outdated infrastructure crumbles, making way for a renewed foundation of productivity. Amid the flurry of reconstruction, Wendy steps forward, shedding her former identity as head maid Belinda to assume the role of Claude /S personal protector. Her presence adds a silent, vigilant strength to the emerging order. While the new guardian watches over the council, a noble is recalled for his solemn duty to safeguard his people, his lineage binding him to the realm /S fate. The weight of tradition presses upon his shoulders, a reminder of the responsibilities that come with birthright. Yet the murmurs of the populace echo a deep mistrust of the nobility, rooted in generations of exploitation and greedy lordship. Their skepticism drips like poison, threatening to erode any fragile peace being forged. Still carrying the weight of that lingering resentment, advisors caution that ignoring the people /S suffering will isolate the aristocracy further, urging swift resolution of basic needs to rebuild the territory /S foundation. The urgency sharpens, a call to act before the cracks widen. Meanwhile, the treasury /S numbers flicker with unease, as a concerned voice warns that current spending rates could halt wages within 3 months. The specter of unpaid labor looms, casting a dark cloud over the hopeful reforms. Before the council could dismiss the alarm, another suggestion emerges: intensify mining operations to fund mage research, even though the vain /S bounty is far from infinite. The promise of magical advancement battles the reality of dwindling resources. Yet beneath those proposals, a pressing truth surfaces: a sustainable source of income is essential to prevent the fledgling economy from collapsing. The search for stability becomes the heartbeat of their strategy. Amid the restless debates, an unnamed figure steps forward, proclaiming they have devised the optimal plan to rescue the territory. The confidence exudes a rare spark of hope among weary faces. Still clinging to that glimmer of optimism, the proposed solution unfolds as a bold venture, the construction of a grand casino. Its glittering promise of revenue flickers like a beacon in the darkness. Yet beneath the allure of short-term profit, a wary council warns that such extravagance may fuel an underworld, sowing seeds of future chaos. The cautionary tone hangs heavy over the gleaming designs. A skeptical observer then poses a lingering question, wondering if anyone truly wishes to wager their fate on this gamble. The doubt reverberates, echoing through the council chamber. Meanwhile, on the fields, a new agricultural plan takes root. Rye will be cultivated using powdered blood python bones as fertilizer, each seed etched with mana compression sigils. The fusion of alchemy and agronomy whispers of unprecedented growth. Still carrying the weight of experimental ambition, mages are tasked with refining the mana compression, a process that could accelerate the crop/S development beyond natural limits. Their arcane laboratories buzz with focused intent. An amazed onlooker notes the audacity of applying such a technique to grains, a method traditionally reserved for enhancing human capabilities. The astonishment underscores the boldness of their venture. The mana compression sigil, a tiny runestone, is described as a vessel that stores power, multiplying mana growth with each activation. Its latent energy promises to thrust the harvest into a new epoch. Yet backlash erupts as traditionalists decry the sacrifice of valuable runestones for mere grain, until scholars validate the results, confirming the method/S success. The vindication steadies the resolve of the innovators. With the controversy settling, 2 participants are summoned, instructed to pen their contracts before embarking on the next phase. The ink dries, sealing obligations that bind their futures. Meanwhile, a stern warning follows: should the victor emerge, the defeated will be condemned to 10 years of unpaid servitude. The stakes sharpen, casting a grim shadow over the agreement. An attentive voice reminds all that this harsh clause reflects the original wager they had made, reinforcing the gravity of their gamble. The memory of the bet presses upon each heart. The first harvest draws to a close, its fields bearing the fruit of their daring experiments. The season/SN signals both celebration and the weight of what has been achieved. With a reliable food supply now secured, the people taste a newfound freedom, allowing the coveted runestone to be wielded for purposes beyond mere commerce. Their aspirations expand beyond survival. Amid the triumph, a tower master receives accolades, his victory achieved through detonating a runestone despite assistance from the magic tower. The explosive success reverberates through the ranks. Yet a lingering question surfaces: why must precious runestones be sacrificed again should the territory face another assault? The query hangs in the air, demanding a deeper justification. In response, a council member declares that an increased cadre of mages will be indispensable for future defenses. Their numbers swell, promising a fortified front. Still carrying the weight of this magical surge, it is noted that mages excel most when applied to construction, especially in erecting housing for the people. Their spells shape stone and timber with unprecedented speed. Thanks to the influx of sorcerers dispatched from the magic tower, massive building projects conclude swiftly, reshaping the landscape in a matter of weeks. The once scarred terrain now teems with fresh structures. The territory rapidly regains its functionality, streets buzzing with renewed activity and commerce. The once dormant region pulses with a revived lifeblood. Meanwhile, unrest erupts in Rapoldi, where a rebellion sparks under the banner of Countess Rayfold. The turmoil spreads, threatening the fragile stability the council has fought to restore. After his failed attempt to seize Peridium using Degard, the antagonist finds himself forced to move directly, his options narrowing with each retreat. The desperation in his march signals a turning tide. The war, however, is declared far from over, as voices question what actions will be taken now that Lady Amelia commands the territory. The strategic uncertainty looms large. Yet a resolute reminder cuts through the doubt: pressing forward will not equate to inaction, urging the leaders to seize momentum. The call to act steadies wavering resolve. An emissary then sets out toward the kingdom, a messenger bearing the weight of crucial decisions. Their journey marks the next step in the unfolding conflict. The capital of the Lithuania kingdom, Kardina, stands as the final destination, its towering walls poised to receive the envoy. The city/s looming presence promises a new arena for diplomacy or war. The sprawling fortress towers over the surrounding lands, which have been dismissed as nothing more than child/s play. A bold voice daringly challenges anyone to utter such a comparison before the captain, forcing the assembly to confront the true scale of the castle. Still carrying the weight of that challenge, an unnamed figure points out that Alfoy is hawking materials unseen even within the magic tower, insisting that his effort surpasses what the tower itself produces. Before the murmurs could settle, a restless voice declares a desire to raise the stronghold, driven by an inexplicable surge of emotion that compels him to see the walls crumble. Yet beneath that restless proclamation, another voice questions his sanity, noting a twisted darkness that has begun to surface within him. With that accusation lingering in the air, a nearby soldier mutters that the situation feels almost like a forgotten omen, a vague sense that something forebodes the coming turmoil. Still haunted by the ominous feeling, the commanders recount their desperate assault on the capital, a raid intended to eliminate Duke Delphine after his usurpation, only to find the throne vacant. The failure of that strike fuels a vengeful fury in a blinded lieutenant, whose mistake lies in painting every surviving soul as an enemy. Still reeling from that self-inflicted isolation, a weary observer whispers that no single hand can achieve anything of worth alone. Before the weight of solitude could settle, another combatant asks whether they now stand within Castle Perdium, poised to march toward the capital. With the route to the capital still uncertain, a strategist inquires what will become of the Fenris territory, emphasizing its importance to their greater scheme. Meanwhile, at Perdium, a supply officer notes their stockpile of a year/s provisions and proposes dispatching General Randolph and his knight captain to oversee Fenris during their absence. Yet beneath that logistical plan, a veteran recalls that Rayfold was meant to strike them, warning that a rebellion would leave them vulnerable should Desmond and Rayfold join forces while they are away. With that looming threat still heavy on their minds, Amelia, now mastering the internal system, insists they must rally 5 allies before the situation can be stabilized. Still seeking those allies, an emissary mentions that swaying the entire kingdom to their side could turn the tide of their struggle. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to an oddly cheap yet enormous mansion with a sprawling garden, a structure that seems out of place amidst the looming war. Before the mansion's grandeur could be dismissed, a curious onlooker asks how spacious it truly is, noting that it appears to have been left unsupervised for ages. Still pondering its abandonment, another voice challenges a wanderer to grow to the mansion's size, questioning how he entered the forest of beasts and why he shuns proper clothing. With those doubts lingering, an outspoken figure declares the ghost rumors surrounding the mansion baseless, swearing the estate bears no hidden peril and interrogating its purchase price. Yet beneath that denial, a keen observer comments on a man/s stern expression, lamenting their failure to rid themselves of the mansion and reminding them that geomancy exists for a reason. Ghosts will not claim their lives. Still trembling, a frightened participant argues that the mansion is cursed, its maintenance costs far outweigh its value, and yet taxes still bind it to the capital. With the mansion's fate hanging in balance, another voice asks if anyone is willing to purchase it after them, seeking a swift resolution. Before the negotiations could stall, a commanding figure orders everyone to move forward, cutting through the lingering indecision. Still marching, a stern voice urges the removal of all gloom that clings to their ranks, demanding clarity and purpose. With the gloom dispelled, a strategist declares they will simply make the nobles eager to convene, turning invitation into inevitability. Meanwhile, an inventive mind announces the commencement of a new venture, the production of cosmetics, a trade meant to sway courtly favor. Yet before the products could reach the market, a cynical whisper notes that without regular use, they will fade within a single day. Still aware of the noble's obsession, an analyst observes that they regard exceptional appearance as a symbol of power and dignity. With that vanity entrenched, it is revealed that the era's popular cosmetics, laden with lead, mercury, and cinnabar, inflict grave harm upon the skin of those who pursue beauty at any cost. Before the damage could spread unchecked, Duke Delphine crafted an improved line of cosmetics to remedy the toxicity, a move that swiftly turned profit into a new empire. Still riding the wave of profit, a covert operation plundered the recipe from a ducal house, forging a dream cosmetic that promised to erase every flaw of its predecessors. With the formula secured, alchemists blended zinc oxide powder with oil blessed by a fairy, infusing the mixture with a whisper of enchantment. Yet before the concoction could be unveiled, the artisans admitted it required a full day to solidify, warning that once Deneb is applied, no other cosmetics could ever compare. With that final promise lingering, the serum became essential to the nobility, a silent endorsement that echoed Duke Delphine's own reputation. Finally, a decisive voice proposes offering the miracle cream as a gift to the nobles, sealing its place as the most coveted treasure of the realm. An uneasy murmur rippled through the vaulted corridor as an unnamed figure pressed a finger to his lips and asked whether the presence before him was the whispered ghost of rumor. The question hung in the stale air, stirring a faint chill that seemed to echo off the stone walls. Before anyone could answer, another voice, calm and assuring, stepped forward and declared that it could vouch for the Spectre/S effectiveness. The reassurance cut through the tension, offering a brittle anchor amid the growing uncertainty. With that confidence lingering, a scholar among them leaned in and mentioned the spiral of the rose, a cryptic symbol that seemed to bind the ghostly rumors to an ancient motif. The reference added a layer of mystique, as if the very petals whispered secrets of power. Yet beneath that calm, a thinly veiled sarcasm slipped from a nearby noble, noting that a lady like you was playing ghost in a place like this. The accusation draped the gathering in a thin veil of disdain, sharpening the atmosphere. Before the tension could settle, another inquiry pierced the room, demanding to know the other /S relation to the Branford family. The question turned every gaze toward lineage, as if blood alone could untangle the spectral mystery. Still carrying the weight of that lineage probe, an unnamed servant called out master and demanded an explanation of the unfolding scene. The call reverberated like a summons, urging order amid the growing confusion. Before the young master could be fully addressed, he raised his hand and instructed everyone to return to their places, his tone cutting through the chatter like a blade. The command restored a fragile calm, though the underlying tension pulsed just beneath the surface. With that directive echoing in the hall, a whispered optimism slipped from a corner, suggesting that things might actually work out. The faint hope lingered, momentarily lighting the dim space with a tentative glow. Meanwhile, an attendant approached the Countess Muriel of Aylesbury, silently acknowledging her timeless beauty with a respectful bow. The subtle homage seemed to reinforce the Countess/S poised authority within the gathering. Still carrying the reverence for the Countess, a courtier observed that every noblewoman had once copied her cosmetics and fashion, yet now her fame was fading into the past. The observation painted a portrait of fleeting influence, a crown slipping from the spotlight. Before the nostalgia could settle, another voice mused that makeup was merely a veil over the years, questioning whether true return was ever possible. The sentiment added a layer of melancholy, as if skin-deep adornments could not shield the relentless march of time. Yet beneath that melancholy, a poised lady reminded the assembly that it was time to attend the salon, her words steering attention toward the ritual at hand. The reminder realigned focus, drawing the court back to the day's scheduled elegance. Before the salon could commence, an eager whisper asked for every detail to be recounted without omission, demanding a comprehensive account. The request underscored a hunger for truth that sharpened the room's anticipation. With that insistence lingering, a learned voice explained that the Count of Aylesbury had been gifted a particular item, yet he saw no need for it and passed it to his maids, believing it a greeting from a noble newcomer to the capital. The explanation added layers of political nuance, hinting at understated alliances. Still processing the subtle politics, another figure inquired what the object truly was and whether the Queen herself might be arriving. The question raised the stakes, casting a regal shadow over the understated exchange. Before the speculation could swell, a confident voice asserted that a big shot had indeed made progress, providing a brief spark of validation. The affirmation acted like a fleeting ember, igniting a brief moment of triumph. Yet beneath that amber, a whispered command cut through the murmurs, asking what you were doing and urging you to go meet her at once. The directive propelled the focus toward immediate action, leaving little room for hesitation. Before footsteps could echo, a suggestion floated to enter the inner chambers and converse there, promising a more private setting. The proposal hinted at concealed motives veiled behind polite decorum. Still carrying the promise of a private audience, an envoy announced to the Lord that Countess Muriel of Aylesbury was present to see him. The announcement amplified the gravity of the impending encounter. Before the Lord could respond, a curious inquiry slipped from the crowd, questioning whether you were the Baron of Fenless. The question introduced a new identity into the tangled web of titles. With that identity surfacing, Giselle Fenless stepped forward, declaring herself Lord of the Northern Fenless territory and expressing honor at the Lord_S journey to this remote outpost. Her proclamation anchored the gathering in a sense of territorial pride. Still absorbing Giselle_S words, another voice lamented that they had not received a separate gift, only a token sent to their husband, and wondered if their fame had yet to reach this distant place. The sigh reflected a lingering frustration over unreciprocated recognition. Before the disappointment could settle, a stern admonition warned that offering anything subpar to a lady who dictates the capital's trends would be disrespectful. The warning underscored the high stakes of pleasing the fashionable elite. Yet beneath that warning, an observant figure noted your understanding of certain matters and suggested bypassing the remaining pleasantries. The suggestion hinted at a pragmatic shift toward efficiency in their dealings. Before the pleasantries could fade, a commanding order demanded that you hand over your cosmetic creation to them. The demand cut sharply through the lingering civility, marking a turn toward acquisition. Still clutching the loss of your prized product, a voice declared that you had tried it, praised its excellence, and now granted exclusive rights, urging you to focus on development and supply. The proclamation both honored your craft and shackled it to a singular patron. Before the exclusivity could settle, another query floated, asking whether the arrangement involved a bulk purchase. The question hinted at the scale of ambitions surrounding the coveted item. Yet beneath that commercial concern, a seasoned advisor explained that operating in the capital alone was a Herculean task regardless of product quality, noting the difficulty of breaking entrenched circles and the implication of modest finances suggested by your old mansion. The analysis painted a stark picture of the economic gauntlet you faced. Before the grim assessment could fully sink in, a terse figure quoted a price of 100 gold per unit. The figure set a clear, albeit steep, monetary expectation. Still echoing the price, a sharp reprimand asked if you were joking, reminding you that you held the title of Queen of High Society after all. The rebuke reinforced the pressure of living up to lofty societal expectations. Before the accusation could flare, a conciliatory voice soothed the tension, noting that if Countess Aylesbury coveted the product, the price was only fair. The justification offered a rational veneer to the steep cost. Yet beneath that justification, another stern remark labeled 100 gold for a single cosmetic as absurd, warning that profit would demand pricing above supply, thereby ensuring exclusivity. The warning underscored the precarious balance between luxury and accessibility. Before the pricing debate could close, a fresh suggestion emerged, asking what alternative could be offered instead. The query opened a narrow window for negotiation. Still seeking a compromise, a dignified voice presented a special cosmetic named Deneb, crafted as a gift to commemorate a significant event. The introduction of Deneb added a personal touch to the transactional haze. Before the gift could be fully appreciated, another reminder noted that many nobles remained oblivious to its market-shifting effectiveness. The reminder hinted at untapped potential waiting to be revealed. Yet beneath that untapped promise, a confident proclamation declared that you would be the one to change that market. The declaration placed the weight of transformation squarely upon your shoulders. Before the destiny could settle, a curious voice asked how you always chose such pretty words. The question reflected admiration for your eloquence amidst the looming business. Still savoring the compliment, an agreement was reached to let you handle the distribution of the coveted product. The agreement cemented your role as the linchpin of the emerging trade. Before the plan could be formalized, a supportive promise was offered: if you needed anything, simply ask, provided it lay within their ability. The promise added a subtle thread of assistance to the unfolding pact. Yet beneath that support, a modest request slipped forward, asking if they might be granted one favor. The favor hinted at a personal stake hidden within the broader scheme. Before the favor could be granted, a plea was made to convey the request to the Marquis of Brantford. The plea underscored the importance of political channels in their maneuvering. Finally, a concluding remark noted that Baron Giselle Fenless could resolve his daughter_S problem, tying the intricate negotiations back to a personal familial concern. The statement closed the gathering with a reminder that even grand schemes often rest upon intimate needs. Lord finally secured a foothold within the kingdom_S treacherous hierarchy, a position hard won through shadowed maneuverings. The weight of that new status settled upon his shoulders like a silent promise of both power and peril. Still carrying the weight of his freshly won seat, a fierce longing surged through him, an ambition that refused to be ignored. He could not shake the conviction that he truly wanted something beyond mere titles. Before he could steadily channel that yearning, a summons arrived. Baron Fenris was called to the presence of Marquis Branford. The summons echoed through the castle corridors, pulling him toward a confrontation that would test his resolve. Yet beneath that call, the Baron stood firm, openly declaring himself as Ghislain Fenris, a lineage known for both honor and bloodshed. His proclamation resonated, marking the moment his true self stepped into the political arena. With his identity laid bare, whispers of Margraves Walter Perdim and the royal heir drifted through the hall, their names tangled in the web of power. The mention of these figures added a new layer of intrigue to the Baron/S emerging agenda. Still bearing the echo of those names, a tale surfaced of an arrogant youth who had crushed Degrade, slain the Count, and seized the vacant seat with ruthless ambition. The story underscored the volatile climate the Baron now navigated. Amid the recounting of that triumph, a probing question lingered: was he, Ghislain Fenris, any different from his notorious father? The doubt settled like a cold breath, challenging his claim to a new destiny. Before he could answer that inner challenge, his gaze remained fixed on Marquis Branford, the Kingdom/S chief minister and unmatched authority. The Baron/S observation hinted at a careful study of the very power he intended to confront. Yet beneath that watchful stare, it was clear that every thread of the Kingdom/S affairs wove through the Marquis/S hands, only altered by Countess Muriel/S occasional interference. The realization underscored the magnitude of the obstacle before him. Still contemplating the Marquis/S dominion, the conversation shifted toward a more personal crisis: the desperate need to cure a lingering illness. The dialogue carried the weight of hope and desperation alike. Before his plans could solidify, she demanded a concrete answer: how would he heal her daughter Rosalind after years of futile treatments? The question pierced the air, demanding proof where none yet existed. Amid that pressing inquiry, he reminded her that his presence in the capital was no accident. He had come to listen to rumors and gather hidden knowledge. His purpose now intertwined public intrigue with a private quest. Yet beneath his explanation, a stark truth resurfaced: this was not the first claim of a miracle cure for her ailment. The history of false hopes lingered like a warning. Before the weight of those failed promises could be dismissed, the memory of those who had tried and paid with their lives surfaced, their sacrifices a grim reminder of the stakes. Their losses painted the path ahead with cautionary shadows. Still haunted by those tragedies, the Baron considered that every conceivable remedy had already been exhausted in the name of Rosalind/S salvation. The exhaustion of options magnified the urgency of his own resolve. Yet, amidst that contemplation, he sensed the Lady/S doubt. She believed there remained no hope left. The certainty of her skepticism sharpened his determination. Before her doubt could extinguish his resolve, he declared that he was different from those who had failed before. The claim rang with a quiet confidence that aimed to rewrite the narrative. Still holding his stance, he warned that achieving such a cure would demand a willingness to risk one/S very life. The cost he outlined felt as heavy as the destiny he pursued. Before the weight of sacrifice could settle, he asked for a single, vital concession: a chance to prove his claim. The request hung in the room, a fragile bridge toward redemption. Yet before the concession could be granted, his thoughts turned to the broader implications, questioning what price truly justified treating his daughter and what it meant to be the Kingdom/S pillar. The inquiry exposed the tension between personal love and public duty. Still wrestling with that paradox, he challenged the very nature of his own authority, asking what purpose it truly served. The question echoed, demanding introspection from those who wielded power. Before his doubts could dissipate, he found himself standing before the Marquis, voicing those concerns aloud. The confrontation placed his words under the unforgiving scrutiny of the Kingdom/S supreme official. Still confronting the Marquis/S cold authority, he declared that the cost of any demand could not be ignored, irrespective of circumstance. His insistence underscored that every concession bore a weight he would not let slide. Before the Marquis could weigh his terms, he challenged him directly, asking whether he could truly deliver on such a promise. The inquiry cut through the tension like a blade, demanding proof of capability. Yet the Marquis, unwavering, imposed a harsh deadline, a single week to present Rosalind in flawless health. The ticking clock forged a new urgency into the Baron_S resolve. Before doubt could gnaw further, he answered with steely certainty, affirming that he could indeed meet the impossible deadline. His confidence surged, sealing his vow with an unshakable promise. Still feeling the weight of the Marquis_S warning, he recognized that any defiance, even in the name of Rosalind, would be met with ruthless suppression. The realization added a perilous edge to his mission. Still bearing the Marquis_S unforgiving stance, a reluctant resignation settled within him, acknowledging the path he had no choice but to walk. The acceptance was not surrender but a steel-clad resolve to fulfill the demand. Yet even in resignation, he reminded himself that this very pressure was why he must succeed. The purpose rekindled his fire. Still hearing his own affirmation, he realized there was no turning back now, the point of no return firmly set. The finality of his commitment echoed through the corridors of his mind, sealing his destiny. Yet, as he weighed his options, he reflected that seeking aid from the powerless would be nothing but hypocrisy for someone aspiring to power. Before any false alliances could be forged, he rejected the notion, insisting that true authority required strength, not hollow charity. Still clinging to that principle, he counseled himself to acquire the strength befitting his ambitions. The advice resonated like a mantra, urging relentless self-discipline. Before the new resolve could settle, he recalled the ancient counsel of his father, whose guidance had forged his own might. He affirmed that he had indeed followed his father_S advice, molding his strength to match the mantle he now bore. The legacy of his lineage surged through his veins, reinforcing his purpose. Yet, amidst the echo of his father_S teachings, his thoughts turned once more to Rosalind Branford, the Marquis_S daughter whose fate now hinged on his actions. Before her name could fade, he silently vowed that her salvation would be the ultimate testament to his earned strength. Finally, with every burden and promise aligned, he proclaimed himself the Lord of the Fenris territory, a title earned through blood and resolve. Before the world could doubt his claim, his declaration rang out as a thunderous promise that the Fenris lands would now stand under his unyielding command. The dim hall of the Branford estate fell silent as the lineage of its noble house was mentioned, focusing on Lady Rosalind, the sole daughter of the Marquis. She carried the weight of both expectation and bloodright, a living emblem of her father_S legacy. Still echoing the lineage_S significance, an unnamed figure stepped forward, asserting his claim over the Fenris territory. Ghislain Perdium_S proclamation cast a subtle challenge across the gathering, his authority a whisper of power in the north. Before the murmurs could settle, a nearby emissary raised his voice, declaring their purpose to heal the Lady_S ailment and inquiring about the efficacy of the cosmetics they had provided. Their question lingered like a fragile hope, probing the lingering shadows of Rosalind_S suffering. Yet beneath that cautious optimism, an unnamed voice pressed further, wondering whether they were the first to demand a cure. The query pierced the solemn atmosphere, exposing the desperation that clung to every whispered plea. With that lingering doubt, another figure stepped into the conversation, declaring a weary resolve that regardless of any medicine or treatment, all they desired was solitude. The stark confession echoed through the chamber, a testament to fatigue deeper than flesh. Before the silence could swallow their resignation, a voice affirmed that this resolve set them apart, for they had wagered their very life on the forthcoming treatment. Such a gamble painted the act with a gravity that no ordinary remedy could match. Meanwhile, the murmurs turned to scorn as an observer noted the selfish ambitions of those who claimed they would risk everything to save the lady, boasting of the cosmetics'_fleeting success as evidence of their greatness. Their arrogance hung heavy, a stark contrast to the earnest desperation of the afflicted. Yet amid the criticism, a somber observer recalled the multitude of hardships the lady had already endured. Their memory served as a muted reminder of the relentless trials that had scarred her spirit. Building upon that remembrance, the lineage was further illuminated. Rosalind's father commanded the pro-royalist faction, while her mother descended from the kingdom's treasurer. This fusion of political might and fiscal heritage forged a unique burden upon her shoulders. Before the weight of ancestry could settle, the tragedy of her mother_S death was recounted, thrusting Rosalind into the role of heir to the Marquis line. The sudden inheritance amplified the expectations that now pressed upon her youthful heart. Still carrying that newfound responsibility, whispers described her as a prodigy of both literature and combat, adept with sword and mana, and a chief patron of Cardenia's thriving industries. Such multifaceted mastery painted a portrait of a lady whose influence stretched far beyond the confines of her manor. Yet despite every possible remedy deployed within the manor's walls, her ailment refused to yield. The relentless stagnation of her condition cast a looming shadow over all attempts at salvation. Confronted with that hopelessness, the Marquis Branford resolved to address the crisis through a calculated marriage. The political maneuver was intended to bind protection and status in a single, binding contract. Even as the future promised a life forever altered, the promise of the Branford name was offered as a shield against the world's judgment. Her affliction, traced to an irreversible skin rash incurred from forbidden mana training, underscored the tragic cost of ambition. Within that grim explanation, a learned voice warned that the greater the mana expended, the steeper the path to healing became. Each additional surge of power seemed to cement the disease deeper into flesh. Undeterred, the same authority declared that they would administer treatment by force if necessary. The harsh resolve cut through any lingering hope of gentle remedy. A sharp question cut through the tension, probing the nature of the impending act and demanding immediate release. The urgency in the inquiry reflected the desperation of those on the brink of helplessness. In response, a calm voice explained that the first step demanded the removal of the encumbering barrier. Only after shedding that weight could the true treatment commence. Before the primary procedure could begin, an assessment of the condition was deemed essential. The preliminary examination served as a grim prelude to the ordeal ahead. With the diagnosis in hand, they instructed her to endure the coming week, insisting that steadfast willpower would see her through. The promise of survival rested on an unyielding resolve that seemed both hopeful and demanding. Yet a cynical remark followed, branding any belief in a cure as sheer madness. The scornful dismissal underscored the bleak pessimism surrounding her fate. Adding a cold finality, the voice warned the lady that death loomed on the horizon for her as well. The prophetic dread settled heavy upon her shoulders. Contrasting that omen, another proclamation emerged, insisting that success was inevitable. The confident assurance attempted to pierce the veil of hopelessness that had settled. In a twist of bitter irony, future Rosalind was reminded that this very method bore her own design. The realization that she was both architect and patient added a cruel weight to her struggle. A lingering doubt resurfaced, questioning the necessity of a full week's endurance. The query lingered, probing the limits of patience and pain. The reply was stark, noting that even if the treatment ultimately failed, the ordeal would still have been endured. The fatalistic tone stripped away any solace of a hopeful outcome. Yet once more the grim forecast was repeated, warning the lady of imminent death. The echo of that prophecy amplified the looming dread. A grim acceptance followed, stating that if death was inevitable, it would be faced with proper resolve until the very end. The resolve to meet fate on one's own terms added a sullen dignity to the suffering. A counterpoint emerged, declaring such measures unnecessary. The brief dismissal hinted at an alternative, perhaps less burdensome path. In contrast, a lighter suggestion surfaced, urging her to simply relax and indulge in a drink. The casual advice floated like a fleeting breath amid the oppressive atmosphere. A week later, it was observed that the nobleman would not act without careful deliberation. His cautious patience underscored the gravity of the decisions at hand. Rumors began to circulate that the Marquis's daughter had miraculously recovered from the previously incurable illness, prompting the Duke to plan a celebratory banquet. The whispers of triumph flickered like a sudden sunrise over the lingering shadows of doubt. Amid the celebrations, an acknowledgement rang out that she was no longer merely words. The affirmation recognized her newfound vigor beyond mere reputation. The credit was attributed to the Marquis's provision of opportunity that made the recovery possible. His patronage was framed as the catalyst behind the apparent miracle. A solemn vow was invoked, reminding all that a promise holds weight, and an inquiry followed: what does she truly desire? The question hovered, probing the depths of her aspirations. In response, a request emerged for her to assume the role of guardian. The appeal sought to bind her protection to those who needed it most. The young master, as anticipated, was pressed for clarification on his earlier statement. The inquiry reflected both expectation and curiosity. A reflective comment noted that the desire expressed was far from a trivial whim. Its significance resonated beyond mere personal longing. Shifting focus northward, a reminder of powerful lords Rayfold and Desmond was offered, questioning the haste of judgment. The challenge urged a broader perspective on the regional dynamics. Further description painted Desmond as ostensibly neutral, while Rayfold wrestled with familial strife, alongside a backdrop of other greedy or inept lords. The portrait of northern politics grew increasingly complex and fraught. Adding a darker layer, it was revealed that the north harbored a power emanating from the Red Plague's Mage Tower, yet the Marquess's attention fixated solely on the Bryven estate. The convergence of arcane menace and strategic interest heightened the stakes. A probing question followed, asking whether she possessed greater worth as a guardian than the Bryven holdings themselves. The challenge weighed personal merit against territorial value. A candid demand surfaced, urging honesty about any disdain toward Marquess Bryant. The request cut to the core of personal bias and political alliance. An assessment followed, labeling the noble as fundamentally good yet marred by arrogance, prejudice, and a hard-of-hearing nature. The mixed appraisal highlighted both virtue and flaw within his character. They noted that Duke Delphine, adversary to the pro-royalist faction, had heavily influenced that temperament, and wondered if granting the wish might solidify belief in them. The implication suggested that allegiance could be reshaped through fulfilled promises. A voice then introduced itself as the emissary representing the northern province. Its authority carried the weight of regional aspirations. Reflecting on past deeds, it was asserted that there existed a compelling reason behind the risky intervention. The acknowledgement hinted at purpose behind the perilous sacrifice. A solemn decree proclaimed that every individual present would bear witness to the unfolding events. The collective testimony would cement the gravity of the moment. In a decisive statement, Marquis Branford declared his support for Ghislaine Fenris, appointing himself as his guardian. The pledge forged a bond of protection and loyalty amid the turbulent landscape. A doctrine was voiced, equating the Baron's foe with their own adversary, reminding that any challenger should keep the support directly behind them, and urging that one's actions must be wholly devoted. The council reinforced solidarity and unwavering commitment. A congratulatory tone followed, acknowledging the Baron while admitting surprise had prevented a proper greeting. The brief apology underscored the unexpected nature of the encounter. A reflective remark emerged, noting that despite paternal approval, the true blessing rested upon them. The sentiment highlighted personal gratitude beyond familial endorsement. Finally, a pledge was made, offering to become the Sir's patron. The promise sealed a new alliance born of respect and ambition. Champions are summoned from distant worlds, their strength swelling with each battle, silently reshaping the realm/S fate. Their arrival sends a tremor through the halls, a promise of power that cannot be ignored. Amid the lingering awe of the summoned warriors, a rumor snakes its way through the court, claiming an upstart noble cured Lady Rosalind/S illness with mere cosmetics, a feat some suspect implicates Countess Muriel. The notion of beauty as medicine fuels both fascination and suspicion among the aristocracy. Before the court could settle on the truth, an unnamed voice counters the tale, insisting cosmetics could not have healed the ailment and warning that Marquis Branford would never host a banquet without purpose, urging restraint against baseless gossip. The admonition slices through the chatter, reminding all that reason must temper rumor. Yet the conversation shifts as another observer points out the unmistakable presence of Baron Fenlis within the gathering. His looming silhouette adds a layer of political weight to the already tangled discourse. Meanwhile, a young master receives a terse command to free his hands from his pockets and summon a smile, a subtle reminder that demeanor remains as crucial as lineage. The instruction ripples through his posture, tightening the invisible chain of courtly expectations. An unnamed figure then asks Belinda whether she is taking the situation too seriously, a question that hangs like a fragile glass in the cramped air. The query hints at the fragile balance between earnest concern and overblown caution. Still carrying the weight of whispered doubts, the narrator notes the rarity of attending such an event, emphasizing that the kingdom/S most powerful noble is the host of the banquet. The rarity underscores the magnitude of the gathering and the stakes it carries. Before the crowd could fully grasp the occasion, a voice comments that the event may hold little relevance for them as Marquis Branford makes his entrance. His arrival casts a long shadow, suggesting that even the most prominent may feel peripheral in this intricate web. Yet beneath the political theater, it becomes evident that Lady Rosalind has truly recovered, her health restored beyond doubt. Her revival stands as a silent testament to whatever forces, be they alchemical or political, have intervened. Building on that revelation, the gathering is revealed to celebrate the Speaker/S daughter Rosalind/S full recovery, turning the banquet into a personal triumph. The celebration intertwines private joy with public display, binding families together under a veneer of festivity. With that celebration in mind, the rumors find confirmation as gratitude is offered to the man whose assistance cured Rosalind/S long-term illness. His unnamed hand becomes a beacon of hope, drawing admiration from every corner of the hall. Amid the gratitude, Baron Giselle Fenless is mentioned once more, his name echoing through the corridors like a lingering chord. His presence looms over the proceedings, a reminder of the power structures at play. The Branford family then pledges unwavering service as patrons to Baron Fenless, sealing a bond of loyalty that could reshape alliances. Their vow drapes the night with an air of strategic partnership. Before the toast could finish, Council urges the attendees to treat Baron Fenless with the same respect afforded to the speaker before indulging in the banquet/S delights. The advice weaves decorum into the very act of feasting, reinforcing hierarchical reverence. Yet the focus briefly sharpens on Marquis Branford, described as decisive when he takes action, his resolve cutting through uncertainty. His decisiveness becomes a quiet benchmark for the other nobles present. As the Marquis/S resolve settles, attendees are reminded to attend the banquet, greet the faction/S nobles, and anticipate future assistance. The instruction paints the evening as both social choreography and a prelude to looming collaborations. Meanwhile, the multitude of nobles present adds an overwhelming weight to the occasion, their collective gaze pressing down like a storm cloud. The sheer number of aristocratic eyes transforms the hall into a pressure cooker of ambition. Yet amid the grand assembly, a critic whispers that despite curing the illness, the benefactor hails from a worthless family, questioning the merit of their speech. The scorn sharpens the contrast between heroic deeds and born status. The murmurs continue as Baron Fenless is mentioned once again, his name a constant thread through the tapestry of dialogue. His recurring presence stitches together the disparate strands of conversation. Meanwhile, the royalist faction reveals its internal division, split into three major groups vying for influence. The split underscores the fragile balance of power within the kingdom. The first group centers on Countess Muriel and the affluent Aylesbury family, whose cultural and societal dominance shapes the capital/S very soul. Their influence radiates through every polished surface of the banquet hall. The second faction spotlights Sir Byler Norton, the Chancellor's eldest son, a high judge overseeing law and administration, and also the Speaker/S in-law. His legal authority and familial ties weave a complex web of loyalty and duty. The third contingent is led by Marquis Maurice Macquarie, the supreme commander of the Kingdom/S military, a stalwart figure commanding respect. His martial command adds the final pillar to the royalists' triumvirate of power. Together, these high nobles command Luthania/S administration, finance, and army, their grip tightening around the realm/S heart. Their combined authority casts a shadow that reaches every corner of the kingdom. As the northern representative prepares to make the first greeting, the scene acknowledges that prestige will either rise or fall with that interaction. The weight of that moment presses like a blade against the soul of the envoy. Consequently, a directive echoes, urging each to choose their words wisely, for the ramifications will echo far beyond the banquet walls. The council turns the evening into a delicate chessboard of social maneuvering. In that charged atmosphere, Baron Fenless steps forward and introduces himself, his voice cutting through the murmurs like a blade of steel. His self-presentation solidifies his role as a central player in the night's unfolding drama. Meanwhile, an unnamed voice thanks the listener, noting that his wife brims with energy, and offers assistance at any hour. The gratitude carries a hint of personal camaraderie amidst the political veneer. Another figure, speaking of a loyal brother, asks not to be addressed formally and thanks the audience for salvaging his reputation. His request for informality reveals a desire to strip away the ceremony that blankets the gathering. The speaker, identifying himself as the Marquis/Son, advises first greeting Marquis Maurice Macquarie, noting that Marquis Branford/S aging eyes have dulled his perception. The council hints at shifting loyalties as the older noble's clarity wanes. Baron Fenless then repeats his name, imprinting it upon the listeners like a seal on a fragile parchment. The reiteration reinforces his claim to authority in the midst of swirling alliances. Gratitude flows once more as a voice thanks for curing Rosalind, noting that the Marquis has heard and promising to manage dwarf and elf slaves, slave traders, and tax laws. The promise intertwines mercy with control, suggesting a new order under their watch. Amid these pledges, a plea emerges to be seen favorably, requesting acceptance, defending territory, and asking for the family/S time. The entreaty underscores the relentless pursuit of influence in every whispered request. It observes that the individual has earned Marquis Macquarie/S resentment, yet reassures that the Marquis remains simple despite any denial. The observation paints the tension as a subtle dance between disdain and misunderstanding. The narrative acknowledges that the person who cured Rosalind/S illness, a feat no one else could achieve, is praised as a fine man. His acclaim stands as a beacon amidst the shadowed politics of the hall. Yet the commentary claims that nothing was truly done, yet it propelled him from obscurity to stand before the speaker, granting him the strength to lead an unfavorable war to victory and the foresight to read situations. The paradox highlights the thin line between perceived inaction and monumental impact. With that paradox lingering, it is declared that the brighter the light, the darker the only hope, and even his shadow follows. The stark imagery paints hope as a double-edged flame flickering in the night. Finally, after the tumultuous exchange, the weary figure crawls out from the banquet/S remnants, emerging into the cold silence beyond. His emergence marks the end of one chapter and the tentative beginning of another, cloaked in lingering uncertainty. He steels himself against the whisper of alliance, insisting there is nothing that binds him to their cause. The resolve settles like cold steel across his shoulders. Still carrying the weight of that denial, Marquis Branford steps forward, noting how long it has been since their paths last crossed. The passing of time hangs heavy in the vaulted hall. Before he could steady himself, an unnamed figure questions the Duke's curiosity, asking who truly pulls the strings behind the Viscount. The inquiry drifts like a shadow, unsettling the fragile calm. Yet beneath that calm, a voice urges the Marquis to expose his escort knight's identity, demanding the face that hides behind the armor. The pressure to reveal truth tightens the atmosphere. With that realization lingering, the speaker bows his gratitude for the listener's consideration, a thin veneer of courtesy masking deeper calculations. The acknowledgement feels like a pause before a storm. Meanwhile, another presence probes whether the other party is even known to them, stirring a faint unease. The question hangs, echoing the earlier doubts about hidden agendas. Still bearing that lingering curiosity, the respondent mentions the countless rumors surrounding the Viscount in the capital, each tale a thread in a tangled web. The murmurs tighten the net around his reputation. Before the conversation could settle, a suggestion arises to relocate to a more suitable setting after their greetings, as if the very walls were closing in. The proposed move feels like a retreat from the growing tension. Yet beneath that suggestion, an unnamed figure hints at a private matter that demands discretion, a secret poised to shift the balance of power. The promise of secrecy adds a weighty undertone. Still shrouded in that intrigue, a voice expresses fascination with cosmetics, recalling a product that restored Lady Rosalind and hinting at a similar venture in development. The allure of rebirth glints amid the political fog. Before the conversation could drift back to beauty, an apology surfaces for neglecting contracts and technology, followed by a lament about a brilliant youth wasted in the countryside and a scoundrel who carved victory into the capital's throne. The confession drips with regret and admiration alike. Still echoing that lament, a challenger asks whether success stemmed from luck or skill, only to claim it was the result of diligent study. The assertion steadies the narrative like a measured step. Before the rebuttal could settle, another voice skeptically questions the claim, the doubt sharpening the atmosphere. The brief exchange rattles the fragile confidence. Yet beneath that skepticism, a persuasive invitation emerges, urging the listener to join Duke Delphine's faction and promising a future forged together. The beckoning feels like a lifeline in the swirling intrigue. Still wavering under that offer, a figure assures that aligning with them will erase worries, wielding the power to make any desire possible. The promise glimmers like distant sunrise. Before the allure could fully bloom, a speaker reveals his own allegiance to the royalist cause and extends a grant of southern lands for the Viscount and his father. The offer grounds the lofty promises with tangible reward. Yet beneath that generosity, a question surfaces about Count Perdium's countless trials defending the kingdom, suggesting retirement as a merciful end. The query weighs the cost of endless vigilance. Still contemplating that suggestion, another voice contends that the royalist faction has exacted similar demands upon others, painting a pattern of relentless pressure. The accusation deepens the shadow over the offer. Before the tension could overwhelm, a calm proposition arises. No immediate decision is required, encouraging a stay in the capital while a counteroffer is considered. The measured pause offers a fragile respite. Yet beneath that measured tone, a voice once more calls the Viscount to join their ranks, the plea echoing the earlier invitations. The repeated summons reverberates like a drumbeat. Still feeling the pressure of relentless requests, an observer remarks on the Viscount's strange eyes, a whispered desire to gouge them out flickering beneath a veneer of civility. The dark thought sharpens the already tense mood. Before the unsettling comment could settle, a participant recalls an attempt on the Viscount's life, sensing the intent and noting the careful gauging of every word. The memory of danger tightens the surrounding air. Yet beneath that recollection, the invitation to the Viscount resurfaces, urging him once more to align with the faction's cause. The repetition drives home the inexorable pull of destiny. Still lingering on the invitation, a voice explains why Marquis Branford grew fond of the Viscount, a subtle endorsement that layers personal affection atop political maneuvering. The insight adds depth to the Marquis's earlier greeting. Before the admiration could fade, another participant expresses eager anticipation for the unfolding alliance, their optimism lighting the tense gathering. The hopeful tone offers a brief glimmer amid the scheming. Yet beneath that optimism, a confession emerges that the Viscount's earlier performance was genuine, yet the plan to seize the north has stalled and crumbled, though many methods remain at hand. The acknowledgement of failure casts a long shadow. Still reeling from that setback, a messenger urges a warning to Desmond, urging him to consider Ghislain as a knight captain of a territory when confrontation arrives. The council carries the weight of impending battle. Before the warning could settle, a reference to the strongest sword of the north surfaces, a symbolic reminder of the power coveted by all factions. The mention sharpens the stakes. Yet beneath that symbolism, the final note ties Ghislain to the title of the strongest sword of worth, sealing his role as the pivotal blade in the looming conflict. The conclusion binds destiny to steel. With a meticulous eye, he audits the treasury, confirming that no coin has vanished, before ordering the military stockpiles to be shifted to their new positions. The clink of metal and the rustle of crates echo his resolve to tighten control over the forces. Still bearing the weight of the inventory, he feels a quiet acknowledgement that the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. The air in the war room feels charged, a subtle reminder that patience has been a luxury he could no longer afford. He moves to allocate the capital /S coffers for Deneb, earmarking the promised 300,000 gold for distribution. The declaration echoes through the council, a tangible promise of resources that could shift the balance of power. With the gold accounted for, his mind drifts to other matters, probing whether any concerns remain beyond finances. The question lingers, a subtle invitation for unresolved issues to surface. He reminds the assembly of their intertwined fates, emphasizing that they stand as sponsor and beneficiary in a pact of mutual gain. The acknowledgement sharpens the sense of obligation that binds each participant. A shiver passes through the chamber as the cold drafts slip under the doors, reminding everyone of the unforgiving climate outside. The chill becomes a metaphor for the austere calculations they must endure. Amid the frosty air, he resolves to study the Baron more closely, believing deeper knowledge will fortify his role as patron. The intent to uncover hidden motives fuels a quiet determination. The question follows naturally: what truly drives the Baron? What ambition lies beneath his veneer? The inquiry hangs, urging the council to peel back layers of secrecy. He offers a blunt answer, stating that the Baron /S aim is simply to live well and eat well. The simplicity of that desire contrasts starkly with the intricate machinations surrounding them. Yet he counters that a man content with comfort would have pledged allegiance to Duke Delphine rather than the royalist cause, as Count Joseph once suggested. The argument slices through the complacency of easy comforts. He declares his own purpose, invoking his lineage as successor of Pertium and Lord of Fenris, and a single, unyielding goal that guides his every step. The proclamation steadies his resolve like a banner on a stormy ridge. To achieve that ambition, he acknowledges the necessity of borrowing another /S strength, a power he does not yet possess. The reliance is presented as a calculated sacrifice. He vows not to burden his counterpart with the weight of his designs, seeking to shield them from added strain. The promise drapes over the conversation like an unspoken safeguard. The silence that follows prompts him to question why such protection is needed, reminding all that shared burdens are the foundation of true alliances. The query reverberates, urging reflection on mutual responsibility. He softens his tone, expressing that his only wish is for the other /S happiness, a rare glimpse of personal yearning amid strategic discourse. The sentiment lingers, tempering the cold calculations. He reveals that aid once destined for Brabant now courses toward Fenris and Pertium, and that bearing the Brantford name has earned them tax exemptions and privileges. The redirection of resources underscores a growing influence. Furthermore, he has secured the relocation of 50,000 royal subjects to their lands, swelling the population with dutiful citizens. The migration marks an expanding foothold for his domain. He warns that this newly bolstered territory should not be dismissed as merely small and poor, its potential now threatens to outgrow such labels. The warning carries the weight of emerging strength. Observing their own direct arrival, he notes that this move signals another hidden plot taking shape. The implication of secret scheming adds a darker undertone to the expansion. He cautions that hesitation breeds loss, a mantra echoing through the council /S minds as they weigh each decision. The reminder sharpens the urgency of their next steps. Moments later, the presence of the Lord becomes apparent, his arrival felt before his silhouette clears the horizon. The anticipation builds as the room steadies for his entrance. When the Lord finally returns, the gathered crowd spills onto the grounds, exactly as anticipated, their movements synchronized with his presence. The scene swells with collective expectation. The atmosphere ignites with excitement, never before have they witnessed a territory so vibrant, where new homes rise and hunger is promised to be vanquished. The residents' /optimism paints a hopeful tableau across the land. Their adoration for the Lord swells, each voice singing his deeds as if he were a living legend. The reverence feels almost palpable, wrapping the settlement in reverent awe. He advises caution, reminding them that noble titles can mask deeper intent, and that appearances should never be taken at face value. The warning slices through the fervor, urging wary vigilance. Turning to Galvaric, he probes whether the man will truly commit to the plan that has been set in motion. The question hangs like a blade, testing resolve. With a firm nod, he orders the continuation of the strategy, compelling all to follow the predetermined course. The directive steadies the group, reinforcing the path forward. He then inquires about the young master /S actions, urging at least a simple gesture to signal his participation. The request underscores the need for visible commitment. Now flush with abundant funds, he permits a modest indulgence, directing Claude to gather the papers Lowell has prepared and deliver them to the office. The instruction marks a shift toward bureaucratic consolidation. Without delay, he summons an immediate council meeting, the urgency crackling like static in the air. The command rallies the participants to convene at once. He questions Lowell regarding any lingering issues with Chief Homer, and announces his intention to visit the territory in person later. The inquiry blends concern with forthcoming inspection. A comprehensive report on the current state is demanded, the data to be laid bare before any further action. The demand signals a need for full transparency. He recounts that the territory was managed according to prior instructions before his departure for the capital, and now seeks details on the grand facility /S progress. The focus sharpens on the scale of the construction. On his journey, he observed that roads and waterways have been completed in his absence, a testament to swift development. The observation fuels confidence in the region /S momentum. He notes the near completion of workshops and grain warehouses, bolstered by newly imported dwarf laborers, and praises a harvest so plentiful it eliminates the need to purchase grain. The prosperity paints a picture of self-sufficiency. Curious about the magnitude, he asks for the exact yield, learning it rivals Rayfold_S output and boasts the Kingdom_S highest production per hectare, defying prior claims of agricultural impossibility. The revelation crowns their agrarian achievement. He predicts that at this pace, the young master will ascend as a formidable lord, his ambitions buoyed by royalist support, turning the vision of rescuing the territory into reality. The forecast glimmers with promise. Nevertheless, he admits that merely securing essentials is insufficient for lasting stability. The admission injects a sober note into the celebration. He commands the continued procurement of food until supplies are ample, and stresses the necessity of expanding residences by pre-securing additional lands. The strategy underscores preparation for growth. The tone hardens as he orders preparations for war, the gears of conflict already beginning to turn. The directive signals a shift from peace to readiness. He questions who would dare challenge a lord now aligned with the royalist faction, the rhetorical challenge reverberating through the hall. The query drips with confidence born of newfound alliance. Names like Desmond and Rayfold surface as potential adversaries, each a possible spark for forthcoming hostilities. The mention sharpens the strategic horizon. He directs a close reading of the presented document, the contents poised to shape their next moves. The instruction emphasizes careful scrutiny. A detailed account unfolds, describing massive conscription and training within Desmond_S borders, the hiring of freelance knights, and the bulk acquisition of weapons and iron ore. The magnitude of the mobilization hints at a looming escalation. He shares a report on Desmond County_S recent activities, highlighting their purchase of high-quality iron ore in large quantities from Cabaldi. The transaction betrays an appetite for resources beyond peacetime needs. He asserts that food, troops, and weapons form the cornerstone of any war effort, noting that the volume of iron ore being amassed exceeds what peace would require. The observation underscores an unsettling preparation. A hint of doubt surfaces as he wonders whether a full-scale war truly awaits them. The contemplation injects a moment of sobering uncertainty. He laments Desmond_S monopoly over iron, recognizing its critical role in both warfare and land improvement, and queries whether Cabaldi would consider selling to them. The inquiry exposes the fragile supply chain. Assuming Count Cabaldi aligns with Duke Delphine, he cautions that hesitating to secure iron could invite an attack, suggesting Cabaldi may already be bracing for conflict. The foresight paints a picture of impending danger. He declares that from this point forward, he will lay out the forthcoming plan in detail. The proclamation marks the transition to decisive action. Finally, he orders that Count Cabaldi_S lands be targeted first, setting the initial focus of their campaign. The command cements the strategic opening move. The council's murmurs hushed as a weary officer pressed his doubts, asking what was truly said about the North's greatest sword. His question cut through the stale air, a thin thread of uncertainty weaving into the tapestry of their strategy. Still carrying the weight of that curiosity, a herald from the Duke's house delivered a stark assessment. Lord Giselle Fenless must be approached as if he wielded the very blade just spoken of. The announcement rang like a warning bell, urging caution before every maneuver. Meanwhile, another voice warned that the opponent's moves were as erratic as a storm, urging immediate preparations while questioning why such information was being shared now. The uncertainty deepened, casting a shadow over the council's resolve. Before the council could steady itself, a battle-scarred veteran declared he had taken a single blow and vanished, scoffing at the call to ready for war when the castle's double-thick walls and deep moat already promised formidable defense. His defiant words strained the fragile confidence of the strategists. Yet beneath the confident facade, reports emerged that the enemy's water-based weapons were forged with the North's finest metallurgy, hinting at a hidden depth to their arsenal. The revelation added another layer of peril to the mounting threat. An unnamed officer replied, recalling orders to strengthen fortifications after seeing a neighboring family's iron stronghold, yet insisting his own citadel had never known breach. His conviction tried to steady the wavering nerves of the assembly. Still clinging to the notion of invulnerability, a cautious advisor suggested shifting the gaze toward Desmond, warning that the true danger might lurk elsewhere. The council felt the subtle redirection stir uneasy thoughts. The same voice then reminded the council of a lost secret weapon, a prized marvel now gone, pressing the question of whether any advantage remained. The memory of that loss weighed heavily upon every listener. A murmuring participant praised the phrasing of the strategist's warning, calling it a fitting expression for the looming peril. The endorsement added a fleeting moment of confidence to the strained atmosphere. Meanwhile, a weary speaker confessed that beyond monetary motives, placing trust in a leader was a heavy burden, yet the army had followed him this far against all odds. His admission resonated like a quiet drumbeat beneath the tension. An uneasy soldier labeled the plan as madness, turning to Wendy for confirmation of its feasibility, his skepticism echoing through the hall. The doubt sparked a ripple of whispered concerns among the ranks. Undeterred by doubt, the council resolved to launch their first strike against Count Cavaldy's lands, a bold move meant to destabilize their rival. The decision crackled with a mix of daring and desperation. The realization settled like iron: Cavaldy was not merely a target but a sworn enemy, tightening the knot of animosity. Their shared enmity hardened the resolve of the commanders. Victory, they argued, would grant command of the iron or veins, a strategic boon to cripple the foe's expansion while fueling their own ascendancy. The prospect of wealth and power shimmered like a distant beacon. Yet doubts resurfaced as a tactical analyst questioned the assault, noting Cavaldy's troops were the North's finest, and wondering whether their own forces suffered in number or skill. The lingering uncertainty lingered like a cold wind. In response, a daring commander boasted of converting the 200 mercenaries into mana-infused knights, each capable of standing against 100 foot soldiers, thereby amassing the might of 20,000 men. The claim sparked both awe and suspicion among the listeners. Skepticism lingered, as a veteran asked how such mastery could be achieved in days, pressing Vanessa to fetch the necessary relics for the swift transformation. The request underscored the thin line between hope and folly. The artifact revealed was a mana concentration sigil, its intricate glyphs pulsing with latent energy, a key to the promised acceleration. Its glow seemed to whisper possibilities yet untested. Although not all runestones had been employed, the sigil offered an unorthodox shortcut, echoing a modified Pradim family technique that reduced mana training to a single month of grueling focus. The prospect of rapid empowerment flickered in the eyes of the mercenaries. Yet that rapid method risked the Lord's disapproval, and even with empowered troops, the impregnable cavalry kept its double-layered walls, deep moats, and water weapon defenses had never fallen in the family's long reign. The enormity of the challenge pressed down on the council like a stone. Furthermore, should cavalry opt for a defensive stance, the mercenaries' aggressive tactics would lose their edge, leaving the army ill-suited for a protracted siege. The strategic dilemma deepened as the defenders prepared for a possible stalemate. Consequently, a council member urged abandoning the preemptive onslaught, shifting priority to thwarting Desmond's looming influence. The redirection introduced a new focal point for their ambitions. In a daring wager, they suggested sourcing iron ore from distant veins, challenging the commander to keep betting his fortunes on the contested territory's outcome. The bet sharpened the resolve of those who would risk everything. The advisor quickly brushed aside those logistical worries, assuring the commander that such concerns would resolve themselves in time. His confident dismissal steadied a few uneasy hearts. A cold certainty settled over the room, a contingency existed for every eventuality, a plan etched into the very fabric of their strategy. The knowledge of preparedness lent a grim comfort to the weary group. An inquisitive officer probed whether knights truly needed mana, noting the years typically demanded for such mastery and questioning how a rapid shortcut could suffice. The query highlighted the tension between tradition and desperation. Nevertheless, the master assured them that, despite traditional timelines, the new regimen could grant mana wielding within a single month. The promise of accelerated power resonated like a distant drumbeat. With steadfast confidence, the trainer pledged a clear, comprehensible lesson, stripping away mysticism for practical grasp. The assurance steadied the hesitant faces around the table. Yet the weight of condensing years into weeks loomed heavy, a burden that could fracture the untested minds of the mercenaries. The looming strain hung like a shadow over their resolve. The sigils, they explained, would awaken a sensation of flowing mana, urging each warrior to gather invisible particles into the core of their dantian. The imagery painted a vivid path toward newfound strength. To illustrate, the instructor urged the soldiers to picture winding a skein of thread, each coil tightening the conduit for their emerging power. The simple metaphor grounded the abstract concept in their minds. Recognizing the young master's relentless effort, they commanded that every recruit be quartered in the barracks, pledging to oversee their arduous training for the days ahead. The promise of vigilant oversight offered a sliver of reassurance. Turning to Lowell, they promised new armor for the knightly order, while probing the mysterious fate of the missing non-human allies. The inquiry hinted at unresolved threads in their larger plan. The update clarified that elves had yet to arrive, yet dwarven contingents already stood ready within the territory's barracks. Their presence added a sturdy, if unexpected, reinforcement. An eerie calm settled as the overseer noted that the moon would not rise this night, a portent of shadowed endeavors. The absence of lunar light deepened the sense of looming uncertainty. A resonant call echoed through the corridors, summoning all to ascend the main hall for the next phase. The gathered crowd moved with purposeful urgency. In the lifted chamber, a voice pressed Galbaric for certainty, promising freedom beyond the kingdom's borders and whispering of a hidden autonomous district sheltering non-human slaves. The revelation sparked both hope and unease. The map unfurled, revealing the border looming just ahead, a thin line between oppression and hope. The proximity of the frontier tightened the pulse of every listener. Pressure mounted as they demanded the commander's resolve, warning that lingering fear would relegate him to a noble's toy for eternity. The admonition pierced the silence like a blade. A sharp refusal cut through the tension, a single no echoing, dismissing the proposed course. The denial forced a brief recalibration of their plans. The council reminded him that fleeing would achieve nothing, the pursuit of safety merely a fleeting illusion. The reminder steadied his footing amidst the swirling doubts. Curiosity turned to accusation as they queried how he had already uncovered their plans, despite only hearing whispers of an escape. The question added a layer of mistrust to the gathering. A brief pause settled over the assembly, a silent command to hold for a moment before proceeding. The stillness amplified the weight of the decisions ahead. In the hush, a wary lieutenant inquired whether the commander had arrived alone, suspicion flickering in his eyes. The probing question underscored the fragile trust among the ranks. A grim truth surfaced: should the commander vanish, the shackled souls would finally taste freedom. The stakes of his survival now echoed beyond personal ambition. The final challenge rang out, daring the commander, if he possessed the will, then act upon it. The call to action reverberated, sealing the chapter's tense climax. Having caught wind that slave traders now scour the lands for any dwarven escapees, the clan issues a stark warning of relentless pursuit. To shield their kin, they suggest taking shelter within these very halls, turning labor into a sanctuary against the looming threat. Still carrying the weight of that urgent warning, the dwarves are met with scornful disbelief when their captors assume they will submit without resistance. The revelation that such complacency is a grave miscalculation cuts through the uneasy calm. Yet beneath that simmering tension, the dwarves make it clear that opulent craftworks hold no allure for them now. They reject luxury, focusing instead on survival, refusing to be swayed by gilded promises. With that resolve lingering, a quiet yearning surfaces among them to forge something beyond mere survival, a pursuit of joy amid hardship. They speak of creating a pastime that could lift spirits, a modest pleasure to counter the ever-present dread. Meanwhile, a tightly sealed missive from Baron Fenris arrives, its harsh critique of a reckless youth echoing through the corridors. The letter claims that his method serves only those wielding true power, prompting whispers that question how the Baron could dispatch such an unforgiving dispatch. Still reeling from the Baron_S ominous words, reports surface of the group_S frantic acquisition of massive food stores from neighboring territories. Having welcomed a surge of immigrants, their supplies dwindle, and they gamble on an upcoming harvest to lower prices, a reckless gamble that has become their hallmark. Against this backdrop of scarcity, the chronicles turn to a region teetering on the edge of ruin yet daring to sow new growth. Even as hopeful sprouts break the barren soil, the narrative foretells impending tribulations that threaten to undo the fragile revival. From those foreboding signs, a dire prophecy emerges, warning that an immense famine will soon grip the entire kingdom. The specter of hunger looms so severe that it threatens to shake the foundations of every citadel and farm alike. Amid the growing dread, an unnamed figure quietly asks his father whether he had heard the unsettling rumor of his absence from the bed. The question hangs in the stale air, a personal echo of the larger panic spreading through the land. Before the murmurs could settle, a summons reverberates through the halls, calling for an immediate assembly. The urgent meeting promises to confront the looming crisis head-on, gathering all who can shape the kingdom's fate. With the council convened, the aftermath of the Baron_S letter becomes starkly evident as an unprecedented great famine sweeps across the realm. The cascade of starvation knows no boundaries, turning fertile fields into deserts of desolation. Each passing day brings a new wave of emaciated victims, their hollow eyes feeding the chaos that erupts over dwindling provisions. The streets boil with desperation, a sea of hunger that threatens to drown any semblance of order. Yet some officials cling to the comforting notion that this catastrophe is merely a natural disaster recorded in the annals of history. They cite ancient scrolls, attempting to frame the endless suffering as an inevitable, albeit tragic, cycle. Against the tide of fatalism, a pragmatic plan surfaces, to barter iron for food, echoing Baron Fenris's earlier counsel. The suggestion aims to secure sustenance through steel, hoping that metal's weight can anchor a starving populace. While the iron trade is deliberated, the warriors in their new armor feel the crushing strain of the metal upon their bodies. The gear, forged with twice the blood-scale infusion, now channels mana through their veins, yet its unforgiving edges scrape muscle and spirit alike. With the command echoing across the encampment, the cavalry was summoned to mount and surge toward the looming battle. The weight of impending conflict pressed upon every rider as they tightened their reins. Still carrying the heaviness of that summons, the Count_'s voice cut through the morning mist, asking whether the letter had been read. His question lingered like a cold draft among the soldiers. Before a response could be offered, a stern baron stepped forward, warning that opening the market would bring regret. His admonition draped the council in a foreboding silence. Meanwhile, the tension that clenched the room erupted into a formal declaration of war, sealing the region_'s fate. The proclamation rang out like a bell tolling for blood. With the war now declared, voices rose to recall how the Great Famine had been survived thanks to his counsel, only to question his right to kindle further conflict. The doubt settled like ash on their weary hearts. Yet beneath that lingering doubt, it was revealed that Fenris and neighboring territories remained closed because Count Cabaldi had been trading exclusively with Desmond. The secrecy added another layer of mistrust. Seeing the danger growing, they resolved to expel him from their faction before more trouble could arise, even as the realm struggled to mend from famine and war. The decision felt both ruthless and necessary. With that resolution hanging over them, they pressed on to devise a solution, noting that the war had already begun and any debate over its cause was now meaningless. The urgency sharpened their focus. When the plan was laid bare, a terse query cut through the council: "What did you mean by that?" The question hovered, demanding clarification. Before an answer could form, they emphasized that abandoning their duty as royalist nobles to uphold order was not an option. Their resolve hardened like steel. In the ensuing silence, it was stated plainly that Count Cabaldi belonged to their own faction, tying his fate to theirs. The revelation anchored the weight of their next move. They praised the decision as excellent, noting that the man would no longer wear his earrings, a symbolic end to his former status. The gesture rang with finality. With resolve solidified, all soldiers were ordered to ready their weapons for fire. The air grew tense as powder and steel waited for the signal. It was reported that the enemy was preparing to strike, and the troops responded with practiced swiftness, defending as if it were second nature. Their readiness became a living shield. Yet as the clash approached, a strategic command rang out: every soldier must retreat to the base. The withdrawal carried the weight of caution amid the brewing storm. Standing amidst the muted camp, a weary officer stared at the barren horizon and wondered why they had been summoned to this desolate spot. He argued that the safest course was to hold their position, letting the enemy exhaust their resolve. The lingering doubt settled over the troops like a gathering storm. Still carrying the weight of that uncertainty, an unnamed figure observed the newly erected mage-crafted post and urged the men to rest their exhausted limbs. He suggested passing the time with a simple wager, a fleeting distraction from the looming battle. The proposal sparked a begrudging smile among the weary soldiers. Before the chatter could fade, a commanding voice cut through the night, asking if the forces had already returned and demanding that every mage be assembled without delay. The order pulsed with urgency, rallying the scattered magi to the central point. This summons tightened the camp's rhythm, as each spellcaster felt the weight of expectation settle upon them. With the mages gathering, the commander turned his gaze to the fortress beyond and issued a decisive command: a hidden tunnel must be hewn beneath the earth, carving a direct path toward the enemy's stronghold. The soldiers felt the ground tremble under the promise of an unseen assault. The notion of an underground approach infused a cold calculation into the night air. Yet some among them argued that merely holding their ground outside the walls could turn the tide, questioning the need for such exhaustive labor. They whispered that patience, not excavation, would starve the Cabaldi of supplies before they could strike. The contrast between toil and stillness painted an uneasy picture of strategy. Amid these debates, a stern declaration resonated through the ranks: the war would conclude far sooner than any had imagined. The certainty in that claim sliced through lingering doubts, sharpening the resolve of those who listened. Momentum surged as the camp braced for rapid resolution. Echoing that confidence, a seasoned commander recounted how his opponent had never stood a chance against their overwhelming firepower, now opting to bide their time until provisions arrived. He reminded everyone that the ducal family's backing fortified their position, lending both prestige and resources. The reassurance of noble support bolstered the soldiers' morale. Following the commander's speech, another voice simply reiterated that all they truly needed to do was wait. The statement, though brief, echoed the earlier sentiment of patience, reinforcing the strategic pause. A collective breath was held as the camp settled into a tense stillness. Amid the quiet, a determined engineer stepped forward, outlining a clandestine plan to tunnel beneath the enemy lines and confessing that words failed him in the face of such ambition. The blueprint of secrecy sparked a flicker of curiosity among the troops. His silence spoke louder than any proclamation, hinting at the magnitude of the undertaking. Building on that covert scheme, the leadership concluded that the enemy would eventually surface from below, pinpointing the southern gate as the tunnel's exit and ordering soldiers to fortify that point. The directive tightened the guards' focus, as each warrior imagined the underground threat emerging at their doorstep. The promise of an imminent underground assault sharpened their vigilance. With the southern gate now reinforced, the commanders mapped out an ambush. As the enemy burst forth, the gates would fling open, unleashing cavalry to sweep the battlefield clean, exploiting the enemy's lack of siege engines. The plan pulsed with aggressive intent, promising a swift, decisive crush. Anticipation crackled like static, preparing the troops for the coming clash. In the midst of that aggressive choreography, a lone figure proclaimed that the sole survivor of this orchestration would be himself, a stark declaration of personal resolve. The claim cast a solitary spotlight on his conviction, challenging the others to match his determination. The atmosphere thickened with the weight of personal stakes. Yet practical concerns soon surfaced. A logistics officer lamented the inability to raise a crucial object to higher ground, citing the absence of any torches to illuminate the ascent. The obstruction highlighted the harsh reality of limited resources amidst grand schemes. The camp felt the sting of improvisation against their lofty plans. Undeterred, a skeptical voice responded that the endeavor seemed futile, questioning whether anyone truly desired the impossible dream of flight. The doubt resonated with the earlier frustrations, casting a shadow over the engineering ambitions. Yet a whisper of yearning lingered, hinting at a burning resolve beneath the skepticism. Countering that skepticism, another specialist revealed possession of a legendary airship blueprint, insisting it would illuminate exactly what was required. The ancient design sparked a surge of awe, suggesting a forgotten technology could change their fate. Hope flickered anew as the parchment was unfurled. Examining the fragile prototype, the engineers queried what should be displayed, noting how the fabric swelled as heated air strained to rise within. The observation underscored the delicate balance between lift and weight, a tangible reminder of the challenges ahead. Their scrutiny deepened the collective understanding of the device's limits. A pragmatic teammate dismissed the swelling as merely wind, downplaying the phenomenon while urging focus on the larger task. The reduction of the mystery to simple breezes softened the tension, though it left unanswered questions. Still, the team pressed onward, guided by a mixture of doubt and determination. Undaunted, a visionary suggested expanding the air pocket far beyond its current confines, envisioning a cavernous cavity capable of sustaining greater lift. The proposal painted a picture of grandeur, promising a solution that could carry a person aloft. The notion of a massive void stirred both awe and apprehension. Continuing that line of thought, another voice affirmed that such an enlarged pocket would indeed be sufficient to enclose a single person along with the requisite hot air. The logical affirmation anchored the lofty idea in practicality. Confidence grew that the expanded chamber could bridge the gap between theory and flight. Yet curiosity lingered about the very principle that made hot air ascend. One engineer admitted ignorance, recalling the accidental discovery while doing laundry. The confession added a humble, almost comedic layer to the scientific quest, reminding everyone of the serendipitous roots of their knowledge. Their laughter softened the tension even as they pursued mastery. Amid the technical banter, a frustrated colleague expressed exasperation at a distracted onlooker, whose gaze seemed to linger on trivial details. The irritation highlighted the urgency felt by those poring over the blueprint. The sense of impatience grew, urging swift progress. Prompted by that impatience, the commanding officer demanded immediate transportation of the design to the workshop, insisting the device be fabricated without delay and tested at once. The edict injected a sense of frantic purpose into the craftsmen, who hurried to bring the vision to life. The clamor of hammers and sparks rose as the deadline loomed. From the bustling forge, a seasoned dwarf declared the task well within his people/s capabilities, noting that the mages and knights had already completed their preparations. He urged everyone to ready themselves for the upcoming operation, emphasizing coordinated readiness. The convergence of magic, steel, and strategy forged a palpable momentum. With the apparatus nearing completion, the lead strategist announced that from this moment onward, their forces would be thrust into the very heart of enemy territory. The proclamation resonated like a war cry, underscoring the imminent plunge into hostile ground. The troops braced for the sudden shift, hearts pounding with dread and resolve. Echoing that foreboding, a veteran warned that the northern Cabaldis would prove a formidable obstacle despite their control over mana, urging the army to surpass even the Cabaldis' strength or face a final, unforgiving end. The stark warning tightened the resolve of every soldier, reminding them that failure left no second chances. The air grew dense with the weight of impending sacrifice. After the barrage of strategies, a weary commander finally allowed himself a moment of rest, admitting that sleep would come at last, though it was owed to the burdens placed upon him by others. The brief respite felt like a fragile truce amid relentless turmoil. Yet the lingering fatigue reminded him of the endless obligations ahead. Still half asleep, he posed a simple question, asking what those lingering obligations actually were. The query cut through the haze of exhaustion, seeking clarity amid the chaos. The answer would shape his next move. Answering his query, a scout reported that a cluster of round shapes was advancing fast, identifying them unmistakably as monsters closing in on their position. The revelation injected fresh urgency, turning the abstract concerns into a tangible threat. The camp braced as the looming creatures cast long shadows over the frightened ranks. Even as the monsters approached, the veteran reaffirmed that once again they would find themselves on the front lines, ready to meet the storm head-on. The declaration stitched together the recurring theme of endless battle, binding past hardships to the present danger. Resolve hardened once more, as they prepared to hold the line. The assault on the stone keep has already begun, and amid the clamor Leslie/S voice cuts through the turmoil, searching for purpose in the sudden invasion. He turns his gaze toward the ramparts, questioning the very meaning of this ruthless breach. The uncertainty hangs heavy, a silent echo of doubt among the advancing soldiers. Still carrying the weight of Leslie/S doubt, the scouts bring a startling report. Fenris warriors have taken to leaping over the walls atop strange, levitating spheres. Their uncanny ability to glide through the night air turns the siege into a battle against a menace that defies ordinary steel. The revelation spreads, sharpening the tension among the defenders. With the threat of airborne foes looming, the commanders decide to slip through the hidden underground passage toward the outer bailey, aiming to shore up the castle gate. Simultaneously, they dispatch a summons for the main force to converge on the south gate, hoping to block any breach. The plan stitches together desperation and resolve, a thin lifeline against the coming storm. Before the trap could claim its prey, a sudden diversion erupts, pulling the defenders' eyes away from the tunnel S shadow depths. The carefully laid countermeasure is rendered moot as their focus splinters, leaving the passage vulnerable. The misstep tightens the knot of anxiety that already knits their backs together. Amid the chaos of the failed ambush, Gordon finds a brief moment to turn inward, wondering why his knighthood has altered nothing within him. The battle S roar fades to a low hum as his inner conflict rises, mirroring the external disorder. His unchanging self becomes a silent question thread woven through the clamor. Before Gordon can settle his turmoil, a sharp voice pierces the din, ordering the gate to be sealed as enemy forces flood the courtyard. The command snaps the defenders back to the present, their muscles tensing for the imminent clash. The gate becomes the focal point of their desperate defense. Yet the defenders, already in tight formation, move with a speed that suggests a keen strategist whispers in their minds. Their rapid response catches even the invading troops off guard, a brief flash of coordinated precision amidst the mounting chaos. This unexpected unity fuels a flicker of hope. While the surface battle unfolds, the underground detachment prepares to regroup now that all units have arrived at the tunnel S mouth. The convergence promises a renewed push, their combined strength a counterweight to the earlier misdirection. Their regrouping carries the weight of redemption. An anxious voice rises from the ranks, asking whether every soldier stands ready for the next thrust. The question hangs in the air, a palpable gauge of resolve before the storm breaks again. Each nod becomes a silent pact stitched into the night. Amid the preparation, a grim thought surfaces: will the Cabaldi bloodline meet its end on this very battlefield? The query reverberates through the ranks, mingling honor with dread as the name bears the weight of generations. Their legacy teeters on a knife's edge. In response, the Knight Captain Cabaldi steps forward, loudly proclaiming his identity to rally the wavering hearts. His declaration cuts through the uncertainty, a beacon of command that steadies the trembling line. The acknowledgement of his lineage reignites the flame of duty within the troops. Yet even with renewed vigor, the commanders concede that buying time is now the only viable strategy. The siege must be delayed, each moment stretched like a fragile thread, while they scramble to fortify what remains. The quiet resolve to endure becomes their last defense. Amid the shattered battlefield, only a single weapon, or perhaps a lone survivor, remains untouched, a stark reminder of loss. In the quiet aftermath, its pristine surface reflects the lingering grief of those who fell. Still bearing the weight of that solitary relic, Leslie, the Knight Captain of Cabaldi, steps forward with a measured stride. His presence commands the fractured ranks, a beacon of authority amid the desolation. Yet the resolve in his eyes declares a silent oath, a promise that the darkness will not breach their defenses. The unspoken vow reverberates through the ranks: it shall not pass. With that oath echoing in every heartbeat, the battle strategy crystallizes: maintain distance, seize momentum, and strike through the fleeting gaps between blows. Each movement becomes a dance of precision, driven by the need to stay unbound. Before the clash can fully unfold, the memory of Count Desmond /S counsel resurfaces, urging clear remembrance of his warning. That whispered advice now fuels the resolve to act without hesitation. Guided by Desmond /S words, the enemy force finally crumbles under the calculated assault. It has been defeated. The silence that follows bears the weight of hard-won triumph. Yet victory carries a heavy price, for their mana pools have been drained completely, leaving them vulnerable to any lingering threat. In this exhausted state, they cannot muster the power to confront the enemy anew. During that fragile pause, a bitter truth emerges: in the current era, the title of master is merely a hollow veneer, lacking any true standard of mastery. The absence of clear criteria leaves even the finest warriors questioning their own worth. Undeterred, the remaining fighter pushes his will to its extreme, compressing his resolve onto the blade itself, to its very limits. The weapon becomes an extension of his heart, bearing the full force of his determination. In the steel /S desperate edge, the echo of an ancient empire /S past warriors whispers, their legend alive in each strike. The blade carries their forgotten glory, guiding the present with a distant, shining past. Drawn by that lingering legend, he was brought to this field and chose to follow, his own accord shaping every step. The path he treads is as much a personal vow as it is a tribute to those long-gone heroes. Amid the echoes of his resolve, an unnamed figure raises a question about the Shadow Knights, probing the unseen bond that ties them together. The query hangs in the air, hinting at deeper alliances yet to be revealed.